chapter, and I'm gonna be doing now Shiny Nikki. This is the first is the sound test. And now this is the final chapter of volume 1. The coronation. When this all of the roses would bloom, and the champagne will flow to the rivers. And people will no longer speak, and they'll just sing in unison. Children's carols echo in the night, and bright red petals flow with the music like a doomsday dance. And the servants in front humbly lower their heads, holding their queen's hand and walking towards the throne step by step. And on the throne decorated with golden feathers, a sacred crystal glows more grandly than the sun. That's the original crystal. And on the high stage, the servant in black looks at Nikki in the crowd and reveals a provocative smile. And at the moment when Nikki sees the demon side, the manuscript in her hand flies into the sky. The manuscript. There's no night vein, no lily, and it's the familiar silver-haired girl with behind the petals. When the prophet manuscripts, the last soul, and the endless power become one, the Trinity will be formed, and the gate of the abyss will open. The abyss, whose soul and answer Nikki, and her face gradually blurs, and her voice is calm and sad. We can't let them get the manuscript. Nikki. And Mama's voice interrupts, and the world quickly moves away from her, and only the sentence echoes clearly in Nikki's ears. We can't let them get the manuscript. Nikki. In a hotel room in the near city, Mama is looking at Nikki worried, and Lauren, not far away, has the same expression. The great flowers bloom enchantingly, and vines of desire quietly climb, and she gets the purest, most cherished, and most sacred one. And she stared at the kaleidoscope like the world through the most beautiful eyes, and she will be everyone's eyes on her, and all beautiful and all love. Nikki, what dream did you have? And did you say manuscript? And you said words are still echoing in her mind, and Nikki shakes her head, trying to sort out her confused thoughts. The original manuscript was stolen from Pigeon Capital, and the person who stole it may have been planning it all along. Could the person be Nightmare and the demon born from the abyss of the ocean of memories, and what is his purpose? And maybe he has been waiting for a chance for he and Ophelia to open the altar in the crypt and reawaken the original crystal. And wait, was he waiting for them to act before the original crystal was stolen? And will this be the same for the manuscript, and every step you take may be part of a night-based plan? And she needs more to be more cautious, and this matter is too important, and perhaps she needs other people's help. Are you okay, Nikki? And Nikki raises her hand and looks at Lauren. And in the beginning it was Lauren who gave her the first half of the manuscript. Lauren, can you tell me where the first half of the manuscript came from? And Lauren seems a little bit surprised, and he thinks for a moment, and then suddenly says, it was from an organization called Savior, the mercenary organization. Leonie's manuscript. When Leonie's manuscript appeared in Maryland, people began fighting for it, and they said it contains the world's secrets. And before I entered the organization, Leonie's manuscript was already there. And Nikki, the organization thought that only you could find the other half, so it gave you the first half. Me? Lauren nods, and his eyes are pure and conveying trust. But I didn't protect the manuscript. And Nikki's voice gets weaker and weaker, and even though she has experienced so much, she still feels powerless. Nikki, that's not true. And on the table nearby, there's an unsigned invitation letter from Lilith's re-election ceremony with a wild rose pattern on it. And this time, in the crisis written in near Royal City, can I really protect the manuscript? The goal of this invitation letter is me, and I go to the ceremony, but I can't reach the manuscript. And the dream appears in the broken manuscript, the petals and Gishelle's words, and they must be stopped before they happen. Lauren, can I ask your organization to keep the manuscript temporarily? I'm a little worried. And Lauren looks at Nikki and his expression becomes serious. I understand, and we have our most reliable partners keeping, and I'll go to the ceremony for another task to prevent accidents. Thank you all. And don't be too nervous. And Noah still has a relaxed smile on his face, but his tone is serious and sincere. Nikki, you have to believe that there are countless people fighting for this world silently, and you're not alone. The world is full of darkness and evil, loneliness and sorrow. Fill your glass and laugh at the end of the day. And because angels will finally come and bring new glory to the land. The sun rises and it's the Nini's Queen coronation day, and the sunlight spreads a layer of gold powder across the tiles, and colorful flags are flying in the wind and red petals glow. And the band plays music as the honor guards ride through the crowded street square dressed up on horseback with swords in their hands. And Queen Lily steps on the gorgeous red carpet and walks onto the ceremony stage. And people gather together holding wine glasses, dancing, singing, and calling Lily's name. Sing for the Ninier kingdom, dance for Queen Lilith. And the tavern owners and the drunkards pour beer over themselves, and the bankers spill gold coins out to the street, but no one picks them up. And dancers veer in circle, and their dancing shoes are worn out, but they never seem to feel tired. And everyone is laughing, even though some people have tears in their eyes. Nikki, these people look terrifying, and what should we do? And Nikki looks up, and her steadfast gaze crosses the crowd and focuses on the jewel-like Ninier palace in the distance. And the scene in front is exactly the same as in the dream, in the red petals, sacred oaths sounded, and everyone stares at the incomparably shiny figure on the stage, Queen Lilith, with her warm and pious eyes, and she looks more beautiful than ever, like a sweet dream. Citizens Ninier, I am your ruler, Queen Lilith. I will always love Ninier. Are you willing to dedicate all your love to me? Like her eyes, they change from they change from gray to red. So she's more sinister now with the red eyes. There's a wave of cheers and people shout the queen's name hoarsely as if it's their only faith. And in the crowd, Nikki stares at the servant in black beside Lilith, and her fingers clench tightly. And Momo asks anxiously to one side, Nikki, I can't see anything. And Momo stands on my shoulders. And Nikki and Nightbeam stands beside the queen holding a gold tray, and the scene covered with brocade doesn't seem to be a crown. Prepare everything for you, the most beautiful soul, the purest power, the last word. And he turns around, looks at the cloud where Nikki is, and he expresses his excitement with only a faint smile. And Nightbeam raises his voice as if bewitching people's soul. And let's present the last gift for the queen. And Giselle's words sound in Nikki's ears again. And when the prophet manuscript and the lost soul and the endless power become one, the Trinity will be formed, and the gate of the abyss will open. Soul, power, manuscript, the key. Wait, is the key Nightbeam mentioned the manuscript that Giselle said in the dream? The original crystal on the throne seems to emit a more dazzling light than ever, and it's the glow that's on Ophelia's wings. And it's been in the crypt for 100 years, and besides some nobles, the people of Pinja haven't seen it. And under everyone's gaze, Pinja's holy relic is like an exquisite accessory being struck by Queen Ninier's fingertips. And Nightbeam looks directly at Nikki over the crowd, revealing a meaningful smile. And a terrifying thought comes into Nikki's mind. Could all of this be a conspiracy? Is what Nightbeam is holding. I'll give you the most beautiful dreams. I'll bring the greatest carnival in the world, and only I can cross the endless time from the beginning of the end and combine the twisting souls of birth and death into flames. And what I want is endless life, perpetual life. A Queen Lily stands up, drawing everyone's attention, and the crowd pushes each other, and the scene becomes chaotic. Oh, Nikki, 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 what are you thinking? I'm about to fall. Let's start a true carnival. And when Lily finishes speaking, everyone bursts into cheers, and 1,000 white pigeons are released. Nikki, And the original crystal bursts with a strong light like sunshine, and the paper on gold tray emits the same light. And Mama's voice gradually fades away, and Nikki can help but close her eyes. And however, what lies in front of her is not the darkness but bright white. Everything in the past is false, and welcome to the real world of desire. And Lily's voice is as beautiful as ever. And Nikki opens her eyes to see in the nearest royal palace that is still peaceful with no chaos in the streets and everyone is happy. Original crystal manuscript, and why am I here? And all of the painful memories are light years away, and Nikki feels as if she's walking on a soft cloud and can't help smiling. The queen on the throne opens her eyes and smiles sweetly at the world that is about to fall. And is she Lilith? No, that is not her. She's in a white dress with a gorgeous wings and shining in red petals. Is she Lilith? No, that's not her. Oh yeah. Dear people, give everything you have to me. I am your queen and your god. Well, that escalated quickly. Before the Queen's re-election ceremony, Sirius Bay is in the near. And in the room at the end of the corridor, there's a small black bus, and many uniforms are standing next to the bus with guns. And at this time, there's a sound of footsteps outside the door. And who is it? A young man walks into the room, and he has the same uniform and gun with the same fortitude and seriousness in his eye. It's me. The boss's guard seems to be familiar with the incoming person and relaxes a little. It's you, and what's the matter? Lauren asked me to come, and you have a secret mission. And the visitor lowers his voice and makes a gesture to tell them to approach. And as soon as he approaches, the guard is suddenly hit by something and falls to the ground. And when the other guard realizes the situation, his gun has already been kicked away. And the mysterious man knocks him out with a disarmed gun. And the walkie-talkie is also knocked too to the ground, and there is only noise and static coming from it. The visitor steps over his colleagues ruthlessly, as if it was all nothing to do with him. And he opens the box with a password, but there's only one page inside, and it's the manuscript Nikki asked Xavier to keep. And he touches the manuscript, and without any expression on his face, but a hollow darkness gradually occupies his eyes. Leonie's heirs, and I'll never let you succeed. In Inir's palace, Nightbait looks at Leonie's manuscript, and his hand begins to tremble from excitement. Leonie's manuscript, the manuscript that records everything, is finally about to usher in its mission. And with the most beautiful soul and the purest power, open the abyss door and walk on the coming of God. The mysterious man from Xavier stands to the side with no joy in his eyes, only a hollow darkness. With this manuscript, can we get rid of Leonie's heir? Of course, and you have achieved a great justice, and now we just need to wait for the abyss to fall. Abyss? What abyss? And I've been moved away from the manuscript and looking into the void as if there was an infinite treasure inside, and smiles. The abyss is the end of Mirrorland, and since to you my lady is coming, and the abyss will devour the entire continent. The darkness in the mysterious man's eyes loosens for a moment, and his eyes become focused. How come isn't Leonie's heir that will quicken the destruction of Mirrorland? And he looks at the manuscript in Nightbane's hand and seems to realize something, and then he reaches for the gun at his waist. And just as the muzzle is in a nightmare, some irresistible force prevents him from pulling the trigger. His eyes gradually lose focus and he falls on the cold marble floor. And Nightbane walks past him and wipes away the dust from his gown. Humans are always so stupid. On a nearest high platform, the goddess of desire watches the city sinking into the darkness, and the darkness makes her light brighter. My lady, congratulations on your arrival at Mirrorland. And Ivan bows humbly, holding up the gown for the goddess of desire religiously. And there's a huge hole in the world, and the darkness is like a hungry beast, crazily devouring all light and life. You did good. And the goddess of desire takes a bite of an apple and smiles at Nightbane. And yeah, she bit an apple. That's how you know she's a jerk and like a super villain. Nightbane has a smile on his face, and no one knows if he's obsessed with the goddess of desire smile or the ruined world. And Leon's manuscript in his hand has lost its light and looks no different from an ordinary paper. And Nightbane looks at the page in his hand and smiles, and he lets Leon's manuscript, which falls along with the sea. The pale paper whirls in the wind and gradually disappears into the turbulent darkness. At this time, Nikki is falling into the darkness like a glimmer of light falling into eternal night. But she can't feel sadness, and the cruel world is far away from her, and she's still immersed in the dream of joy. But in this joyful silence, as her voice faintly sounds, the abyss. No, don't go near the abyss. And pieces of memory fragments look out, and sharply pierce the wonderful dream. The violin is smashed to the ground, and there's no more melody flowing across the strings. And the beautiful girl dances with the boy in a feather dress, and the great figure disappears at the entrance of the ball. And in the snow, a squirrel touches the girl's red fingers. And the girl in the veil silently sings a hymn in the corner of the church, where there is no light. At the end of the memory, the girl's face finally appears, and under her long hair is a hideous scar. And that's Ashley. Ashley doesn't respond to Nikki, and she stands on the burning stage, and the flames spread across her body, turning her into ashes. And she seems to see something terrible, with tears of sadness and compassion flowing down her face. However, her voice is still calm and firm. Don't give in to the darkness, don't fall into the abyss, don't give up your soul. And in the shadow, Ashley's face is almost entirely consumed by the flames, and a tear falls into the dark void like moonlight. You need to have faith in this world. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. The girl opens her eyes, and she feels like she's on the deepest seabed, and there is no light, no Momo, only darkness. Where am I? The tide gently holds her up, and she goes up at night, and she feels like she's become a baby. Don't be sad, my child. And a pleasant voice sounds, and Nikki doesn't know where it's coming from, but it's close like the deepest depths of her heart. I can't stay here. Mirrorland is about to. And Nikki remember what just happened, and the petals in the sky, the fallen earth, the panicked crowd, and the God that dwelt on Lilith's body and declared desire. Is that the Queen Nightbane wants to meet? Who is she? Is she the so-called God who came from the abyss to Mirrorland? It's me. A beautiful figure appears in the abyss, and she's like a reflection intertwining light and shadow, close but eternal. Who are you? The most gentle smile appears on the fascinating phantom's face. I am a goddess in the name of desire, and I represent the truest, kindest, and most beautiful things. The beginning and the end of the world. Goddess of desire. Yes, I am the master of this abyss, and the master of the starry sea, of course, and the master of Mirrorland. Mirrorland, the abyss. And the revelation in the dream is still clear. When the prophet's manuscript and the last soul and the endless power become one, the Trinity will be formed, and the gate of the abyss will open. Has the abyss gate been opened before, and does it mean the abyss has the manuscript, soul, and the power? The Trinity. The soul is Lilith, the power is the original crystal, and the manuscript is the key to the puzzle. So had they gotten both halves of the manuscript, and how could it? And just yesterday she was still worried about the safety of the manuscript and worried that she couldn't protect it. There must be a reason, and everything about the original crystal is Nightbane's blonde, and the manuscript must be the same. It is even possible that the first half of the manuscript we got from Mercury was also part of Nightbase's plan. Nikki doesn't speak, and in the abyss, the goddess of desire appears again. Her voice is softer with the smell of apples and petals in the air. There is no need to miss the destroyed world and just embrace this new one. No more sorrow, no more fear, and there is no war and no betrayal. Everyone can be happy and you can go home. A familiar phantom appears in the darkness and Nikki can't help reaching out, and the person in the phantom smiles at her. Dad, Mom, Yo-Yo, is Dad home? Nikki. And there's only darkness in Nikki's eyes, and she shakes her head in pain as force restrains her and makes her unable to move. My dear child, come on. Nikki, wake up and don't be devoured by the abyss. And there's a fleeting glimmer in Nikki's eyes, and she's like a person caught in a nightmare struggling to wake up. Teresita, is that you? Oh yeah, you standing power, and maybe we can get out of here, and this is our common strength. And the abyss is much stronger than expected, and even if they fight together, the power is still too weak. Morgana surrounds Nikki, and her soul continues to fall into the abyss, and Nikki's consciousness is gradually disintegrating. And tiredness overcomes her as an emotion surges from the bottom of her heart into the boundless dark world. And the abyss encourages her to close her eyes, and the goddess of desire seems to be wishing her to put her soul here. Nikki, don't close her eye. Nikki, don't close your eyes. Yes, I know. And Teresita, do you remember our first encounter at the Gate of Heart? None of us knew what the journey in this new world would be like then, but before you know it, it is already been so long. In fact, at the time, I vaguely knew that I had forgotten a lot of things, but I always remembered to save Mirrorland. And Nikki looks somewhere in the distance as if she's missing something. Sometimes I want to go home and return to the world I originally lived in. But Mirrorland is not a world I don't care about, and there are many kind people here, and their families, their friends. And this is the real world, the world where I met you. And the snowflake necklace emits a light from Nikki's neck, and gentle and tranquil, and the light seems to be guiding Nikki. The faint light is swallowed by the darkness, and Nikki gradually realizes that it's Leonie's manuscript. Why is the manuscript here? Was it left by Nightbane? And when Teresita looked, there are two manuscripts. And every character on the manuscript shines, and light flows between them and finally form a picture full of formulas and symbols. Is it a design drawing? It's just a paper which records the most common truths in the world, a concise and objective truth. Teacher. Nikki looks up, and in the gloomy abyss, the silver-haired figure still looks like it's inside a memory. I am not your teacher, I am just the memory of him falling into the abyss. Falling into the abyss? How could? As a human being, he had his own desires and limitations, and falling here was just a step he took to pursue the truth. Huh? Life is short, and a minute unlike the universe. And the stars would eventually experience exhaustion just like consciousness would dry up. Therefore, the world can never touch the full picture of truth, and what they see is only a corner of the vast world. And the manuscript falls into Leonie's hand like an eternal candle, and he looks at it as if he's looking at the past. Everything in Mirrorland will end, and as long as desire still exists, the voice of the abyss will never stop. What should we do? But what should we do now? Goddess of desire that descended on the nearest royal city, and does she bring destruction, and what should we do? More and more lights shine out of the darkness, intertwining on the two manuscripts like a lighthouse guiding course. When the two scrolls of the manuscript are combined into one, the puzzle Leonie left behind will appear. What is the puzzle recorded in the manuscript? It is the formula of truth, and is also the power accumulated in the stars. I once completed a design here, and when I left the abyss, I took it away, and I let it take you out of here. After saying that, Leonie's figure gradually fades away, and the figure eventually transforms into countless black feathers. The light on the manuscript also spread out, and among these black feathers, a light gleam shines. and the light dances around Nikki, and finally the formula of truth converges into a black and white array. Teacher. And no answer in the boundless darkness, and the tire holds Nikki, causing her to fall, and Leona's voice comes from the void. Go, when you aren't swallowed by desire, desire will turn into your strength. And it's time for another cutscene. Seven days ago, the entire Nineveh city is in great revelry, and yet the Queen's palace is quiet and gloomy, with only the guards patrolling. A dark shadow flashes before the guards get a chance to speak. A cold night pierces their throats, and the man in black approaches the Queen's palace but doesn't walk in and just looks through the window. And Lilith, the Queen of Nineveh, sits on her throne, and she's beautiful, but the smile on her face is cold like a marionette. And a man dressed like a Nineveh soldier approaches her and then takes off his hat and salutes her. Commander. And the man in black puts down his hood, and he's the only leader of the Justiciars, the Queen of the North, Zoe. Have you got the defensive map of Nineveh Royal City? Yes, and the guards outside have been replaced by our men. Great, and tell the others to withdraw. The warships. And what about the Queen of Nineveh? And so he glances at the palace and frowns slightly. It's not Lilith in there anymore, and the power that controls Nineveh is way stronger than I thought. And the Justicia's warship stops quietly in Nineveh's port, and the lights on the watchtower seem to be warned in the city. And as soon as Zoe and Giselle walk into the warship, Cornelian comes up. Commander, you have a guest. Huh. And the one who is waiting for Zoe is Loen, and he's wearing a military uniform with a serious look on his face. Mercenary, do you need me for something, or do you represent the organization? And Loen looks straight at Zoe, and the soldier who always hides secrets behind his mouth has no reservations this time. The commander must have known that the Nineveh Royal City is embroiled in a huge crisis. But this crisis is not about Nineveh, and the power from the Ocean of Memories will destroy all of Mirrorland. And the future of the world is imminent, and Xavier wants to invite the Justiciars to fight the demons from the abyss. And Zoe doesn't look surprised and smiles instead. It's natural for the strong to protect the land. And during the Queen's re-election ceremony, all the shells in this warship will be aimed at Nineveh's palace. And so it looks at Nineveh's royal city on the opposite bank, and even the heavy sea fog can block out the Queen's sharp eyes. And victory always belongs to us, and this time will be no exception. In the theater, posters of Lilith's re-elections are hung everywhere, and when the Queen's actress finishes her song, people cheer. And the play is not open to the public, and especially for Nineveh's court nobles and government officials from the Neverfall troop. and the well-dressed audience are overwhelmed by the performance and indulge in the queen's victory, and they laugh and scream. And the never fall through wander among the guests, filling their glasses with Klaus' best wine, and listening to them praising Lilith. And in the theater, Tasbos Chinyi, the owner of the Never Fall Through, quietly watches the lively scene. And a young actor approaches Chinyi and whispers a few words. Send a copy of Nenier's information to the Justicias Mercury and the mysterious Savior. This is just a symbol of gratitude for our partnership, and they are all our regular clients. And inside Mercury's grown Nenier's building, and beside the office building next to the bustling shopping mall, and the vehicles come and go various goods, and the employees don't speak much. And in the office on the top floor, Mercury is sitting behind his desk, flipping through a thick document. The anomaly in Lilith's royal city is related to the ocean of memory's power. And this force already controls Nenier's upper classes, which is also consistent with the never fall truth's intelligence. Indeed. And Mercury looks at the photo of the manuscript on the document and descends into a deep thought. All of the branches could concentrate their resources on supporting Ninier and tell the group to be war ready. And Mercury looks out the window, and the royal city flags are flying in the wind, but the horizon in the distance is misty. And he seems to have discovered something interesting, and his expression finally changes. The ocean of memories, what kind of power could it be? The goddess of desire manipulated people's desire for food, which turned into a mirage. And the people of Ninier royal city were plunged into chaos, and to defeat the goddess of desire, we had to break through these layers of mirages. The mirage once again surrounds Nikki, and she tries to open her eyes, but the world around her changes strangely. And there's a huge table in front of her, and it's bigger than the queen's banquet hall, and Nikki stands on it like a little pea, like a tiny bean. And the table is filled with grapes and cakes, and that is with cherry, and the pig's mouth is stuffed with vanilla and baked apple. Have we become smaller, or has the world turned bigger? Teresita, it seems that this is a mirage created by the goddess of desire. And the table suddenly vibrates, and dozens of giant mouths appear on the table, and they are seen with big bellies and mouths. And the huge mouths are not enjoying the food, but devour everything on the table, and soon everything has been eaten up. And more food comes to the table, entering the huge mouths, and they are swelled until their fat heads reach the ceiling, and yet they still continue to eat. Hurry up, and I'm hungry. And the walls and the cities are broken by the diners who are turning to giants. And the giants eat everything in the room even more frantically, and the silverware, the gilded banquet table, and even Nikki. Be careful, Nikki, use styling power. And Nikki doesn't panic, and she looks around, and the styling power seems to gather around her and forming an umbrella. The exit is over there, Teresita. Let's do it together. The door is broken open, and after the end of the mirage, the goddess of desire's face appears. And she seems to smile, and in 1 second the world plunges into darkness again. The darkness pours in and disperses the giant's feast, and only hungry roars linger in the air. And the graceful figure of the goddess of desire appears in from time to time. What have you done to them? What have I done? No, what you saw is their own desire. I just magnified it slightly. Experience the greed of mankind. And her figure is hidden in the darkness again, and the shattered spaces reassemble. Lights and colors gradually converge, and the stained glass windows in the church depict the sunlight. But this light isn't sunlight, it is bright and cold, and what everyone is chanting isn't a chant. And it seems to be another mirage. And the rickety old man kneels and prays, and he's surrounded by a chest of gold coins, but his clothes are full of patches. And the god enshrined in the shrine's mouth, and it is the goddess of desire. Almighty prophet, benevolent God, please grant me infinite wealth. And the soft voice seems to come from the thin air and sounds like a whisper. You already have a lot of wealth. And the old man looks into the air eagerly with greed in his eyes. This money is only a fraction of your strength, and only growing wealth can bring me a restful sleep. Well, as you wish. And the entire church begins to collapse, and the walls and the door turn into countless gold coins, and the old man is buried within. And Nikki is forced into a corner by the falling bricks and jewels, but the gold coin. It seems like the battle has just begun, and after the mirage about the desire for food is the mirage of wealth. And my fish brother be like, Nikki could work very well as an anime. The goddess of desire bewitches people's desire for wealth, and people were addicted to the endless monetary greed. And at this time, the mirages stop collapsing and the golden light dissipates into a black mist, and the church becomes a small, dilapidated room. And snowflakes flutter outside, and colorful lights decorate every house, and people are singing Happy New Year. And there is no light in this room, and the moonlight is damp and cold, shining on the gold coins, pearls, and gems on the floor. And the old man in rag clothing is lying in the pile of jewels, dying, looking upon his treasures. Someone is knocking on the door. Dad, just open the door. Grandpa, don't you want to have dinner with us? Is that his family? But the old man, vigilant, looks at the door and grabs the diamond by his hand with his last bit of strength. Go away, debt collectors, I won't give you a penny. And it's all mine, and it's all mine. And the bell rings at midnight, and everyone cheers on the street, and the last glimmer of light in the old man's eyes goes out. And he sleeps forever in a room covered with gold coins. No pearls and gems can be reflected in his pupils, only darkness. And in the New Year's carol, the dark room gets further and further away, and the nearby space becomes violently twisted. It's the goddess of desire that awakens the greed for money in people's heart, but it seems if mirage is broken. And Nikki sighs slightly and then raises her head, looking forward. Teresita, we are about to enter the next mirage. Are you ready? And the mirage gradually appears, and the sun-like memories shine over the horizon in spring and gradually emerges. And the wind by the lake gently rustles the roses, and a beautiful flower is nestled in the girl's hair. And there's a handsome young man sitting beside the girl, and the jewels on the sword prove his noble status. And what are you thinking about, your highness? I was thinking, if I were the master of this kingdom, I would let it regain its former glory and make everyone proud. The prince looks into the distance longingly, with a trace of sadness in his voice. But the day is always so far. You can do it. You'll be the wisest monarch of the empire. You'll be the most beautiful queen in the empire. And the girl's figure quickly dissipates, and a red carpet appears. And at the end of the road is a much anticipated throne. Countless hands stretch out to block his way, but he doesn't look down and simply uses his sword to clear away the obstacles. And the further he walks, the more and more corpses appear on the red carpet, and the sword is drenched in blood. And when he steps away from the throne, the girl reappears with wrinkles in her face, and the tenderness in her eyes hasn't changed. However, the king frowns. The king raises his sword, and the blood reddens the sky in the mirage. No way. And the killing wheel and the sneaky styling power shakes the mirage, and the sound of guns and fighting come from afar, and war arrives. That was 8, right? People's desire for power ignites the flames of war, and the goddess of desire makes it burn brighter. And in the place, the mirage of desire for power needs to be broken. And in the magnificent palace, a king is holding a scepter and looks at himself in the mirror. And the wrinkles and scars on his face are reflected in the mirror, and the look of the prince back then can only be faintly seen. And there is a beautiful face in the mirror with an eternal sweet smile. That's the goddess of desire. And the king looks in the mirror as he's talking to the goddess of desire, as if muttering to himself, I always dream of people I used to know, and they say that my sword has been stained with too much blood. The warrior's blood watered the king's garden. They also said that countless innocent people died because of me. The corpses of the innocent were cast upon the king's stairs. Have I done too many unrighteous things? Justice is written by the man on the throne. Do you want to give up your power? The king's pupils tightened in an instant, and he clenches his scepter. No, all of this is mine, and it was originally mine. And at this point, the palace doors open, and a young man walks in, and he looks exactly the same as the prince from the past. And the king looks at the approaching man with fear in his eyes, and as if the nightmare of many years had come into reality. And a sharp light of the dagger flashes past, and the king's blood stains the scepter and throne. And the blood corrodes the mirage, and the palace and the throne, and the king's corpse turns into dust, and the funeral sounds from afar. The mirage accepts it is up ahead, and the goddess of desire chuckles in the darkness. Desire has no end. And as soon as the goddess of desire finishes speaking, a light spot appears in the dark tunnel. But that's not an exit, it's another palace. And Lilith sits alone on the throne, holding an apple, half in the shadows, half bathing in the moonlight. And the icy moonlight turns into a pure white figure, and the goddess of desire gently smiles at Ninir's queen in the evening breeze. It's the goddess of desire, and Lilith looks up and frowns. I think I've seen you before. Of course you have. It was me, the goddess of desire, who gave you the most beautiful body. And don't you remember? But you are still one step away, and people will leave you and pursue other things or even die. You can't get eternal love. And the goddess of desire speaks slowly and takes a few steps closer to Lilith after saying every word. Just one step away, so long as you give me your entire soul, you can earn the whole world's eternal love. And the goddess of desire holds Lilith's face gently like a piece of a luscious forbidden fruit. Are you willing to give it to me? No, it's not like that. And Lilith in the mirage doesn't hear Nikki cry, and she looks at the goddess of desire as she's enchanted, and she reaches out. And a huge sense of emptiness comes into Nikki's heart, and a boundless darkness spreads. Those who are greedy for food are consumed by gluttony. Those who pursue money are buried by wealth. Those who seek power are eventually crushed by it. After the gluttony and the desire for wealth and power, there is a dark realm full of sweet and floral fragrance. You can earn the whole world's eternal love. This may be the last mirage. Nikki, be careful. And the mirage of desire has reached its end, and the mirage is fragmented, revealing the goddess of desire's beautiful face. And she condescendingly looks at Nikki with a trace of unwillingness in her arrogant expressions. Did you think this is over?
Come on. I'll present you with the most beautiful dream. I just gave humans what they wanted. 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 Don't you want a more beautiful, attractive fruit?
The last blow is like the first light of dawn, and the mirage gradually falls, and the royal city reappears. The goddess of desire loses the bewitching smile on her face, and her radiant light dims. How could it be? And suddenly the goddess of desire's beautiful pupils shrink, and she seems to have found something incredible on Nikki. It's you. What are you talking about? And the goddess of desire smiles and looks at Nikki with her beautiful eyes as if to see another soul through her. I am talking about you. And the lips slightly open as if calling out someone's name. Teresita, who are you talking to? Nikki, didn't you hear that? Hear what? And the deep abyss gradually disappears as if the night closes its eyes and people slowly wake up from their crazy dreams. And the goddess of desire's eyes gradually shatter as the abyss disappears, turning into red petals, disappearing in the wind.
I already have a theory. I didn't need to go to desire.
There seems to be the last after image of the goddess of desire in the void. Leonis inherited you, and you we will meet again. As long as desires are not extinguished, I'll never disappear. And there are no shadows in the sky, and time and space seems to have gone backwards, and only the ruined signals of Doomsday's existence. And the goddess of desire disappears, leaving the dim original crystal and the sleeping Lilith in the midst of the sweet dream. And when the last red flower disappears, Nikki suddenly loses all strength and falls to the ground. And she looks at the sky with a tired smile. Teresita, we did it. And Teresita, what's going on? I feel tired. Nothing, just feel a little tired. And thank you, Teresita. If it wasn't because of you, I might have already been consumed by the abyss and Mirrorland might. Nikki. And before Nikki turns around, Momo rushes into her arms, and Momo is covered with dirt and scars and tears on his face. I was so scared, and it was terrible, Nikki, and I felt like I was dreaming. Momo, sorry. And Nikki strokes Momo's head and hugs him and wipes away the tears on his face. And however, we won the fight and everything is over now. I don't care, Nikki, and Teresita need to treat me to 10 meals of barbecue. The people in the streets gradually wake up from their nightmares, and Ninier's army and the Justicias also stop fighting. The Queen's coronation is suspended due to the earthquake, and don't panic and evacuate safely in an orderly fashion. And Lloyd hurries with dirt and blood on his clothes. And Nikki, Momo, how are you guys? Sorry about the manuscript. It was because my colleagues were bewitched by Nightbane. And Lloyd looks guilty. It's okay, Mirala has been restored to its former glory. And Nikki smiles as she watches the sky becoming clear again in the royal city. Nikki, Lloyd, look over there, something is glowing. And Nikki follows Momo's gaze, and the original crystal is shining and is still embedded on Ninier's throne. And the pure white crystal is like flowing spring water, just like Nikki first saw it, but brighter. The original crystal. And when she first saw it in the court of Pigeon Capital, she wouldn't have guessed what would have happened afterwards. And the recovery of the manuscript, the sacrifice of Ophelia, and Nightbane's conspiracy, the goddess of desire's arrival. And even the royal relic, which has been placed in the crypt for centuries, has experienced such ups and downs. The crypt was born in the ocean of memories with pure power, and it saw the civilization sitting in Pigeon Forest and brought the light of glory. So Nightbane and the goddess of desire wanted. Yes, I know. And Nikki looks at the original crystal from a distance, and Lloyd hesitates about saying what he wants to say. So he said that if you can use that power, you'll become a better warrior than you are now. Zoe. Then why are you the one to tell Nikki? It is also a mercenary's job to pass on messages. Nikki chuckles when she hears Momo's joke. I won't use the original crystal's power. Its life belongs to the Pigeon Kingdom and another person. I promise Ophelia that I'll bring the glory back for her. Hey, can I see the queen again? And without the crystal, the pigeons must have been having a really bad time. And Nikki, when the matter on the nearest Royal City is over, why don't we take a trip back to Pigeon? I have to go. This task is taking me so long, and I better find a rich employer. And Nikki, if you have any problems in the future, you can always ask Xavier for help, and of course, you can also hire me. The familiar smile appears on the youth's face, and Lauren casually wipes his face. And whistles happily. I'm going back to the organization. I'll see you at the celebration party. And Lloyd waves his hand and says goodbye to Nikki and Momo. Will there really be a celebration? He said yesterday that Xavier doesn't contact outsiders except in special circumstances. And there are no red petals in the sky, and the huge wild rose is gone, and the music sounds again. And no one seems to remember the nightmare. The residents of Ninier seem to have forgotten the arrival of the goddess of desire. Could it be the original crystal, Nikki, Teresita? And when you confronted the goddess of desire, I saw the crystal and made a really bright light. Is that so? It's alright that people forgot about it. If they knew what the goddess of desire controlled Lilith, Nini would descend into chaos. But since Lauren remembers this, people in Xavier must also remember it. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a celebration. And the same goes for Mercury Good and the Never Fall Through and probably the Justicia. Let's take a look. The magnificent hall has been repaired, and you can't tell that it has experienced a huge disaster at all. And the crystal chandeliers reflect champagne-colored light, and celebration party is being held in the hotel lobby. And Mercury will commend those who have made outstanding contributions in battle here. And under the rotating lights, Mercury shows up amidst the people's cheers and applause. Teresita, the CEO is about to deliver his speech, and listen carefully. This is especially prepared for you. Okay. Mercury stands in front of the microphone to give a commemorative speech, and a beam of light focuses on him. This was an unprecedented crisis, and I really appreciate the calmness, tenacity, and unity you showed in this battle. And the door of the Mercury Group will always be open for talented people. Okay, so the sound of the Taros echoes in the darkness, and is singing an old carol. The distant starlight is blocked by the long tide, and the surroundings are empty and lonely and eternal. And the vain memory pours out, and Leon's voice can be heard. You travel to this era. It's like tossing a grain of sand into an ocean, and even I can tell if you'll be swallowed or cross a vortex. And the surging ocean of memories reflects the faint light from the distant stars as if a soul were awakening. Royal City Hotel is up ahead. Teresita, you are awake. Did I fall asleep? It seems like it, and I couldn't sense your insistence. And Teresita, are you feeling too tired? And let's have something to eat and have a good rest. Huh. And the feeling of falling asleep comes to occupy consciousness. And Teresita, why are you talking, and are you tired? And the world in front becomes blurred, and the surroundings will get further and further away. Teresita, Teresita. And someone seems to be calling, but the world still descends by bit into the tranquil darkness. Inside the eye, Aeon looks at the monitor data screen, and Nikki and Momo looked at Aeon nervously. And how is it can you detect Teresita? Nikki, since you and Teresita are connected to the Gate of Heart, we should be able to observe energy fluctuations. And I think your friend may have run out of strength in the battle and fallen asleep temporarily. And Nikki feels relieved and then suddenly remembers something. One more thing, I haven't seen Ninebait ever since I fell into the abyss. Don't worry, we can detect Nightbane's energy fluctuations in Mirrorland. Even if he's alive, he won't be a threat for now. But what? After the Goddess of Desire appeared, I explored the Abyss, and I don't have enough information yet, but we can confirm that there are more demons in the Abyss. And in the ocean of memory, the tide is singing, and this vast of consciousness has always been surging, unpredictable. But the stars are shining on the sea, and the journey of hope is not over. Backstage, he is doing his makeup, and a young actor steps behind him and looks a bit like him as a teenager. The Justicia seems to have taken control of Nenier's army, and Mercury's group is also taking the next step. Shinji starts brushing his hair and speaks while looking at the makeup for his new character. Are our informers ready? Rest assured, we have reliable sources of intel from all forces. Shinji looks at the street, seeing people in military uniforms, and a faraway Mercury's group building lights up. And at this moment, Mercury is standing in front of the windows, with vultures standing by as if waiting for instructions. Does Lilith still remember what she did? Lilith and those in the near are lost some memories, and the electrode ceremony suffered an earthquake, and the council is in chaos. Then she'll continue to be the queen. However, people in the cabinet can be changed, and the light outside the window gradually light up, and a gentle night falls on the nearest royal city again. And the sun shines in the near, and people are painting their walls, and bankers walk with briefcases, and the tavern owners chase away drunks. Only the appalling crowds and the collapsed houses along the road remind people that there was once a disaster there. And Mercury's group is carrying out reconstruction work day and night. And Mercury's group signed a revitalization plan with Ninier, and after the earthquake, Ninier's economy will develop steadily. Queen Lilith came to the disaster-stricken area today to express a sincere sympathy for the people. But she and her pet demon guy caused a problem in the first place, which they summoned a demon goddess. Well, you know, they create the problem and then they bring the solution, a V for Vendetta style. Lilith's sweet voice comes from the radio, and the pedestrians can help stopping to listen to her speak. Ninier suffered a disaster, but please do not be discouraged. Please trust Lilith. I love every one of my people, and I'll lead Nini back to her normality again. Ruins Island, and on the humble blue light curtain, the entire Mirrorland can be seen. And Ninier is bright red, and the numerical curves fluctuate violently. The value of Ninier area is abnormal. An analysis result. The energy from the unknown area invaded. Analysis ended. And disturbed by the unknown energy, the memories of the people of Ninier are confused. And memories were read, completed, and added to the database. Beep. Abnormal energy fluctuations occur in the ocean of memories. Analysis result. None, including the database. Well, that's the end of the coronation chapter. I hope you have fun with me reading you all of the cutscenes and stuff. And tomorrow we'll just move on to, this was the final chapter of Volume 1, so tomorrow we'll get started on Volume 2, Chapter 1 of Shiny Nikki. Bye bye and God bless. Bye. Ma? Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, dear sister, and we're now doing Shiny Nikki. And we're starting Volume 2, Chapter 1. The tide sing about the ocean of memories, and the ark is surrounded by gentle waves. The dark waves of the abyss seem to have disappeared, and the ocean of memory is calm, with clouds floating in the sky. And the heart of the ark glows faintly in response to the murmurs of the sea, as if the ark is also breathing. And 1, 2, 3. And the heart of the ark beats in time with the waves, and it glows brightly. 4-5. And the heart of the arc glows white, and the light expands and carries a hint of colors with it. Yellow, purple, green, pink, and blue, a light of 5 colors, pulsates with the murmurs of the ocean. And the light brings color to every corner of the empty, cold hall of the ark. And amid the sound of the waves, a voice speaks. You've been sleeping for a long time. And the water sloshes and the reflection lights glitter. Who's talking? Who is it, Leonie? But Nikki is not here, and who's he talking to? And Leonie's faint figure emerges in the air. Looks like you've forgotten everything, but fear not, someone will assist you. And when the light of the 5 colors come together, the ark will sail in a new direction. Say what? And you have experienced a long silence before the starlight comes together. And the world turns pure white as he finishes talking. And your vision is blinded by the light and your head hurts. Go to the beginning of everything. And his figure vanishes, but his voice is close. It's time to wake up. The dream light silently shines down on everything, and a familiar power searches through your body. And styling power. Time for a word of change. And listen. Lilith Arc. And what else? That's better. Front and back.
Come on. I'll present you with the most beautiful dream.
You ascend the stairs flanking the heart of the ark, and a mirror stands under the bright sky. Starlight shines behind the gate of heart, and Nikki and Aya watch the data stream across a monitor without blinking. What's happening? Teresita has been sleeping for days since the battle on the near royal city. And Aya has been standing next to the gate of heart for several days now, and he looks a little tired. Even though your friend's not awake, that shows that Teresita's energy is actually increasing. Is that good news? That means Teresita is closer to us, and the ocean of memory has been fluctuating a lot, but I'm not sure if it's related. The scene with the goddess of desire changed the ocean of memories a little, but I'm sure Teresita will wake up. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have defeated the goddess. And thank you, Momo. And Nikki smiles but doesn't look any less worried. Breaking to the mirage was the work of everyone in Mirrorland and not just me and Teresita. Don't worry, Teresita will be fine. Teresita's power and yours are the same. The mirror emits a soft light and the pulse from the gate heart changes. And then the light of the yellow and purple and green and pink blue start to shine one after another. And what's going on? And Nikki moves closer to the gate of heart and the lights keep shining and turning and the sea below in different colors. I can feel the power within this light, styling power. It's a little strong and meanwhile I need to do something about this pulse. It's like the red color variant of one of the early outfits of this game.
This time I'll change the ruined future.
The lights fade and the gate of heart returns to serenity. Teresita's data disappear, and Ian loses his watch and furrows his brow. There's a faint pulse coming from the heart of the arc, and let's take a look. The heart of the arc radiates a fire-colored softly, as if the stars held their breath and let it out all at once. And the ocean is more serene than usual under the lights, and the tides seem majestic but soundless song. And this is beautiful, and I can't look away. And have you seen anything like this, Ian? No, the heart of the earth has never pulsated like this, but I think this is safe. Ian looks at his watch again. And there's no one here, but I can feel the flow of energy. Salt tides approach them and made them lighter, like they're walking on clouds. And it's time to wake up. And Ian's voice echoes through the memories, and everything became clear after the starting battle. And this should be the ark, and there isn't anything nearby, but the sound of the tides does give it away. And the lights shine on the space ahead, and where an invisible door stands. And approaching the footsteps and voices come from the other side of the door. Have you seen anything like this, Ian? No, the heart of the ark has never pulsated like this, but I think this is safe. And was that Nikki? And why is it that I sense her different than before? And Leon speaks again, and he sounds far away in front of another space. Open the door and return to your world. Wait, I don't get it. Soft wind blows and blinding light illuminate the world. The light fades revealing an empty hall, and the surrounding ocean is still illuminated by the heart of the ark. A girl with pink hair stands on the stairs, also illuminated by the colors of the light. You are Nikki? The voice reverberates through the hall. This voice, Teresita. And even though she has not met the stylist, she recognizes the voice immediately. The voice from her mind now has a face. Why am I here? Is this the heart of the ark, and why am I here? I don't know, but Teresita, are you alright? And what happened to me? Teresita, we haven't heard your voice since the battle at near Royal City, and Nikki was really worried about you. You're finally awake, Teresita, and I can see you. An emotional moment lays on Nikki's shoulder, and Ian stands next to them with documents in hand and a smile. Nice to meet you, Teresita. Nice to meet you too, Ian, and I'm Nikki's friend and a stylist, and I have been sleeping for a long time. Nikki couldn't sense you since the Goddess of Desire incident, so she came to the Ark to see what we can do. You must be important to her, and she's been worried sick about you. And the soft sound of the waves comes from afar, and the heart of the ark glows beautifully with the tide. I have some other questions. How about Lilith? Is she still under control? And she has been free from it, and she's still the same as before, so no lasting impact it seems. Now she's visiting those who have been affected by the disaster. The disaster she caused. How are the others? Lauren, Zoe, and Queen all left the Royal City. Everything is fine. And Mordecai is safe too, and he seems to be working with something called Encounters with Nature. And how about you, Teresita? How are you? And Teresita, do you want to be checked? After all, you've been sleeping for days. Aren't you hungry? That I am. And takes out a dark green cube and hands it over, and it's not big, but it feels hefty. This is a compressed cookie, and we do not have a lot of food choices in the Ark. Compressed cookie. You have cookies? I made it myself after seeing it in the mirror of the world. And the cube looks like kinda cute and smells like seaweed. Thank you very much. The feel of the waves crashes beneath the feet, and it makes this world feel real. Teresita, can you feel the shaking? Yes, I can. And it feels real standing here, as if this is the world I belong to. And Nikki exhales, and there's a lot she wants to say, but she doesn't know where to start. You're finally awake, Teresita. I had never met you, Teresita, but you feel familiar. Teresita looks exactly like what I had in my mind. And Mama bounces without warning, and something drops. And what is it? Teresita dropped it, and what is it? And Nikki picks out a round object with 5 gems socketed inside, like 5 beautiful stars. And they just connect to create a unique star chart. And Nikki flips it over and finds a mirror on the front. Is this yours, Teresita? I'm not sure. If it is with you and came to the Ark with you, Teresita, then there's something between you and this thing. Is it because Teresita is a stylist and carries a mirror everywhere? And brilliant colors are reflected from the gems. And yellow, blue, purple. Like the 5 colors from the heart of the Ark. And I think I might have seen the star chart like this before. And let's go to the archives. And the sky and the ocean become one on the horizon, and Ian pilots the Ark in an area of clouds, and the stars shine faintly. This is beautiful, and Nikki, have you noticed that the Ark looks better now? I think he likes the fact that Teresita's here. And the airborne rails are lined with strange-looking buildings, gardens with spiral stairs, and retro clock towers and museums. And what are those over there? The workshop, the clock tower, and the entrance to the concept voyage. And the trains on the Ark are not that different from the ordinary trains. And you get car seat, Teresita? No, I don't get car seat, not at all. And then just sit tight and hold down the handle. And Ian slows the train down a little, and when he hears Nikki talking, operating the train looks easy, and can Marina do it too? If so, maybe I can do it as well. Speaking of which, Marina hasn't met Teresita yet. And let's go find her after we're done with the archives. And it's Teresita's first time on the train, and let's take a photo. even more yellow. Not close enough. And Nikki, Momo. Marina waits at everyone from the station where the archives are. Marina, what are you doing here? I went to the gate of heart, but you weren't there, so I came here to see if you might be here. And who are you, and what I feel like I've seen you before? And Marina slows down and stares with curiosity on her skateboard. And this is my friend, Teresita. And nice to meet you, Marina. Teresita, oh, you're the one she's always talking about. Nice to meet you too, Teresita. And what is this? Looks nice. And Marina is instantly captivated by the mirror. And these gems are so pretty, like the rainbow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And where are the other two? And the 5 colors echo those of the rainbow far away, and Marina performs simple tricks and circles around the mirror. Teresita just woke up, Marina. Leave her alone, and you're making me dizzy. And Marina uncharacteristically stops and stands next to Aya. And let's go to the archive first. Marina, stay put once you're inside. The archive is one of the more serious-looking buildings not far from Aya's living quarters. And most of the information has been archived, and only a small portion couldn't be digitized. And they're met with a dim light and a musty smell upon entering the archives. And it smells like the sea in the morning, but also rain at dusk, and it smells unique to the Ark and the ocean of memories. It's really dark in here, and how do you even work? Anne flips a switch, and that changes the surroundings. Ah, it's bright. And they take the elevator to the top, which was a great view of the Ark on down under. And look to the sea, the rainbows and auroras. And the rainbow crosses the aurora on the horizon, painting the sky brilliant like a dream. I had no idea the view from the Ark was this amazing and varied. Of course, Momo was super excited when he came here for the first time and roared for a long time. Who roared? Not me. And the top level of the arch has a specialized to protect the precious materials. And these are most designer files and some uncharacterized documents. And I was inside and picks up a notebook. And maybe this note can answer some of our questions. And I remember seeing the same star shot on the mirror here. And it looks like a styling notebook, but also looks real old from the paper and the writing. And who did this belong to? It must be someone with great styling power. And the different clothes all have different colors. And the 5 colors of the light. And Marina takes a notebook and finds a mirror on one of the side pages, not unlike the one she just saw. And the star chart with the 5 gems appear on every page. And when the light of the 5 colors comes together, the arc will sail in a new direction. Huh. And I think I heard Leon saying this when I was sleeping in the heart of the ark. And what did he mean by the new direction? I had no idea. I remember that he said I forgot a lot of things, but someone will help me regain my memories. And looks like he just thought of something. And what is this? And who drew this? And it's a blurry sketch of a silhouette of someone holding a mirror with stars on the background. And the style is different. And was this one of your doodles, Marina? No way. And maybe someone else did this, a friend of the owner, perhaps. And I takes the notebook back, but Marina wants to see what else is in it. I'm not done. And careful, this notebook contains important clues. Let's try to recreate this. And what do you think, Teresita? A starry sky is in the background, and a person faces away from a mirror in hand. Oh, that's not very good with doodle, with drawing like with my finger, but whatever. Went along. I'm done. It's good. Let me see. And Marina puts the two sketches together and examined them closely. Who's in the sketch? If someone else did this, then maybe the silhouette is the owner of the notebook and a god in the ocean of memories. A god? The ocean of memories is full of emotions and beliefs, and some gods are born from consciousness and some from faith. And one was born from Mirana's people's love for styling. A belief based on styling, a god of styling. The notebook is full of styling stuff, and maybe they belong to this god. And where is this god now? I had no idea, and there was a period of time when things were chaotic, and a lot of gods went missing afterwards. It was probably the work of Aldrich, the god devourer. He probably invaded the world of Shining Nikki and ate them all. A breeze blows on the notebooks and flies through the pages, and in the deepest part of the archive, a door slowly opens and reveals a gap. The confused crew stands outside the door and watches the starlight behind the door. Where is this? A majestic sea of starlights behind the door, and a hallway star crosses the sea. I had never been here, and I never knew about this door. And let's take a look, Anne. And Marina is getting ready to go in, but Momo, with Momo right behind her, and Ella doesn't talk because it's deep inside. And Teresita, what do you think? It should we go inside? Go inside. Why not? The door is open because he wanted us to go in, and maybe we will find something. And let's go inside then. Nikki, Teresita, I'll go with you. And Momo, stay here and watch Marina for me. Why me? No way. And why do I have to be watched? I don't want to stay here. And be good, and we'll be out soon. A vast sea of starlights in front, and their trails intersect in the sky. And the stars glittering, and the stars turn into a river that flows into the sky. However, we heard, time seems to be passing quickly, and everything seems quiet and stable. And where are we? And I had no idea, and the writing looks soft, and you suddenly feel between you and the nose. Bone. I guess bone? Yeah, that looks like a typo. Look. Nikki points further down the corridor where the stars shine, and every track points to somewhere different. Maybe this is the fabled corridor of time. Corridor of time. Another secret location on the earth that I've only read about. And suppose you can travel to other dimensions through here, but I never found the exit until now. Is it because of Teresita and the notes? And maybe, look here. And I am poised to a page in the notebook. And it's a star shell with 5 stars, same as the one on the mirror and the other above the door of the corridor. Looks like the corridor of time is connected to this notebook too. And a hazy memory suddenly awakened, and the mirror in the hand, and the turbulent ocean, and the beach after the disaster. Teresita, are you alright? And the mirror, and the mind falls into a deep contemplation. It's like being suffocated in the sea of memories. I'm a little dizzy. I can feel the shaking. Maybe a storm is coming, so we should get out of here. And Anne opens the door to the corridor, and Momo is still arguing with Marina over the sketch. And a huge cloud appears above the arc, covering the aurora and the rainbow, and it feels extremely human. And the next instant, the ocean of memory becomes a turbulent monster. A storm is coming. Careful. Change it to something to protect yourself from the storm. something for our stormy weather. And I guess a trench coat. I guess let me see, get like an umbrella. Ella. And a ring. Alright. Ready for a rainy day.
Trust me.
What's happening? Nothing serious. The ocean of memory has been turbulent lately because of the goddess of desire. And the arc is affected. And the highways don't look like they are quieting down anytime soon, and the sound of the mirrors breaking comes from afar. It's the personality mirrors, and the gauges show that there was a fluctuation. And let's go take a look. The train goes towards the museum that houses the personality mirrors, and a huge cloud smothers the arc, and it feels like the sky is coming down and getting closer to the sea every second. And what's going on in this weather is scary, just like when we were in the near Royal City, and I hope it's not the goddess again. And the weather, we're almost here. And the train comes to a stop in front of the museum, but it's still shuddering in the storm. And the mirror in the museum lost its shine due to the fog. And violent waves shake up everything, and in the corner of the mirror cracks. Is it bad? Worse than I expected. The ocean is pulsating more than I thought, and we need to stop the mirrors from cracking. And Ian starts a program to repair the mirror. And is it working? And Ian shakes his head, and the crack on the mirror is still there. And another huge wave crashes against the ark. And maybe it's not the ark that's wrong, but the ocean, and maybe the dark consciousness of the goddess of desire still lingers. Or maybe what remains of it, but if we don't stop the waves, the mirrors will break. And Teresita, the star shot on your mirror is glowing. And the fire gems glow faintly on the violent ocean of memories, and the star shot is calm and serene. If the storm comes from what remains of the dark abyss consciousness, then maybe the starting power can soothe it. And Ian turns and looks at the mirror. And maybe this is some kind of guidance. And Nikki, try using starting power with Teresita. This is a record. Okie dokie. And now let's show front and back.
Every battle I'm in, victory is the only outcome.
The violent waves gradually calm down with a glow from the star shard and their styling power. And Aeon started the repair program for the mirror again. And Aeon, did you hear something singing? And I thought I did when I was in the garden. And there's no one else here, and what are you talking about? Come girl, come to Lake Silver Moon. Oh gosh, she's back. A familiar but weak voice. Here. And Nikki walks towards the mirror. It's Ashley. And her familiar figure appears in the mirror, almost stepping out of it, but she returns to the mirror after all. And the singing grows faint and eventually vanishes in the mirror with her shadow. And then you see that Alisana's reflection almost came out of the mirror. Has this happened before on the Ark? And yes, Alisana's reflection that lost their memory came out, but went back in after Aeon found their memories. And does that mean Ashley also lost her? She looks a little different. She looks a little different than before too. And Aeon furrows his brow. And what's on your mind? And she seems to have spawned her own shadow of memory. Shadow of memory. Occasionally, a very powerful designer's reflection can free itself from the mirror and become independent. But Ashley's reflection probably isn't there yet. And if she really did spawn a shadow, it might be because of something else. Achoo, excuse me. And Aeon touches his nose, embarrassed. Ha, and that was funny. Anyway, let's go back to our rooms. And Momo looks strange. In Marina's room, the fog dissipates and the skies open up, and Nikki is staring at the clouds contemplating. If Lilith became Lilith by treading Ashley's soul, does Ashley still exist? And maybe we saw a mirage and not a shadow of memory. And Nikki sounds deflated. And what's wrong, Nikki? And are you sad because you think Ashley isn't here anymore? I don't think she's gone, and part of her soul probably lives within Lilith. It's possible to lose your soul. Is it possible to lose your soul completely? And maybe Lilith only borrowed the demon's power and created another soul. And that's also possible. And based on the information we have, Ashley's shadow does live within Lilith. So if Ashley became an independent shadow of memory, will the Ashley inside Lilith disappear? No, shadow memories don't affect the original. Wait, the change in Ashley's reflection. Could it be the goddess of desire? Teresa means that the goddess of desire didn't get Ashley's soul, so Lilith left that part behind. That's possible too, and maybe it's even related to the storm. And the Ark is affected by many uncertainties in the ocean of memories. But the goddess of desire's influence are fading. And most of the gods came from beautiful consciousness, but the abyss and all the dark consciousness produce demons. And dark consciousness, and what do you mean? Like negative feelings, self-doubt, jealousy, destruction. Will they come to Mirrorland? It's possible, but the powers between the stars and the ocean always keep each other in check. And gods are always preserving the peace of the ocean of memories. And the power of the abyss is being controlled, but they might still invade Mirrorland via consciousness. And Aeon looks out of the window. And since from Mirrorland are behind the clouds, and Mirrorland, which has always felt far from the Ark, is much closer today. And more incredibly, the heart of the Ark starts glowing, and the rain beams becoming a bridge between the Ark and Mirrorland. A rainbow bridge. I've never seen one as big as this. Beautiful. And the color of the 5 gems, the lights from the heart of the Ark, and the bridge with the 5 colors. We've seen a lot of these 5 colors since Teresita woke up. And do they have anything to do with me? And very likely Teresita might have a stronger bond with this world, and maybe it wasn't a coincidence that Nikki awakened Teresita. And maybe both your minds now connected to the ocean of memory on a deeper level, so you were able to come to the Ark. And Ian stops, and perhaps all of this means is a new mission. The rainbow lights shine even brighter under the open sky, and everything seems to look up. And what does he mean by a new mission? And Leon said that the heart of the eye what got us to a new mission, but he didn't do with Teresita. And who has heard Leon is talking about a new direction? And Momo looks over and then looks at Leon. And I think so too. And the star shine in the notebook is the same as the one on Teresita's mirror, and the other notes are related to Mirrorland. The secrets behind the notes must be in Mirrorland, and we have to find them. And the beautiful rainbow bridge is leading the way. Aeon stares at the ghetto heart with furrowed brow, and his thoughts are soaring towards the memories with the rainbow. The heart of the Ark already told you the answer you wanted. And don't forget your duty. Don't forget your duty, Leonie said. And Aeon, are you afraid of the order on the Ark collapsing? And Aeon looks down at the devices, and based on the data, the Ark's operation have been upgraded. I am scared that if I go to Mirrorland, I might bring what? And Aeon doesn't continue, and he flips a switch, and is surprised by the changes in the Ark's power. And it shows that the power between the Ark and the Mirrorland are in balance, meaning the ocean of memories will not overflow. And what are you worried about still? And the heart of the Ark already told us what to do. When the light of the 5 colors come together, the Ark will sail in a new direction. And maybe the new mission means going to Mirrorland to uncover the new secrets. And let's go, Nikki and Teresita, and I want to watch the fireworks in Mirrorland. And Marina picks up her skateboard. And let's see what the heart of the Ark says. And sounds good. And let's put on something fresh. Alright, that looks fresh with a PH. And I say front and back, and off we go.
I see the causes of the world with my eyes.
The five-color bridge sits between the Ark and Mirrorland, like the first rainbow seen by the survivors of the flood. The Gate of Heart is in the middle of the bridge and connecting the two worlds, and the soft light signifies a bright future. And the wind carries a strange yet familiar. And I thought I heard Leonid again and telling me to go to the beginning of everything. And did I forget something? Teresita's memories and powers are dormant because something happened, but they were awakened in the Royal City. And these powers and memories need to be rediscovered in Mirrorland. And the lies in the hazy memories, the power within, and meeting Nikki, and everything points to Leonid. I still think I'm just a normal person, even though I'm being summoned to Mirrorland. Am I important? Can I do this? Teresita. And even though this world chooses you, you can still make your own choices. And we're with you. They get on the bridge and look towards the Gate of Heart, and under the sun, Mirrorland lies on the other side of the gate. And under the sea, the giant heart prism is still shining smoothly, and the heart of the ark looks fine. And that is where the light is supporting the bridge comes from. And Ian walks up to the heart of the ark, and he closes his eyes and touches the heart for a moment. And the world didn't stop, no darkness overwhelmed him, and no storms raged on the sea, and the heart responds with tender waves. And Ian opens his eyes, and he has the answer he wanted. Are you ready, Ian? And he nods. And if the ark has a new mission, I will complete it. And let's go to the Gate of Heart. The white light fades and the sound of the tidal waves grows louder. And there is a beach at the end of the bridge, and the white sand looks dry and soft, and seagulls lazily lace by the shore. And Marina descends from the bridge first and stepping onto the sand carefully. But she soon discovers something more interesting and starts chasing the seagulls around. And Ian looks down at where the rainbow meets the sand and takes his final step. The sand beneath his feet is clean and soft, and standing on the beach, he feels dizzy. And maybe it's because of all of the time he spent on the ark and he's not used to standing on land. Ian, come on. And Marina is already far away, but Ian hasn't moved. And he looks back in the direction of the ark, or is he looking at the ocean? On the other side of the bridge, the surface of the ocean of memory is calm and the sky is spotless. And the wind carries the sound of the city to Ian. And stop looking, and it's not like we can go back, get over here. And he's still in a daze, this must be new to him. And Ian smiles and catches up. The city and the sea and the wind here seem to have a unique taste, and there's nothing like the ocean of memories. And we've been traveling through Maryland for a while now, and Teresita, but how does it feel to be here physically? It feels familiar, and the wind that blows in Maryland is just like I imagined. And the breeze kisses the soft beach, and while the seagulls soar in the sky, and the waves greet the sun, which shines softly. And under the sun they hear Marina's voice full of joy and wonder. Momo, come and help me catch the crab. Slow down, Marina. And Marina is running around bare feet and kicking up a sand in Momo's direction. Haha, Momo, you look like a lost goose. And this is great, isn't it? And Marina can finally visit Mirrorland, and I can finally see you, Teresita. And it's calm peaceful by the beach, and Ian closes his eyes to savor everything and reliving the memories of the past. And let's go to the near Royal City tomorrow, and I wonder if anything has happened to that place. And we need to look good, and I love those near dresses. Alright, let's rush on and back.
Come on. I'll present.
The near Royal City looks beautiful as ever, and the panels are still up, but all of Lily's posters have been taken down. And colored streets and houses are still there, and surrounded by workers wearing Mercury Group uniform. And how about the near special and 30% off for a limited time? And this voice is you. And I remember you, young lady, and 25% off for you. And how about you, Mr. A map? And the outside is glued to the pedestal of merchandise, and he reaches into his pocket but comes up with nothing. Sorry, I don't have any Maryland currencies on me. And the merchant looks at him funny. And Nikki, this map looks different than it did last time. And the red rose on the map is gone, and here, I'll take one. Thank you, and I haven't sold anything in days. And the tourists all went to CCA for the idol concerts after the elections. Anyway, come back if you need anything. And opens the map, and the Crimson Rose is gone, and roads and tourist spots are all under construction are marked. And one of the buildings in the city center still has working screen, right? And you mean the one over there? And the glass walls of the top building ahead are glowing, and the mark of Mercury Group is at the top. And the huge building looks like there's a lot of fun stuff in there. That's a huge building. It looks like there's a lot of good food in there. And don't talk like me. And the huge screen on the wall is playing TV show, and the rhythm music echoes throughout the empty streets. And the annual CC Idol concert is coming, and we'll pick up the most perfect idol after many grueling rounds. And yes, it's just candidate looks great, and they're so pretty. And with that voice on, your hair looks great, and are you going to CC for the contest? Me, sense, but no. And in that case, can I ask you and your friends too about styling? Out of nowhere. And I want to join the contest, but I don't know what to wear or to be noticed, and I want to learn from you.
The white lace on the hem is just like white weight.
Let's show front and back.
This time I'll change.
Okay, told me about to I started on the live streaming stuff because I was taking photos of dolls. I started to just like the photos of my dolls in fancy dresses. They're in my Artsy Sister website, but I also made shorts of the photo shoot, so you can just check that out in my YouTube channel if you prefer the little videos and whatnot. getting close to the end of this chapter. Got it, and you have a great taste. And they say you can have a perfect aesthetic standard as long as you hang out with Momo, and it's true. And everyone's attention turns back to the idols on the screen, and the news continues. And as the most recent idol contest, the CCR contest is now the most watched program, and Lilith, the queen of Nenier, will crown the winner herself. And on the screen, the girls are dancing and smiling, and the pink gem on one of the 5 of the mirrors suddenly starts glowing, and Ian looks at his watch, which shows anomalies in the northwest. An energy not so different from Teresita has appeared. Me, is that what the gem on the mirror is glowing? Yes, but I'm not sure what triggered it. It doesn't have anything to do with the girls on the screen, and they are in Cecia, and this is the idol contest in Cecia. And the match of Cecia is in northwest of Ninier. And I guess that's where we're going next, Teresita. And on the screen, a girl with pigtails stands in the middle of the stage and winks to the camera. If you're a girl that wants to make a big, come to Cecia, and the stage is waiting for you. A boat floats on the smooth surface of the sea with all of the stars reflected on it as it sails into the sky. And the trains move rapidly, leaving brilliant streaks behind, and every star is whispering to someone. And the man with the silver hair on the platform looks up at the sky, and then he writes something down. And he finds a special star that just woken up from the darkness, but already shining on its own. And Leonard holds out his hand, and the star spins at the tip of his finger, and dust falls to his palm as it. And the star glows in fires of light, flower blooming in the night breeze. We'll meet again, and the light of the star glows in response. And Leonard picks up his notebook and flips to the new page, and the Trail of Destiny is on the move again. The battle in Ninier used to place a few days ago, and the dark tides are just retreating. And there are clouds in the sky above the arc, and the aurora of the edge of the sky surrounds the stars furthest away. And it looks brilliant from the window. So bored. And Marina doesn't care about the view, and she just wants someone to play with her. And she gets on her skateboard and speeds down the long corridor and passing through the windows with the beautiful views. And what is Ian doing? And she gets on the train to find Ian, but he's not at all on the archive, and she couldn't find him at the museum either. And if he's not in the lab, he must be. Hey! And she sees him by the gate of heart before the train arrives at the station. And 2 familiar figures stand next to him. And Nikki, Momo. And she wants to jump from the train and run to them. And you're here. And she's just about to greet them when she senses that something is amiss. And what's wrong? And Nikki looks tired and worried. I'm fine. And you still can't sense Teresita. I can't, but the link is very weak. And Teresita, who's Teresita? A very, very important friend of Nikki's. And Marina feels bad for asking them to hang out because they all look so busy. And Marina, we might stay a little longer this time, and when Teresita wakes up, I'll introduce you. And let's try to wake up Teresita then. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Keeps changing dresses when nothing is waking her up. Alright, now front and back, and off we go. Marina picks up her skateboard and gets ready to go back to her place, and she has already seen Nikki like this, and as far as she can remember, Nikki has always had a sweet smile. I hope she cheers up soon, and she slows down when she thinks about not being able to play with them or spend time with them. Ouch. And she's almost tripped because she was deep in thought. But it looks like Nikki and Momo might stay longer this time, and there's plenty of time left, and then maybe they can play together tomorrow. As the skateboard travels further down the Gate of Heart, the conversation between Nikki and Aeon fades, and Marina keeps turning around to look at them, and what's going on in Mirrorland, and how serious is it? And Marina gets on the train and stares into the blue sky. An idea flashes through her mind, and since Aeon's not around, can I go to the Mirror of the World? And Aeon rarely uses the Mirror of the World unless it's for work, so he doesn't let Marina go there often. And looks like Aeon is going to be at the Gate of Heart, so they won't be paying attention to the Marina. And Marina stops the train and pulls her skateboard away. And she walks into the hall where the Mirror of the World is, but a clear door blocks the way. And a complex program is running on the computer next to the door. And this is a difficult equation. And Marina takes out her brush and sketches the gap in the door. And she pulls out her tablet and adds a few strokes to the paper, and the computer stops and clears the door. It opens. There it is. And she pulls down the skateboard and glides towards the Mirror of the World, and the door closes behind her a few moments later. And the Mirror of the World shows Marina scenes from Mirrorland and from the deserts to the forest. And then Nikki comes directly from Ninier. And the Mirror of the World glows faintly and then shows the sun above Ninier Royal City with emergency broadcast in the back. And we're doing our best to settle the victims of the quake, and please dial the hotline if you have an emergency. There was an earthquake in Ninier, and there are a lot of pedestrians in the mirror, and a couple of cleaning crew are sweeping up the petals on the ground. And the Mirror of the World changes its angles, and Marina looks it with curiosity, and a huge crash comes on screen. And I guess the bottom in Ninier looked like it went through an earthquake, and the collapsed statues and houses are everywhere. And another facet of the Mirror of the World starts glowing, and Marina walks over and sees the palace, and the slumbering queen sees open her eyes, and a mysterious power comes through the mirror. And Marina takes the train of the heart. And Nikki, come check this out. And what is it? And what's going on? You better take a look at this cliché. I guess you're front and back, and I forgot.
I see the causes of the world with my eyes.
Aeon stays at the ghetto hard to monitor the data while Marina takes Nikki to the mirror of the world. And what's wrong, Marina? Look. And she points to the queen on the screen. Is this Lilith? And the queen looks a little lazy and she looks around only sees her attendant. You're awake, your majesty. It's you, and where's Nightbane? Nightbane, there is no one with this name. And Lily looks like she's trying to remember something, but her mind draws a blank. I need to go outside. No, your majesty, you need to rest. And the attendant's tone is completely different than before and probably does not want Lilith to see what's happened. Yeah. And the queen doesn't show any emotions and just flashes her signature smile. But I will go outside. Any questions? And Lily walks out of her bedroom. And the attendants are no longer there, and the hallway looks empty. And your majesty. And her attendant catches her up to her, and Lily stops, and she seems to have remembered something. I need to see my cabinet. Summon them. They are busy. And Lily fixes her gaze upon the attendant. I want them to come see me right now, and I think they will not decline, or will they? And the attendant wants to say something, but instead bows and disappears. And what is she trying to hide? And in her meeting room, your majesty, you are? Lily looks at the people in the room and suspicious, and did she lose her memory, or does she really not know them? Your majesty, the last cabinet has been disbanded. Disbanded, why? And she's still smiling. And they were inept and couldn't prevent the disaster that happened. And she feels dizzy when she hears the word disaster. And we will do a better job than the last cabinet, your majesty. And they kiss her hand like they are appreciating a finely made doll. Your majesty, the Mercury group is sending us a lot of aid after the disaster hit. And please be assured that the cabinet will work with Mercury group to restore order. And it's time for you to visit the victims, your majesty. And Mercury restore victims. And her mind is overwhelmed by all of the information she was just exposed to. A maid that seems to be working for someone else, a new cabinet full of strangers, and the place became a maze with no exit during her sleep. Right. And Lily doesn't say anything else, and maybe she's already scheming something. Your majesty, rumor has it that some of the citizens are not happy about how the government handled the disaster. Don't worry, I will bring happiness to the near kingdom. And the corners of her mouth curve outward, and her eyes glisten with beauty. And then you forget, just keep your eyes on me, and you'll be blessed. What is this, Nikki? And Marina calls out to Nikki and interrupts her. And the image on the mirror of their world comes to a halt. And there seems to be a standing power within the mirror, and could it be Lilith? front and back.
Will you trust me?
Nikki and Marina go back to the hall. And Nikki, is Mirna still in danger? No, it's resolved, and what you saw was some of the aftermath of the danger. I feel like I've seen the great petals in the museum with the personality mirrors. And the garden flashes through her mind, and Marina recalls seeing great petals. Great petals, and will you take me to the mirror, Marina? And she nods and takes Nikki to the train. In the museum, the lights reflect from the mirrors, shine on one another. And Nikki was passage mirror to catch glimpses of the story from within. In which mirror do you see the great petals? And Marina points to the mirror in the corner. A dark light shines from it. I am pleased to see you again, and this is going to be a very important meeting. And the voice from the mirror is a familiar one. Could this be? And Nikki walks up to the mirror. Nightbane. And the wings in the mirror open slightly, and the great petals by his feet look like ashes after a fire. I will protect you, Nikki. And thank you, here in the abyss now, and this should be his design of reflection only. Please allow me the humble pleasure to hold your hand and guide you to the strange magical world in the mirror. And watch out, the design of reflection has styling power. Well, the new Infinite Nikki takes place not in Mirrorland, but in Mirrorland. So, I guess maybe Nightbane takes her there. Alright, let's show front and back.
Every battle I'm in, victory is the only outcome.
I didn't encourage them to do anything. I just let them follow their nature. The demon in the mirror starts moving after the one last utterance. The goddess of desire once said that as long as the insatiable desire remains, they, Nikki talks to herself, recalling a recent memory. And one night, Ben and the Goddess of Desire come back. I don't think so, and I mean you defeated him so easily just now. I think Nightmare will be gone for a long time. But you'll defeat the Goddess of Desire once already, and they can't win even if they come back, right? And Marina looks at Nikki happily, and she hasn't hung out with Nikki for a long time. Something still's happening at the Gate of Heart, and should we go back? Yes, I'll go anywhere you want. And Ian is still monitoring the data at the Gate of Heart. And how is Teresita? And Teresita's stabilizing, but might take some more time to actually wake up. And thank you so much, Ian. Alright. And 7 days later, in the near Royal City, and the entire place is being rebuilt in order, and the statues that fell in the battle have been erected again. And under Lilith's leadership, citizens have gone back to their lives. And what are we having for dinner? And we just had lunch, Momo. And Nikki and the rest of the group are enjoying their afternoon sun in the corner of the park. And I'm still not full, and we're almost done here, and we'll be going to Cicia tomorrow. And how do you like it here, Teresita? I'm finding it just fine. And Marina, who's been painting next to them, suddenly starts shaking her brush. I think my brush is out of ink, or is it broken? And Ian takes the brush and shakes it carefully. And something wrong? It's probably not the brush. Then what is it? And I've been experiencing something similar, and my devices sometimes go nuts for no reason. Let's call it the bad intention of inanimate objects. When like machine just decide to act up for no reason. Ian pulls out his gadget and places it next to Marina's brush. Our tools have been acting erratic lately, and I'm guessing it's because we're not in the Ark. Then what do we do? I mean, you just got here. And let's see what happens, and we might have to go back once though. I guess you can just leave the Ark whenever you want. But there must be a reason why you couldn't leave it. Even though we're in Maryland, our actions are somehow limited. Anyway, right now we need to help Teresita find clues on Cicia. And anyway, right now we need to go to Cicia and find clues for Teresita. And the safety of you and Marina is incredibly important, and we can look for clues later. Yes, Teresita, Momo and I. Ian smiled and pets Marina on the head. And are you done with that painting? And should we get you another brush? Sure. And Momo takes a look at Marina's canvas. And even though she was out of ink, and the stuttering watercolor gives it a different kind of beauty. I actually like it, and hey guys, check this out. And the last stroke really gives it a nice layer feel. And should we use the painting as inspiration and start a styling battle? Any excuse to like to start a styling battle. Alright, so let's see. It's a nice blue dress. Or something fanciful for the can't forget the makeup. What is a nice blue. And we're done, front and back. And let's do the styling battle.
I'll present you with the most beautiful dream.
And that was the last mission of Shiny Nikki for this chapter. And we're gonna do chapter 2 on the next time I stream Shiny Nikki. Please give a like and subscribe if you like that I'm reading you all of the cutscenes of this game. And bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco de su sister and we're doing Shiny Nikki. Well, first the sound test. Like I'm doing like a little plot, like there's a special event today and I'm gonna be doing the plot of it. And I'll be reading all of this stuff. Alright, down. Alright, so that's the end of that sound test. The Bazaar experimental area is empty, and on the table, a hastily written note explains the emergency that just happened. Nikki, there's been a fluctuation in the ocean of memories, and my brother and I need to check it out, and the painting on the table is a gift for you. I think you'll love it. Such a straightforward gift, but it's very much Marina style, and she's quite confident in her gift, isn't she? Let's see what it is. And the arrow sign on the note points to a scroll nearby, and Nikki unwraps it, revealing an exquisitely detailed painting. And the painting shows elegant pavilions and detailed flora and fauna, and the figures' expressions are so vivid that they seem ready to step off the canvas. Wow, such a beautiful scroll. It clearly took a lot of effort. Well done, Marina, and you earn my forgiveness. It's lifelike. I wonder what place this depicts. And this painting is of the Grand View Garden. The Grand View Garden? Yes, the characters are dressed so iconically, and I recognize them immediately. And it's from the 1987 adaptation of Crimson Dreams that aired on TV. I haven't seen the whole thing, but I'm always heard it's meticulously made and fantastic. I loved that series when I was little, and while my parents were at work, Jojo and I would watch it on TV, and we watched it so many times I learned the theme song. And every scene on the show is a work of art, and crafted with such care that it feels like stepping into the world of Crimson Dreams. While hearing Nikki talk like that makes me curious, and I'd like to step into the world. Oh! And suddenly the desk begins to tremble, and before anyone can react, the scroll on the desk closes softly, and the light envelops everyone, pulling them into the painting. After a moment of dizziness, Nikki and her friends find themselves in a splendid hall lit by candles and filled with a fragrant mist, and with every piece of furniture finely crafted and antique. What just happened? It seems we were sucked into Marina's painting. At the center of the house is a dignified elderly lady with silver hair, lazily chatting with her three beautiful young women beside her, beads in hand. No one in the hall pays any attention to Nikki and her group, who suddenly appear. It's strange, no one seems to see us. And suddenly the elderly lady on the couch turns her gaze towards where Nikki and the others are standing. Hello, ma'am, and we seem to have wandered here by accident, and can you tell us where we are? The lady doesn't respond, and her eyes look past them towards the door, filled with hopeful anticipation. It looks like she's waiting for someone. Waiting for someone. Oh, I know where we are. This must be the rocking hall from the Crimson Dreams, and she must be Lady Jai. And the setup is exactly like the one in the TV show. And we're actually stepping into the world of the Crimson Dreams series. Suddenly, the voice buzzes at the door, and the curtain lifts, and a noble woman enters with a frail young girl, followed by a group of maids. Lady Jai sits on the couch and lights up with joy, and invites the young girl to sit beside her. That you come sit next to your grandmother, and since your aunt and sisters aren't dining here, and being a distant guest, and you should sit here. And reluctantly, the girl thanks her and sits down, joined by her three sisters. Dayu, that's a beautiful name that matches her delicate nature perfectly. Yes, she's Lin Dayu, the elderly lady is her grandmother. And is she here just visiting? Not exactly. She's here because her mother passed away and Lady Jai brought her here to take care of her. And sadly her father will also pass on and then she'll have to stay in Jai's household permanently. It's sad, but at least the old lady seems to treat her well. While Lady Jai does on Dayo, living in a house of Dayo is not the same as being at home. And Nikki at Dayo's reflecting on the furniture of the anxiety and sighing softly. Losing parents so young and having to leave home, that must be tough. As they chat, Lady Jai and her sister start their dinner, and each moment graceful with hardly any sound of the utensils clashing. And Madame Wang sits at the end of the table not eating, while the younger one, Si Fei and Li Wang, stand behind Lady Jai. And why are the sisters Feng and the others eating, and why do they have to stand and serve instead? It looks so exhausting. In ancient times, etiquette was strict and filial piety was taken seriously. Younger people had to serve their elders with great respect, and the expectations were even more stricter for married women. Is there also a rule that they must sit still after eating? Huh? And suddenly everyone at the table puts down their bowls and chopsticks and sits quietly, and the maids stand still with utensils as if they have stopped. And as the three women wander the scene, a familiar voice calls out above. Nikki, Momo, Teresita, can you hear me? Marina, we're inside your painting. Oh no, the ocean of memories affected the painting. Wow, and what's going on? And this painting was generated from the Crimson Dreams TV series, a world that was supposed to function perfectly. And I didn't expect it to still be influenced by the ocean of memories after turning into a painting. Now your intrusion has caused the Crimson Dream world to deviate from its course, causing the plot to freeze. You'll get stuck. It looks like we're already stuck, and what do we do now? We need to correct the deviation so the world can continue as per the TV series. Nikki, Teresita, this is where you come in. And let me see, the props are out of order in this scene, and we can sort this out. And Nikki, do you remember what happens next in this scene? I remember after Yen family meal, the first thing served was a teacup. But since the Lin Fan family usually waits well before drinking tea after the meal, that you found it unusual. And at the Yan residence, the first cup of tea after the meal is actually for rinsing your mouth. The scene is still frozen, and let's try to figure this scene out. After dining at the Yan mansion, what was served first? Rinsing with fragrantine, now that was a luxury. And after rinsing, they used water from the golden basin for washing hands. A real display of wealth, wouldn't you say? And the scene is still frozen, and let's try to figure this out. After washing, they'll dry their hands with silk handkerchiefs. And once the props are correctly arranged, everyone elegantly completes the rinsing and the washing routine. And Lady Jai warmly takes Darius by the hand, and they leave the dining area to chat in the flower hall. Phew, great, everything's moving along nicely. And can we leave the Crimson Dreams world now? Not just yet. I detected all the things that are off, and if we don't fix them, the TV series won't reach its proper conclusion. And are you ready? Let's move on to the next scene. When the scene comes into focus again, Nikki and her friends find themselves in a garden dotted with pavilions and lush green hills. And the garden is stunning with beautiful flowers and clear skies, and sadly because of the plot disruption, everything is unusually still, and there is no sign of wildlife. And this must be the newly constructed Grand View Garden. And what a grand name, and the Yap family must be very rich. And this garden was built as a retreat for the imperial concubine, Yang Jianshu's visit, and a matter closely tied to the imperial prestige. And among the frozen figures is a group of men, and the leader commanding respect with his beard, seemingly caught in a breeze. And a young man in brocade assisting and looking both respectful and slightly fearful, and others around them appear overly flattering. And this looks like the scene where Bao Yu is supposed to inscribe couplets in the Grandview Garden. His surname is Jai, so he must be. Bao Yu is the protagonist of the Crimson Dreams and Lady Jai's favorite grandson. and the stern man is his father, Jiang Shen, and the rest are relatives and associates from the Jia household. Jia Baoyu, and seems a bit scared of Jiang Shen, and his expression reminds me of Xi Jiayu's being nervous about exam. And it probably feels just like an exam to him, especially since his episode is titled Testing Talents in the Grand View. Look, there are couplets Jia Baoyu wrote. Ahead over the crystal clear stream stands a white stone bridge topped with pavilions named Shedding Jet as inscribed on the central plaque, and a couple hands on the corridor of the columns, and the upper line remains, but the lower line is missing. It seems some text is missing, and let's see, yes, it's missing indeed. And Teresita, let's work together to correct this, and then everything should be back to normal. The remaining upper line is whittled around and borrow 3 poles of green, and let's find the matching lower line. The lower line is flowers across the shower carry the same scent, and willows around the embark borrow 3 poles of flowers across the shore carry the same scent, and that's beautiful. And with the right lines restored, life returns to the Grand View Garden, and flowers rustle and birds sing, and the gardens bustle with life. And Yashen resumes leading his guests to the garden and passing a green hill and the spot a road of yellow mud walls. Inside the walls, apricots blossom and shade-thatched cottages with a well and farmlands nearby, and truly a pastoral scene. And here I feel the pull of the farmer's life, and gentlemen, please suggest a name. And why not Apricot Flower Village? And though Apricot Flower Village has a nice ring, and it clashes with the main village name, and let's think of another. And the old poem says, red apricots hang a wine flag, and so about apricot corners in sign for the plague. And if we use apricot flower, it should sound cliche. An ancient poem goes, a thatched gate by the water carries the fragrance of rice flowers, so let's call it Rice Flower Village. And as soon as Yao Banyo finishes, the guests applaud his suggestion, praising his cleverness. And Jansen, however, scowls and begins to scold Yao Banyo. Fool, you know a few old scholars and remember a few poems, and you dare to show off in front of your elders? And Yashen then storms off, and leaving Yao Banyo looking dejected and silent. I think Yao Banyo's suggestions are wonderful, and so many references are also fitting, and why is Yashen so harsh? Yashen doesn't want Yoyo to get too complacent. Yashen might be worried that all of the praise will go to Yanjo's head. And after all, these guests flatter Ya's family constantly and praise everything Bayo says. And another reason might be that Bayo doesn't apply his talents in the proper way Yanshen expects, so he may always be satisfied with him. Well, sometimes there are people that you can't please regardless of how hard you try. What do you mean by proper? In the world of Crimson Dreams, the accepted norm is that a man should pass the imperial exams and earn prestigious position. But Banyu isn't interested in that, and Banyu wants to follow his heart, but that just makes others see him as rebellious. And it seems being true to oneself is never easy regardless of the era. And as they chat, Marina's voice again comes from outside the painting. Great news, the deviation has been successfully corrected and bringing you one step closer to success. Great, let's keep going. The scenery shifts quickly, and suddenly one of the vibrant flowers begins to fade, and the red petals fall like a mournful rain. And this is the flower fall, and they scatter all over the sky, and the scene that you see during her flower burial. This segment that use burying flowers, and it's a classic in Crimson Dreams. And Nikki, your outfit has become so beautiful, and it matches the scenery perfectly. Yes, in the TV series that you wear this while burying the flowers. And I guess your emotions resonate with the character, which is why this outfit has appeared. And moments ago the garden was splendid, but now it looks desolate. And the Ya family can no longer afford to maintain the Grandview Garden splendor because of their declining fortunes. And since it's Daya's flower warrior, why haven't we seen her yet? It looks like there's a mix-up with the lines, and Nikki, do you remember the point Lin Yo recites in this scene? Teresita, let's find the poem that best fits right now. Which could it be? The angel recites the lament of the fallen flowers here. And with the poems in play, the plot progresses smoothly, and at the end of the path, a delicate figure approaches in thy youth. And in just a few years, the youth has become so thin and delicate that even her clothes seem too heavy for her. And her brows are slightly furrowed, and her eyes are filled with tears, and her face shows nothing but deep sadness. And holding an embroidered pouch and a small hoe, that you walked softly to the flower sea and while softly reciting a poem. And flowers falling scattered all over the sky, and who will more their fading scent, and fragile trees to the center pavilion, and like petals touch the embroidered curtain. And Dio picks up the petals before her and gently places them in her pouch. And as in a breeze stirs the last petal, which scatter across the sky and carried away by the cold winds of the late spring. And Dio gazes at the falling flowers in a daze, and her expression growing more sorrowful. Amid the restless passing of the day, how long can beauty last? Once lost is hardly found again. It's so beautifully sad. And the Lament of the Fallen Flowers is a classic, but sometimes I wish it had never been written. If it hadn't been, perhaps you wouldn't have experienced so much turmoil and wouldn't be shedding these tears. Isn't she crying over the withering flowers? More than that, the youth is mourned for her own fate, and she feels as adrift and unsupported as these fallen flowers. And even in the young mansion, she often endures complaints and neglect, but has to bear it silently. No wonder she looks more worn, and that you is strong and doesn't want to burden others, and her suffering is often overlooked, and eventually she chooses only to express her emotions whenever she's unseen. Every character in the Crimson Dream follows a natural logic in their actions, and that's part of what makes Crimson Dreams a classic. And as a speed that you has already dug a shallow grave with her hoe, and she places the sealed pouch filled with fallen flowers into it before gently covering it with a handful of yellow soil. And she occasionally stops to dab away tears from her handkerchief. And where does the soul of a flower go when it dies? Better to place those beautiful remains in a sealed pouch buried in pure soil, free from the world's corruption. Born pure and pure shall they return, untouched by the filth of the world. And today I bury these fallen flowers, but who will bury me when my time comes? And they laugh at my foolishness now, and burying flowers with such care, but who will be there to bury me? And more adrift, flowers are swept up by the wind and disappearing into the distance, and their fate unknown. And the sparrows shift and fly away, and do they remember last year's blooms, and next year new flowers will surely make them forget today's fallen petals. And only the youth watches the drifting petals, and her tears fall quietly in moisture in the lovely branches at her side. And the petals blanket the air, obscuring vision in melancholic wind of spring, and the youth's voice reciting poetry slowly fades. The scene changes again, and the phoenix tail sways, and the dragons whisper gently, and green bamboo shades and a silver red glass window that emits a faint medicinal scent. This seems to be where the you lives. And Nikki, your outfit has changed again, and it's beautiful. This outfit looks like something by your word to chase butterflies during the Grain in the Ear festival. Chasing butterflies with a fan, and from my experience, you can't catch butterflies with a fan. You need a net. Haha, Momo, you seem quite experienced, but you didn't know that. Didn't Nikki mention that Chen Bayu is also very well read? Yes, but she knows very little beyond her books, and she spent a lot of effort conforming to societal expectations. After her father's death, and with a brother who only pursues pleasures, she had to mature quickly to help her mother support her family. And in other Crimson Dreams, it's really only in this butterfly chasing scene that Bayou briefly lets go societal demands. And everyone gathers on the shelter walkway, and whenever the drizzle outside taps gently on the bamboo, creating a melancholic sound, and inside they hear Dayu coughing. And Dayu seems really sick, and has anyone come to visit her? This should be the part where Bayou visits Dayu, but Bayou hasn't arrived yet, and could it also be a prop error here, and what could it be? Something doesn't seem off. And Nikki looks at the plaque above the door and the inscription is missing. It looks like we need to restore the correct name of Linda Youth resident, and what should it be? Linda You lives in the Xiaoxiang Pavilion, and this is also where her nickname Fairy of Changyu comes from. Once the correct name is restored, the storyline starts flowing again, and a young lady in pink, assisted by a maid, braves the rain to visit Yu. And the visitor is Su Baoxi, and seeing Yu severely ill, she thoughtfully brings her medicine and tea and wipes the sweat from her forehead and suggests ways to treat her illness. In my opinion, you should drink porridge made with top quality bird nests and rock sugar every morning, and it is more nutritious than medicine. And as I talk, Yu coughs again, and her complexion is pale, and she grieves by your hand and sighs deeply. You've always been kind, and I used to think you had ulterior motives, but I was wrong. And since falling ill, you have seen much indifference in the household, and now with by your genuine care, she finally opens up. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, I'll be here for you, and tell me what troubles you have, and I can help however I can. And Basho lowers her head and seemingly lost in her thought and sighs deeply. I do have a brother, as you know, and just my mother, and so I suppose I'm a bit better off than you in a way. We share the same struggles. And you're right, sometimes it's better to keep things simple. And I have some bird nest soup over there, and the maid's prepared it, and it's convenient and won't cause a fuss. And how does that sound? And through the glass window, everyone sees Shu Basho confidently in Dao Yu, and it's a touching sight. Even I feel a bit moved by Basho's words. Basho has always excellent in social interaction, whether it's her nature, a way to manage relationships, or just following etiquette. But I believe Basho truly empathizes with Dao Yu right now, and they're both talented girls, yet confined by their circumstances. At the moment, she's not composed, Sister Bao, but her truest self, and I'm free like when she's chasing butterflies. As night deepens and bright lanterns start across the sky and shuddering back and forth in the grand view, and doors open and close and the girls gather somewhere in the garden, chatting quietly. Nikki, Teresita, Mama, great news, the plot holes are nearly fixed and you'll be out soon. And why aren't you responding? Are you not pleased? I'm not sure why, but I feel empty inside and a bit sad, and it must be what sadness feels like. And maybe it's because we're experiencing so many sad, helpless stories. Cheer out, the last scene seems very lively, and it's their party. And they're heading to Jabajo's courtyard for his birthday party, the floral banquet. A floral banquet sounds like a party full of flowers. Okay, let's join in. In the Jiangsu courtyard, the girls are cheerfully gathering around a large table set up on the warm hang. And Jinbayo has thoughtfully placed cushions to keep the frail, cold-sensitive Yu comfortable against the warm hall. After everyone is settled in, Qingwen arrives with a bamboo tool carved with exquisite flower names, and she sets it on the table, and suddenly everyone freezes in place. They start moving. It looks like there is an issue with the props. This bamboo tool contains sticks for a flower naming game, and it's still bearing a flower and a poem and a drink command. And each poem describes a flower, and it seems that there's a mix-up with the flowers and their corresponding poem. And let's see, the poem for the peony stick is incorrect. And what should the correct poem be? The peony corresponds to red apricots leaning against the clouds by the sun. This line describes an apricot blossoms, and the peony should correspond to, even if indifferent, it still captivates. Once the correct poem is aligned with the peony, the previous stop banquet bursts back into life. And Xinjiang shares the dice cup to choose who draws the next stick based on the number rolled, and it turns out to be Shu Basho is up first. And with a smile, Basho shakes the bamboo tool and draws a stick decorated with a striking peony label, crowning beauty. It's fitting that Miss Basho pairs with the peony, and let's all toast to the Queen of Flowers. And everyone laughs and drinks, and after a few rounds, a song from Fang Wan, and it's Dayu's turn to draw. and then he reaches out and draws a stick, and it depicts a hibiscus with the words clear sorrow in wind and dew, and the accompanying poem reads, blame yourself rather than the east wind. And note, enjoy one drink and another will be offered to the peony. Remembering Basho's earlier draw of the peony, everyone chuckles and agreeing that this hibiscus stick suits Daoshi perfectly and no one else. Encouraged by the mood, even the youth smiles, and Baoshi raises her glass and the toast from the opposite end of the table, following the instructions of the stick. So the flower banquet refers to these girls, who bloom like flowers in their beauty and vivacity. This drinking game looks so fun, and the flower sticks are beautiful, and the poems are lovely, and I want to try too. The blossoms herald another spring. Oh. The flower sticks are indeed beautiful, but the poems are actually quite sad. Do these poems have any deeper meaning? Each poem hints at the fate awaiting these girls. And after tonight, much like the flowers on the sticks, they too will scatter. I thought it was a happy feast, but it turns out to be the beginning of another tragedy. Actually, Crimson Dream starts by saying it's a story where 1,000 beauties cry, a united sorrows are shared. Despite their amoral quality, these girls don't get the happy endings they deserve, and maybe in this era all is predestined. And Nikki and the others fall silent amidst the laughter and the revelry of the feast, and feeling the heavy weight of the unknown fate. And in the painting, the girls continue to drink, joke, and laugh until late in the night, and the youth tired leans on one's shoulder, and the girls reluctantly end the party. And as the last loophole is successfully fixed, Nikki and her friends successfully exit the Crimson Dream World and return to the Ark. Welcome back. Mama, why so glum? I wish I hadn't corrected the points on those flower sticks, but then you wouldn't have been able to leave. But if the Crimson Dream's world had frozen, they would have remained in that happiest moment of the flower banquet forever. A destined ending can be changed, but having the courage to face one's fate is something worthy of praise. Sometimes tragedy has more powerful impact than comedies. And sometimes I can't help but wonder what these characters would be like if they lived in Mirrorland. Imagine that their talents and personalities free from the constraints of their era. They'll surely shine bright and maybe even becoming idols for many. Nikki, now you got me intrigued. What if? Stop, though I can't predict what will happen if they came to Mirrorland, and I'm quite sure Marina will cause a lot of trouble. But even if we can't change the ending, we can relive their stories and their highs and lows, and every time the TV series replays. And who knows, a new review and might just offer fresh insight. Exactly, the world of the Crimson Dreams as depicted in the series starts afresh with each broadcast, and it never truly ends. As the scroll unfurls and it transforms the characters' laughter and tears, the family's fortunes and misfortunes into a series of moving images that narrate a heart-ending tale. Alright, so that was the little story of the event.
Feels like the morning went by in the blink of an eye.
Well, since we still have some time, I'm gonna do one of the mind maze stories. Because like the mind maze are usually shorter than the main plot. Well, usually. Yeah, let's see, chapter 2. Yeah, that only has 10 stages, so it won't be too long. In Ninier, beauty is forever, and each ruler is a star in the sky, and each star has its own story, and Ninier's sky is still waiting for a fantasy that is truer than the stars, a fantasy that is so intoxicating that no one will ever wake up from it. Nikki, Nikki, you're awake. Well, where am I? I felt like I was dreaming for the longest time. Dreaming? About what? I don't remember, but I felt very light, like I was floating in the sky forever. So you just didn't want to wake up, and here I was worrying about you this entire time. I'm sorry, Mama, but why are we here? Isn't this star heaven? Did you forget we fell into the lake after you put on the crown? And then we came out of the water, and here we are. Sounds like there's something of the celebration going on. Why are we suddenly in star heaven? I bet Marina messed up again. And do you remember when we traveled through the time and space last time? Yes, and we ended up in Law and Spirit World last time. And now we're in someone else's spirit world this time. That's my guess, but I'm not sure. And the plaza suddenly burst into cheers. And boo boo boo. And cannons fire and ribbons fall in the sky. And this is an unexpected celebration for Star Heaven. And the projector scream at the top of the plaza flickers and the crowd quiets down. And a beautiful figure appears on the screen. The camera zooms in, and she smiles and ascends the spiral stairs decorated with flowers and gems. Do you love me? And Nikki stands in the back gazing at the delicate and mesmerizing face, and even when zoomed in, yes, and we love you, our queen. And subtitles scroll on the screen, and live stream of the coronation of Queen Lilith. So we're in Lilith's spirit world, I guess. And she looks at the fake crown in her hands. And even though the crown is fake and only a dream brought by Lilith to many girls, the plastic gems still shine the best they can. Stars on the near shine for the night. And her smile makes the most brilliant yes look dull. And look at the lake. The light broadcast is not reflected in the lake, and instead the lake shows the reflection of the fire. We went to the lake to get to the spirit world, and this is the exit too. I don't really care, I just know it looks dangerous. My styling power, I can use that here in the spirit world. And she's no longer the girl that doesn't know what to do, and she doesn't need to be reminded. And she must do this on her own. That's a nice outfit for like a night type of scene.
So festive. For New Year's?
Alright, let's show front and back and off we go.
Come on. I'll present you with the most beautiful dream.
The lake parts and opens the entrance to the distant memory. Memory from the lake. The raging fires dye the night sky red, and star heaven is not its usual quiet self. Fire, run! And don't push, watch out for the elderly. And the outdoor stage is unlit with fire and smoke from the backstage everywhere. Nikki, I'm here, let's go. And Nikki picks up Momo and walks towards the backstage against the crowd. Everyone is running the other way. And did you forget the fire that Joy talked about? And maybe that's why we're here. And Swan Candace rushed from the backstage. Help! Someone help Paisley, she's trapped inside, but let me out first. And I'm sorry, Ashley, I won't bother you anymore, and don't come any closer. And in the fire, only one silhouette remains. Parsley, now we're the same. And Dorfriends collapse on the girl trying to escape. The ugliness, the beauty, all gone in the fire. No, don't come any closer. And why are you scared of me now? And when you're just talking down to me? And she tried to be kind, she tried to love, and she tried to be brave. But none of that means anything to someone ugly. You're a demon. And Ashley smiled and she walks over and looks down at the girl. And you are an angel. You took my clothes, took my glory, and walked all over me. She raised up the single claws on the girl. This is mine, this is my song, and the applause is mine. The love is mine, and the beauty should have been mine. And she pulls on Parsley's hair and looks in her eye. Mine. And let me go, let me go. And Parsley cries and grasps for air like a beggar. And then she passes out in the helplessness. And Ashley draws the scratch from the meteoric Pharaoh and an unconscious Parsley. And she is not wearing anything, but she's never looked more prouder and more at ease, as if the fire is her dress. And she parades around the room. If evil is beauty, then why don't I become the devil? And in this fire, she's the most beautiful ruler. And the fire burns even brighter, like it was fueled by the winds from hell. And this is hell on earth. I'm scared. And don't, this is just a memory. But memories are things that actually happen. Ashley, can you hear me? And do you remember who I am? Ashley looks at Nikki and grimaces. Doesn't that mean she saw us? You can't be waiting for too long. And the fire rushes towards Nikki. Nikki, watch out. And Nikki dodges unconsciously and sees the darkness growing behind her. A cold and terrifying voice echoes through the darkness. An intruder in the Queen's spirit world? Who are you? Alright, so front and back, and off we go.
Every battle I'm in, victory is the only outcome.
Alright, time to battle Lilith's demon butler. The darkness fades and the fire goes out, and Nikki's back in Star Heaven during the coronation. That was scary. Let's stay away from that lake. And the newly crowned queen on the screen is smiling. You must have waited for a long time. Me too, and I hate waiting. Momo, do you think the queen is somehow related to the fire? The ascension ceremony starts now. And here we can see Lilith, the queen-to-be, and her brother Luke. And he will represent the family and walk her to the throne. And she was born in an ordinary warm family. And her father was a legislator of the kingdom and her mother a doctor, and she grew up in a loving family. And this ordinary yet extraordinary family raised Lilith with all their love and groomed her to be Ninir's shining queen. And today, the Clay family and the embodiment of love and words is Ninir's pride. The banner seen in the plaza also has similar slogan: extraordinary birth, destined for nobility, or a perfect angel on earth. I have to say, she really is beautiful, and I've never seen her up close before. Yes, I can't take my eyes off her. And Momo finds a magazine somewhere and starts reading. Look, Lilith is the first in both the life that the Nini Girls 1 and the Face Nini Girls 1 ranking. And Nikki has an idea and looks at the serene lake. It is quiet, but it also hides memories long forgotten. And I think there's a lot more stories in the world reflected by the lake. And don't you want to see it? Alright, let's find something nice and blue. It's colorful. Alright, now let's show front and back and off we go.
Trust me.
Well, we can go back and forth between the two worlds, can't we? The thing that happens in these two worlds is somehow connected, I'm sure. Look, there's an article on the fire. An article about the terrifying fire is posted on the bulletin board in front of the hospital. And next to an article about how Lilith won the Star Heaven Swan as expected. And it's been more than a month since the fire. and a limousine pulls out the hospital with vans from the TV station and newspapers and magazines in tow. And the main entrance has been decorated with welcome banners and slogans, and the smiling being comes out to greet the guests. Welcome, welcome. And the doors to the limousine opens and a pair of long legs step out first. It's Lilith. Hello, Dean. I'm sorry about the trouble. And Lilith looks simply and pure with silver gray dress and light makeup. And not at all. The government arranged for the Swan to visit the fire victims. So this is the least we could do. Lily smiles with gratitude. Oh, shall we take a photo here for the media? And sorry, I forgot, definitely. And the dean, along with the directors from all of the departments, spends a good amount of time posing with Lilith. And this looks good, but should I put on my suit? Maybe another one. Is she here to visit the victims or the dean? If Lilith is impatient, she's doing a great job not showing it. And we should follow Lilith. I'm sure something will happen. And the dean is happy with how the photos turned out. And the director of the burn unit will take you to the victims, and I have other business to take care of. Oh, he didn't look busy at all. And the dean approaches Lilith and holds her hand and whispers, everyone from the hospital voted for you. Really? Of course. Thank you, this makes me extremely happy. And Lily looks sincerely delighted about this revelation. And after the photo sessions, Lily walks towards the burn unit with reports and photographs following her. Parsley is looking into the mirror when Lilith opens the door to her room. And she slaps the mirror down just as the door opens. And she looks at the door in fear and faces her bangs to cover her heavily burned face. And Lily flashes a faint smile, but no one notices. I'm sorry, am I interrupting? And Lily doesn't go inside and only leans in to greet the patient. And the reporters film everything. No. And Parsley shakes her head and Lilith walks into the room. I am Lilith, and the people with me are from Star Heaven News and the morning paper and other magazine. We're here to see how you're doing. You must be bored out of your mind here. And she smiles and lies like a girl who's talking to people her age. It's almost as if she doesn't care how Parsley looks. I know you. You're the Star Heaven Swan. I knew you were when you opened the door. And Parsley whispers while looking down and playing with her hair. You see my performance. Please tell me if there's anything I need to improve. And she looks at the reporters behind her. But you can't let them hear it, or they'll write something mean. Tell me later, in private. And everyone laughs, and a beauty like Lilith will be forgiven for whatever she does. And Parsley smiles while covering her mouth and shakes her head. No, there was nothing wrong with it. It's alright, tell me more when you're done. When you're alone. Do you like strawberry cake? Oh, yes, thank you. And the reporter takes photo of Lilith handing Parsley the cake, and the red strawberries look awfully inviting next to Lilith's face. And Parsley is part of the background. Now that you got the photos you wanted, may I have some private time with Parsley? Then Lilith looks at the reporters. Of course, and we took all the good photos today. And the reporter and the photographers leave the room while talking about Lilith. And she's beautiful, and now I know why I'm in this industry. And they close the door, and Lily walks back to Parsley. I didn't ask earlier. How is everything after the fire, and what are you planning to do? Parsley looks pale. We're arranging skin grafting surgery, and I won't be back to how I look, but at least I will look better. My mother helped me talk to the library about my job, and Parsley crouches onto her blanket and her hands turning white. And that's probably it. And what can I do? I mean, I look like this. Are you crying? Did I say something wrong? No, it's not you, Lilith. I'm just thankful that you're talking to me. But why aren't you looking at me? And Lily laughs in her soft voice. Because you're beautiful, and she takes a deep breath and tries to calm herself. Forgive me, I can't bear to look at you. Lily caresses Parsley's hair and tosses him behind her ear. and exposing her scars and her anxious, gisting eyes. And Lily cups Parsley's chin and takes a look at her with sympathy and pity, and starts twinkling her eyes. It's very unlike you, my sister. No, you wish you're a demon. And the mirror is drawn at the departed slim silhouette and shatters on the floor. Lily smiles and ignores the screaming behind her. Nikki, did you hear that? And why did Lilith call Parsley her sister? Lilith is Ashley. And Nikki doesn't want to follow this line of thinking. And what should we do? Lily left already, and shall we follow her? But Parsley's eyes red with rain, stumbles towards the shattered mirror, and she picks up a hard shot and looks at her reflection. This must be an illusion. This can't be real. And she's the ugly one, and I am the most beautiful girl in star heaven. And this can't be real, this can't be real. And Parsley starts to act strange and rubbing the scars on her face and sobbing. No. And she rubs her scarred face. This is an illusion, I am the most beautiful one. Nikki, is she going crazy? And the scars rip and her wounds start to bleed again. But she doesn't look like she's feeling the pain. And what shall I do? And we need to stop her. Something is bound to happen if we don't. Anyone here? Help. And Parsley stop. And she can't see us. And there's no one outside either, since everyone is trying to get a glimpse of Lilith. And at this moment, no one can help this poor girl in the corner of the hospital. Styling power can change a person's spirit world. And I should try that. Solution to everything. Trying to change the outfit. Alright, off we go.
Every battle I'm in, victory is the only outcome.
Parsley now Span closes her eye and passes out. How is she? I think she fell asleep because she is mentally exhausted. And Parsley bites her lower lip while dreaming, and tears roll down the corner of her eye. Are Lilith and Ashley the same person? And what? No way. And Momo is stunned and shakes his head vigorously. I know one way to prove this. Old Henry should be in his hospital right now. And if Lilith is Ashley, then she will go see him. And let's check out his room then. Old Henry just left the observation room, and his room is quiet enough to hear a pin drop. Doesn't look like anyone's been here, and you're overthinking it. And Momo, look. And a bundle of Star Heaven Posy is placed by his pillow with a faint fragrance of telesma. It's a weird flower. Lilith is Ashley, and Lilith is the ugliest girl in Star Heaven before her plastic surgery. An occasional posts like this come up in moments, but they're removed almost immediately. And who's spreading these rumors? And can someone please catch the culprit and I'll even pay? And haven't you heard the person spreading these rumors is a crazy no-name celebrity? And what kind of no-name celebrity does this, and doesn't anyone have additional information? And she looks hella scary, and you say she's a celebrity? No wonder she's sending these things all day, and maybe she wants to use Lilith's popularity and the fire to become famous. I liked her when she joined the contest, but now, just ugh. And it is some sort of joke. She looks like that and she wants to be popular, definitely out of her mind. And people start sending me letters and dead frogs and bloody knives and photos of Parsley with a red X on her face to the hospital. And in the end, the nurses from an asylum arrive at the hospital. I am not crazy, I am not wrong, she's the one. And she destroyed everything I had. And if she becomes the queen, she will take Ninier down with her. You're a bugs bastard and you're doing the demon's bidding. Well, Parsley ended up not being wrong about that. Lilith ended up summoning the goddess of desire and causing crazy illusions in the previous live stream, but whatever. Moving along. Oh, and they cover her mouth and tie her out to a stretcher. And no one is listening to what she's trying to say. And the door to the asylum opens. No. And with eyes open wide, she struggles and tries to escape the darkness about to devour her. But the power of darkness knows no limit, and all it needs is a little bit of doubt or a shadow in someone's mind to spread endlessly. And the cold voice rings out in the darkness again. Was the show a good one, intruder? That's like the demon butler acting up.
The elegant tailoring of this dress shows off curves and the waist.
Alright, let's show front and back. It's a nice looking Rapunzel length here though.
This time I'll change the ruined future.
After the styling battle, Nikki and Mo returned to the coronation celebration. Who was that strange voice? And he spotted us, so why didn't he reveal himself? I didn't see anything, but he said something about the queen, so it must be related to Lilith somehow. And on the screen, the gates on the castle opened slowly, and happy music plays in the background. And people can now see Lilith on her float, and the entire Ninier bursts into cheers, and the sun is starting to descend, but the horizon still shines with the light of the celebration. And Lilith is keeping Ninier in bright as day, and the fire in the lake burns brighter than usual, like somebody is about to be born from it. Lilith ascends the spire in the middle of the castle, and the spot that closes the sky. Ninier is a never-ending fairy tale and a fantasy created by everyone. And the camera pans to her toes, and every step she takes smells like roses, and beauty is fleeting elsewhere and forever in Ninier. And as she climbs, the shears fade in the background of her glory, and she walks slowly to take in everyone's love. And each star has its own story, and she stands in front of the previous queen and looks at her with a tender smile. But I know that Ninier sky has been waiting for me. And she reaches the highest points of the land and bathes in the love that comes from the lights that never go out in Ninier. And then she lowers her head, exposing her neck. And she puts on the crown and looks and smiles at the camera. This is the oath I take to become a ruler. Allow me to become your dream. A dream where no one wakes up from. And the entire world seems to have stopped for a few seconds, intoxicated by Lilith's eyes. And the night looks even darker in Lilith's brilliance. And the lake once again reflects its raging fire. And Nikki, you're thinking about going to the world in the lake, aren't you? Huh? And Momo trembles at the memory of his previous trips into the lake. If you're scared, no, I'll go everywhere you go. And it's my duty. Let's show front and back, and off we go.
I see the causes of the world with my eyes.
You're finally here, intruder. Boring sauce without flavor. Who's talking? Are you the shadow that attacked us before? I think I need to add some condiments before serving you to the queen. And you won't get away so easily this time. Now scream in the fire, hatred, fear, and pain, and I'll have it all. And when I am crowned, I will harvest your souls. The endless darkness becomes a humanoid with hungry fangs. And I heard souls burn in desperation, and I heard screams about desires. I am sorry to keep you waiting, my lady. Who are you? I am the demon that creates evil, the servant that satisfies your desire for only a small reward in return. You want to fulfill my wish? And she stands in the fire, her voice coarse from the fire, but with shining eyes. What is it you desire? Another person's life, wealth, love, fame? If you mean it, I want everyone's love. Nightbell doesn't know what to say. Do you mean everyone? Is that too difficult? Then I shall have the most beautiful face in the world. And as for love, I will obtain that on my own. Ashley seems to have fallen into some kind of near-death trance and smiling in front of the demon. And Nightbell bursts into laughter. My lady, please accept my meager but sincere gift, and I'll give you unparalleled beauty so that you may earn the love of the world. As long as before you die from all the torture and pain you allow me to taste. Torture and pain, what do you mean? Every gift from this demon has a price, and the stronger the desire, the higher the price. Yeah, it's the demon butler, alright? I can give you the most beautiful face, but a short lifespan. And I can give you love, but also a mind that will never be satisfied. Your soul will keep asking for more, and it will be empty forever, and you shall live with an unfulfilled desire forever. Will you take my gift? The flames scare Ashley's skin as dry branches crackle in the fire, and she looks at the flame at the tip of her finger and laughs. I have already experienced an ugly and long life. I choose to destroy it with these hands, and if you can do it, I shall choose pain and death, and give me those along with the happiness. As you wish, my lady. And I've been last as Ashley is engulfing the flames. Incinerate this doll of a body, and the original sin hides in the best of hypocrisies, and you are evil in its purest form. Now bloom before me. Enjoy, pillage the world. The world belongs to you and start with. Belongs to me to start with. And the blackened body gives way to a flawless skin, red lips, ivory teeth, long silky hair, and starry eyes. And she looks down at her new body, hugging and caressing it with greed. My dear Ashley, you may start your plundering now. In the name of desire, I am now Lilith. And she raises her head and laughs. How about you? Who are you? And she looks at Nikki in the eye.
Walking onto the dance floor in a burgundy ball gown with a feather fan in hand is going to make you the life and soul of the party.
Alright, let's show front and back.
This time I'll change the ruined future.
Memories fade and the demon takes his leave and the world is silent once again. And a familiar figure approaches in the misty rain. A rainy day at a cemetery, and the crowd has scattered living flowers in front of old Henry's grave. You carry memories that I had long abandoned. Is she talking about Ashley's designer's reflection? The woman in the veil places a bundle of star heaven pausing in front of old Henry's grave. You remind me of things from a long time ago. How unpleasant. And she stands up and pulls her gloves and looks at Nikki. I remember now, and she was a beautiful girl from the cemetery. And Lily smiles faintly. We met at the cemetery, and you were that strong mercenary. And I remember you. And did you come to see old Henry that day? Lily doesn't answer, and they hear the sound of a violin far away. And old Henry wrote the song, but he no longer is performing it. And Lily looks in the direction of the music, and her face, drenched by rain, carries a pang of loneliness. You went to his funeral, even though he was at a risk that they would recognize you. Do you have any regrets? Regrets about what? Did you know that old Henry ran into the fire to save you? If you could. And Lilith interrupts. There is no if, and I wouldn't have made a different choice. And why? He was hurt in the fire, and how could you say that? Don't you know why? And Lily looks at Nikki. What? You don't get it all? And Lily laughs and turns to leave. You may leave now and take Lake Silvermoon is the exit to the spirit world. You were just going to let us go? Even though you came here uninvited and picked at my memories with your styling power. It doesn't matter how powerful you are, you will never be my match. Why? And she turns and looks at Nikki with disdain. It was fleeting, but her stare was like a brand, red hot with desire from the bottom of her heart. Those who don't understand the power of desire can never defeat Lilith. I am the fog and you are the star. You are only a speck of brightness, but I am the eternal darkness. Alright, that's enough for Shiny Nikki for today. I hope you have fun with me doing like the mission, the story of the temporary event and like the origin story of the super villain Lilith. And I hope you have fun. Please give a like and subscribe. Bye bye and God bless. Alright, the sound test is done, so let's do Shiny Nikki, Volume 2, Chapter 2. Under the clear blue sky, Cecilia looks like a rainbow lying between hills and rivers. Here, ancient dolls and modern glass walls stand together, both casual wear and classic gowns can be seen on the street. Beautiful girls travel to Cecilia from all over the continent, hoping to realize their dreams in the city of fashion. Guys, the dumb building on our right is the famous Cecilia Opera Theater. And if you look at Cecilia from above, you will notice that the theater and the flower beds around it look like a cat's paw. And in front of us is the tallest building, Cecilia TV station, and soon the idol contest will be recorded and broadcast here. Meow meow. And several stray cats managed to catch the tourists' attention, and the chubby baddies and glossy fur are proof of their high status. And these little creatures don't seem shy at all, and they roll around the tourists' legs to ask for snacks and head pats. And the towering TV station near them has a glowing top, which looks like a crystal ball with cat ears. Look, everyone on the top has cat ears. And Luz and Cecilia are huge fans of cats. And it feels very really energetic here. And look at all of those gorgeous girls, and this place is paradise. And how about our CCS specials 20% off for a limited time? And look at these things. You again, and I thought you were doing business in the near Royal City. And what a coincidence. Let me introduce myself again. I'm Charlotte. The last 3 generations of family did business in the near. And it's hard to do business in the Royal City these days because everyone is easier for the idol contest, and I'm also here to try my luck. The idol contest? Yeah, Cici's idol contest is even more popular than the Star Heavens one in this past year, and all the tubers are excited about it. Nikki, the ad we saw in the Royal City was about this contest. It might be an important clue. As its fate brought us together, how about a map of Cicia with the Dora signature 10% off? It's too expensive, but this thing cost me nothing and no one's gonna buy it. And look at this, a killing hairpin, and it's so cute, I want it. We have these hairpin things. Aren't you gonna take a look at the price? You may regret it. And how about a map? It has the Dora signature and you won't find another one and you don't wanna miss it. Alright, we'll have that too. Wait, it's way too expensive. Anyone gives the money he just exchanged days ago to the businessman named Sherlock before Momo could stop him. And Sherlock puts away the money happily and he takes out several pink tickets and looks at Nikki. And Miss, would you like some tickets for the idol contest? A great offer. No, you greedy businessman. Momo's voice is unexpectedly loud in the bustling city and the passersby look in his direction. A cat, meow. A talking cat in a little cloak. Oh, so cute. What do you want? Another cat and Momo from. And before Momo can finish his words, his hood is pulled from down and countless hands are touching his belly. Haha, Momo is trapped. Nikki and Teresita, help! The music in this area sounds has a little bit of a French feel to it. Alright, off front and back and off we go.
Every battle I'm in, victory is the only outcome.
Phil, this place is horrible. And Momo signs and puts his cloak back on after he's saved. And on the LED TV, countless girls are dancing in formation, and the one in the middle smiles sweetly, drawing everyone's attention. 1,000 girls from Ninier have gone through countless competitions, and just 3 days one of them will be the most dazzling idol. And today the most popular idol girl will visit the Mercury Mall and come meet the girl right now and see your idol contest born from your shining self. 1,000, that's too many of them. And I remember the gems on Teresita's mirror glow when she last saw the ad on the idol contest in the Ninier Royal City. And invite me some sort of clue, and we should go and check it out. And what do you think, Teresita? I agree, although everything's not as clear, at least we know that the next step is. And the only clue we have now is the idol contest, but that's way too vague. Ian looks at the ad and frowns, thinking about something. The star shot and gems, what do they mean? And Nikki, Teresita, a play just came to my mind. And Ian points on the map in the lower right corner of the map, and it looks quaint compared to the bustling city center. And this is the City School of Design, the oldest arcade in Maryland, founded by the Ninier designer who first settled down here. And it has many ancient books and writers from the time when Ninier was first founded, and maybe we'll find more clues there. Shall we go there now? I'll go first, and you guys go check out the fan meeting, and maybe you'll find something related to the mirror. Oh, I will meet at the school after the meeting. Great, because beautiful girls, here I come, said Momo. I want to see them too. Marina, let go of Momo, and you're going to school with me. Marina paused, but before she can say something, Ian takes her away, bringing humidity with it. The wind blows through the dogs, and the sound of the ship whistles, and a ship is setting sail. When Marina is busy eating the calcium marshmallow, Ian looks at the coast and stops without realizing it. Ian, want a bite? Hey, what's wrong? It's nothing, I'm just wondering how the Ark is doing. Why, it's not going anywhere. Don't worry, we'll be back in a few days. And look, someone's doing magic over there. And Marina's distracted immediately, but Ian still looks into the distance as if he can see that familiar sea across the skyline. The sky of the Ocean of Mary is still clear and blue, and the Ark is floating on the sea quietly as if it's sleeping. And Ian is not in the lab, and Marina's not in the garden either. Only the instruments are still running stably. But the Ark is not completely empty. A gray-haired girl is standing before the personality mirror looking at it blankly, and she touches it carefully, and it feels cold. And the empty mirror only reflects the girl's surprised face and the terrifying scar on it. And the rainbow bridge is still hanging between the Ark and the continent and waiting for the next traveler. A huge poster hangs outside the Mercury Mall, and the girl in the middle is holding a microphone looking confident. Every entrance and exit is blocked by fans, and the whole street is filled with banners and flowers. Why are shopping centers all over the world called Mercury Mall? Mercury owns many business centers all over the continent, especially in Ninier. You don't look like locals. Are you Dodora's fans too? Dodora. And don't you know Dodora, the girl with the twin pails in the poster, and she's been the most popular idol in the whole idol contest. You know that the Queen's election, Dodora took 8% of the votes from Lilith. Unbelievable. So that means she's good. It's Queen Lilith we're talking about. Others barely got 1% of the votes. But recently a new idol called Dorothy took a lot of fans from Dodora, so the result is yet to be seen. And before the passing by finish the words, a fan beside them calls gently. And they are both great idols, and please don't compare them so hastily. And the passing-by are about to say something, but they are interrupted by the crowd. The car is Dorothy, Dorothy! A white car drives up slowly, and screams become louder and louder, and some fans even hit the car doors. And the security guys try to push the crowd back, but they just keep moving forward and towards the car to get closer to their idol. And suddenly the car door opens, and a girl in purple comes out and smiles at the crowd. Miss Dorothy, it's too crowded here. Please go back in the car. Dorothy shakes her head, still smiling and looking calm in front of the noisy crowd. Everyone, please listen to me. and her voice is as light as a breeze in the late summer dust, but surprisingly, I'm happy to see you out, but your safety is what matters most, and please follow the security guide, okay? Oh my, Dorothy deserves our love. And where's the Dora? And did she take the VIP entrance again? What a snob! Dorothy's gonna crush her. And Dorothy looks pale, and please take good care of yourself, girl. Dorothy, so nice. Hey, it's the cat with the little cloak. And the fans all turn to Momo, and their eyes widen at the same moment. They rush towards him. Oh, what the help, Nikki? And so Momo is lost in the crowd, and the fans rush past him towards the red car. And behind the window is a girl's face, but soon the window is closed. And the Dora is there, the Dora, super cutie the Dora. The crowd shouts at the catchphrase as they follow the car, and only those wearing purple ribbons are still standing around Dorothy. Who's the Dora? She seems quite popular. Teresita, your mirror. And at some point, the pink gems on the mirror start to glow, and the light is pointing at Dorothy's gentle smile. And you are not sure about it, but you see Dorothy is looking at you through the crowd. So the mirror glows because of her. And I like her, and she looks much nicer than the Dora. Teresita, you think Dorothy has something to do with your memory? I think she's the one we're looking for. Anyway, let's go check this meeting first. And Nikki change into an idol outfit before we go.
Bunny hairpin feels like a marshmallow. Isn't it cute?
Alright, that looks more fun. See? I'm just answering something in like the real world. Alright, that looks very cute and fun. I forgot.
Come on. I'll present you with the most beautiful dream.
The meeting will start, so please take a seat and mute your phone and turn off the camera flash. Don't do that, otherwise you'll miss the stream. The hall is full of fancy uniforms, and even the aisles are filled with people, and boards and banners. Please keep your seat numbering in the mind, and we will draw the number, and the winner will be able to watch the contest live. But now we must announce some bad news. Mr. Dora isn't feeling well and cannot attend the meeting today. And now let's welcome... No way, I waited in line for 5 hours. Dora must be exhausted. Can't her stupid studio give her a break? And what kind of a reason is that? It must be another excuse. But Dora's car just passed by. She was here but didn't show up, and there must be a reason. And next to you, the girl holding a camera looks around and speaks in a low voice. I don't think it's Dora's fault, and Mer Carriera must be behind it. Mer Carriera, the talent agency? Yeah, the one Dorothy works for, and it's subsidiary of Mercury Group, and they invested a lot in Dorothy. And Dora used to work for them, and things got ugly when they canceled the contract, and they say all of the rumors about her are from this company. Mercury again. And there's a loud cheer as the others walk onto the stage and say hello to the audience, and they all look uniquely beautiful. But undoubtedly, Dorothy draws the most attention, and she gives a perfect smile to the audience, and her eyes are like a lake in spring. And whatever the MC's question is, she always looks calm and elegant, giving perfect answers. Now our favorite Dorothy will draw the lucky winner, and Dorothy, please choose your favorite number. And as Dorothy looks around, everyone has the feeling that she's looking at them. Line 8, number 9. And the audience in line 8 and at their numbers, and immediately many of them sigh. Teresita, number 9 is you. It's you, but lucky. Please come to the stage and say hello to everyone. Teresita, get onto the stage. The fans are screaming crazily, and Dorothy smiles and reaches out with her hand, and her eyes shining like the diamonds in her nail arc. And can you tell me your name? I am Teresita. Hi, Teresita. And Dorothy's here looking at you carefully and kinda curious. You're really cute, Teresita. Are you from CCL as well? No, I'm from planet Earth. Oh, sorry, you feel familiar to me, so I thought that you were also from CCM. You and your friends are well dressed, and are you a stylist? And Dorothy sounds so nice and friendly, as if she's talking to an old friend, and her fans go crazy at every word and smile. And the fans cheer for her, and Dorothy bows, which signals the end of the part of the fan meeting. Congratulations on getting the VIP ticket to the contest, and I'll see you tonight. And I got the ticket is passed over the tray. May I go with my friends? And Dorothy smiles, and it seems she didn't expect such a question. Of course, but you must do me one small favor. Pick my outfit for tonight. A crazy jellyfish outfit. Like, I like this jellyfish outfit. I hope it makes it to Infinite Nikki. Because it has like a lot of nice particle effects. The characters are told Teresita to style, but I guess in that world I'm a mirror image of Shiny Nikki. Which was just fine with me. I mean, if I'm gonna go to an anime world, I don't wanna like, if I wanna I want to look anime-ish. Well, we started with a Yami and Yugi relationship until the art gave me a body.
The ruined future.
That would have been interesting if instead of retiring Yami Yugi and just like sending him to the afterlife, they should have just given him his own body independent of Yugi. I mean, mummies have been known to do that. I mean, he could have gotten resurrected Imhotep style. Or with a Reborn the Monster card. Reborn the Pharaoh. I mean, they're still always trying to bring him back into random movies via magic or some voodoo and stuff. So obviously, the character's way too popular for people to just forget about him. Hostage, a man wearing a suit swiftly leaves the meeting, holding a huge purple LED board in his hand. And he throws away the purple carriers and fixes his curly hair and takes out a photo. CEO, everything's going smoothly with the contest, but the pink-haired girl showed up again, and she's got someone with her this time. Mercury headquarters in London, and even though the whole city is basking in the afternoon sun, the cement and glass still feels cold. And in the center of the city stands a solemn building, and on top of the floor, the shadow of the building's owner stands outside in the sun. A cabinet member of the near bows respectfully, and in the shadows hanging in the file to the man behind the table. But it seems the man has not noticed him, and he is more interested in the conversation on the phone. Someone you never met. I sent Dorothy to check and Teresita as stylist, but I can't find anything else, no matter how hard I try. And then you send the banquet invitations. Yes, including the ones for the sponsor of the contest and the Sicily government, and if not that, will be the winner of the contest. Good, keep digging and find out why they are here. Understood. And Mercury becomes silent, and his fingers stab the table, and he seems to be thinking. Cicia, Teresita, CEO. The cabinet and the members still sound respectful, even though he was waiting for a long time. Here's the neat strategic material data of the year. You have my gratitude. And Mercury glances at the file and sounds as cool as usual. And you're welcome, and this is for the posterity of Nikki and the Mercury group. And Mercury looks at the trembling yet grinning cabinet member and smiles back politely. For the prosperity of Nikki and the Mercury group. Last night, the moon is shining gently on the city of Paris, and moonlight lingers around the queen's face, and the garden roses shadow and touches the hem of her dress. And in the place there's a young man on one knee, and his eyes also on the queen's face. And with her eyes shining like the moon, the queen turns to the young man, who then becomes too shy to look up. Mercury has the fake data now, right? Yes, I swear on my life, no one can see anything wrong with it, especially the part about the cost of the weapons. And Lily leans down, and her eyes so beautiful as if the stars are shining in them. Well done, and what would you like as a reward? I didn't need one, I did it for Ninir. For Ninir, huh? And Lily's voice is as sweet as the most delicious cherry on a cake, but she sounds a little disappointed. And the young man still cannot hold back the love in his light gray pupils anymore and setting it free in the moonlight for Queen Lilith. And Queen nods with satisfaction. Go to Cicia with me, and let's say Mercury is paying attention to it these days. And the bright moon continues to shine in the near palace just like a spotlight implying the beginning of a show. In the afternoon, as easy as cool of the design, the sun is snoozing in the glass, and even the pigeons are slacking off. And the campus was quite empty during the class, and only a few students are drawing outside, their pencils rustling on paper. And told us to meet them at the History Museum, this is it. And the History Museum is connected to the main body of the school, and the green domes are supported by the yellow walls. And the 5 statues at the door look even older than the museum itself, and their real identities are unknown, but they look quite intimidating. And why are the statues so ugly? And they are the 5 envoys. And he's saying, holding a pile of materials in his mouth to greet you, and Marina's already running away from him to Nikki. Nikki, Teresita, finally, we've been reading this whole day, and it's killing me. But we've only been here for half a day. And well done, Marina. And what are the 5 envoys, and what are they doing in front of the History Museum? The early designers who founded Nier believed in a god who represented design and beauty, and the 5 envoys served this god. The god of styling, right, the owner of the stylist note we found in the Ark. Yeah, the god of styling used to have many believers in Scythia, but later there was less and less information about the deity. And the first principal of Scythia's school of design was said to be a devout believer of this god. And that is why the first chapter of the school's history is the legend of the god of styling and the 5 envoys. Look. And Nikki goes to the stone tablet, and the words were a bit vague, but apparently they are about a myth. And there was a god from the sea who granted beauty to the continent and the source of all miracles, the light of the 5 colors. And whenever there is light, there is darkness, and the abyss was born, and sounding day and night, and the god appointed 5 envoys. And the text is too blurry to read, and only a few words could be recognized. The ocean of memories devoured the continent, and the kingdom collapsed, and the gods showed mercy to the people. The doomsday fell, rainbow, and the 5 envoys went missing. So this god of styling and beauty did exist along with the envoys, and Mirrorland was once destroyed by the ocean of memories. There are many unproven legends about the history of Mirrorland. But if this god did exist, it probably has something to do with the destruction of Mirrorland. And it has something to do with the destruction of Mirrorland. And he nods. And there is more information in the museum, and let's go check it out. And the administrator of the door glances at you and smiles, and pointing at the sign behind him. And it says, formal attire required. And why are they so strict? And it's the most famous design school in the Mirrorland. Nikki changed it to something formal. No, it's something formal. Alright, front and back, and now we're good.
You can trust me.
A gorgeous spatial hall is the first thing you see inside the museum. And the dome is a starry sky painted with unknown materials, and the stars are glistening from the blue velvet. And at the eyes of the universe, they seem to stare at the living beings on the continent and silently tell a secret. And the brightest of them are the 5 stars of different colors, and together they form a star shine, which looks like the one on the note. And another star shine, and what do these stars of different colors mean? As far as I know, they represent 5 gems, which are the tokens carried by the 5 envoys. And its historians call them the gems of miracle, and the pigeon tongue calls them the stones of Salma, while in Westland they are the astral teardrops. And even so, I believe they all refer to the crystals of the 5 colors, and they are the symbols of the envoys' powers and identities. And any scholars also believe each envoy represents a unique style, and the styles have a profound impact on our design history. And the stars on the dome eventually converge at the deepest part of the hall, and where a statue gathers the star and its fingertips. And the statue is the god we talked about, and all of you fall silent in front of it. And the statue looks vaguely like a human, but in an extreme abstract way, and it feels like the artist was drunk when it was created. And this guy looks a bit different from the others, and don't you think? It's not like a snake with hair, and I know the god is the leader of the envoys at a first glance.
That is very mean.
And it's nice, isn't it? The statue reminds me of the sea, and the artist must be really good. There are several versions, and some say the god is a woman with long black hair holding a blade, and others say the god is a three-eyed child. But the statue is more complicated, and it represents the abstract beauty of the universe and the mysterious intuition of humankind. And different people can see different things, and it's a symbol of the school's philosophy, appreciate and create all kinds of beauty. Even so, and that was way too convoluted, and Ian talks like a graduate here. And Nikki knows in agreement. And while we know it's both the note and the mirror has something to do with his card, and the 5 gems represent the envoys, so the mirror glows because it sends one of them. Probably, and Nikki Teresita didn't find out anything. And we met a girl named Dorothy at the meeting, but we're not sure if she's the one of the mirror is looking for. And Dorothy gave us a ticket for tonight's show, and it's almost time to go. Well, count me in. And as you walk out of the museum, the bell rings in the dim twilight, and students come out of the lecture halls in the small groups after class, and their laughs are like melody. And then you check out Mom, and she says the Dora just visited our history museum. Really, and can you believe I miss her? Wait, the show is on tonight, and what is she doing in the history museum? It's possible that she is also looking for information about the goddess of styling. I hadn't considered that. And Teresita, let's take a picture before we leave, and this is really a beautiful place. Okie dokie. here's front and back, and off we go.
I see the causes of the world with my...
At the entrance of Fisher Opera, the audience is waiting in a long line. Sorry, Marina, we only have 2 tickets. It's okay, Anne and I just bought 2 tickets in the front row for Enchantlock, and they're really expensive though. Again? Actually, I would like to experience the music of Mirrorland too, but the VIP tickets are sold out and we can only sit nearby. The theater is completely full and the sea of glow sticks is dancing to the music. And her dress accentuating her body, Dorothy stands in the stage, healing in everyone's heart with her pleasant voice. The breeze brings by dreams, and the moon shines in your eyes. Dorothy sounds as gentle as she looks. And sitting not far away from you, Anne and Marina are also enjoying the show. This is really good. And I'm wrong, but I still prefer rock and roll compared to other music genres at Maryland. Yeah, me too, brah. And in the soothing music, the gems on the mirror only reflect the light from the stage instead of glowing themselves. And I thought Dorothy has something to do with the mirror. Maybe there are some other conditions we don't know. And before Nikki can finish her words, she is interrupted by a crazy cheers. Now let's walk on our most popular idol, to Dora. And it feels like all the lights in the world focus on the stage, and the moment the musician sounds, everyone's passions are ignited. Dora, Dora, Dora. The girl with twin pigtails blinks under the dazzling light, giving her a sweet smile to the audience. Since the day I got to meet you, my starry sky has been lit up. Unlike the gentle Dorothy, this girl seems to have a magical gift which keeps drawing everyone's attention. She seems to be born for the stage, and every song she sings and every step she takes is brimming with passion. Listen to my heartbeat, I can't hide my smile. My world is all about you from this moment on. Dodora's right, she's good, I have to say. And Neon sort of dances to the music. And Dodora's dress and necklace also dance with her, and the gem on the ladder sparkling in the spotlight. Her necklace is shining, it's so fancy. And that's Dodora's amulet, she wears it to every show. And suddenly the gem on the mirror starts to shine again, even brighter than before, as if it was responding to a summon. The mirror, so it's Dodora. Teresita, remember Ian said the 5 embers had crystals of the 5 colors. Could it be? You mean Dodora could be an envoy and the gem on the necklace is one of the crystals? It's only a guess. And we need to find out more about Dodora. And at this moment, Dodora is connected to the wire and pulled onto the air. And on the light screen, she is like a butterfly spreading its wings for the first time after the emerging from its cocoon. To the end of the rainbow, we're gonna go. The girl in the air finishes the last note, and her sweet smile remains the same. And the music fades, and she loses dancing as ever under the light which goes out. She's getting off the stage. Teresita, let's go backstage to talk to Dodora while she's still here. And Nikki looks at Anne and Marina, who are already enjoying this new song and dancing the music. Forget about them, we may be spotted if there are too many of us. Nikki changed into something low profile. Hurry. No, it's something low key. Oh, that has to side to its side already. Right, front and back, and onto the.
Trust me.
The door at the end of the corridor is slightly open and it has a sign that says Dodora and staff only. All the guards at the door look serious wearing sunglasses and they wouldn't let anyone near the superstar room. So many guys will probably can sneak up unless we distract them. The Scythian's loudcast, right? I'm sure a cute kitten will draw their attention. And Nikki looks at Momo and subconsciously. And stared at by two pairs of pleading eyes, Momo looks sad and he wraps himself tightly with the cloak and rushes into the corridor. Meow. Oh, a cute cat in a cloak. Don't touch my head. It's Doug, take a picture and post it in Moments, so cute. And the bunch of tough guys are having fun around Momo. And Teresita now. And says to Momo, you finally make it into Dodora's room. Dodora's not here and her photos are posted all over the walls and the table is covered with magazines and autographs. The newspaper and magazines are all about Dodora and the most titles are eye-catching. And Dodora pulls on the ears again and Dodora mocks Dorothy's age and Dodora never read negative press coverage. And there's a lot of negative news about her and I don't think she ignores it. Read this one, Teresita. And Nikki passes over a newspaper with Dodora's photo on it and the title reads Seaside Adopted. Dodora, Idol Dodora's story. Dodora is actually an Scythian and years ago she was found on a beach unconscious and rumor has it that she lost her memory. It's just a tabloid story and don't believe what it says for now. I know, but some parts may be true and looks like Dodora has quite a story. And Nikki puts down the newspaper and sees several piles of autographs and the handwriting is neat and benefits the image of a star. I wonder if she'll come back before we get caught. Hey, is that a piece of paper under the autographs? And Nikki moves the autograph and finds a piece of paper torn from a notebook. And there's a doodle on it, and it looks like a human, but it's too abstract to be one. Teresita, does it look familiar to you? It looks a bit like the statue in the History Museum, doesn't it? Yeah, but I remember we've seen the same thing before that. And it's a picture of the stylist snow, and they all look alike. And then notice on the art, it could be the Dora I read it before. Or maybe she's the one who drew the doodle on it. So she's probably. And suddenly the door opens and a guard standing there angrily and Mom was hiding behind him trying to wave at you. And what are you doing here? Nikki, Teresita, come on, this way. Let's go front and back and off we go.
I see the causes of the world with my eyes.
After the show, the stadium was empty without the audience. And a line not far away from the pillar is still on, and the staff is talking to the girl with two twin pigtails. Nikki, is the door over there? And they seem to be rehearsing. And you had a long day. Are you still gonna practice? And the Dora continues to connect herself to the wire. Yeah, my breathing isn't stable enough in the air, and I want to do better with the pulses. And given her sincerity and that her voice is as soft as a kitten tail, no one can tear her down. And as the music sounds, the Dora is pulled into the air again, and she keeps practicing to the pulses from the show while singing the last note. And it takes a lot of stamina to sing and dance in the air, but she practices and practices as if she won't get tired. I wanna try again. And sorry one more time, please. And give me some time to get used to it. You guys can take a break. Dodora, you're already doing very well. The petite girl shows a smile to express her gratitude, and her eyes are incredibly attractive. We can do better than this. Everyone, let's give it one last try. Never thought she would be so hardworking. Actually, she has done a very good job today. And looks like she's really loves her the stage. And let's go talk to her after the rehearsal. And even if she's not an envoy, I'm sure she knows something about the styling. No? And the daughter flies into the air again, and her movements are so light and natural that she looks like she's flying a fairy. To the end of the rainbow we're gonna go. And the last note sounds as beautiful as a wandering butterfly in the moonlight. And the staff under the stage can't help but clap their hands. And the daughter waves to them, and it seems that she's very satisfied with her performance. But no one has noticed that the only wire connected to the girl is breaking. And the people on the stage are still enjoying the music and Dodora's performance. Dodora, watch out! But the wire snaps instantly and the girl starts to fall. Teresita, let's try the styling power.
Gem is dazzling, yet looks as if it's made of tears.
Alright, let's go front and back and off we go.
Every battle I'm in, victory is the only outcome.
On the stage, everyone is stunned when the wire breaks and Dodora drops towards the ground like a butterfly in a tornado. And suddenly a pink light flashes, slowing her fall instantly. And Dodora lands on the ground slowly as if she's being held by a gentle hand. And the star rushes over to check her condition while calling her name in a great fear. Teresita, what's going on? And suddenly your eyes are blinded by darkness and you open your mouth but cannot make any sound. And a second before you lose your vision, you see someone running towards you while saying something. Is it Dodora? As the darkness fades away, Nikki's face appears in your sight again. You're alright, thank goodness. And Nikki said you use styling power and passed out. Be careful next time, even if it's to save someone. But to be honest, Teresita was so cool. Yeah, if you another wound on the head. And thank you, I'm fine. And this is Dodora's room, right? And where is she? And Nikki looks at Dodora and at the star on the stage. She's sitting in the corner looking uneasy. And she glances at you and turns her head right away and muttering something. Dodora, did you say something? And her ears turn red. I said thank you for saving me. No problem. And there's a brief silence in the room, and Dodora would like to say something else but gives up in the end. The star shot formed by the 5 gems on the mirror is glowing silently, especially the pink one. And Dodora stares at it. Dodora, you know this mirror? I'm sure you do, and you were staring at it when Teresita was unconscious. Teresita passed out trying to save you, and please tell us if you know anything. Are you trying to guilt trip me? That's the idea. Sorry, it's very important for a friend, but if you don't wanna... Fine. Dodora interrupts Nikki impatiently, but still she comes to you and sits down. Teresita, you really don't remember anything about the 5 crystals and the star chart? No? Dodora frowns while muttering. And I understand, and if it weren't for the abyss, I wouldn't have known anything. Dodora, are you an envoy? Dodora glances at it and blushes right away, and she lowers her head immediately, looking annoyed. How could you say that directly to that girl? I gotta go, bye. And Dodora suddenly stands up and leaves the room quietly. And Anne looks at Dodora's back and confirms his guess. She really is one. And Anne looks at you and sounding so calm as if discussing what to eat for dinner. And Dodora is an envoy, and she knows Teresita, so Teresita must be the god of styling and beauty in the legends. Wow, really? It sounds unbelievable, but I knew it for a while. And me too, and it's just too obvious. The styling though, the gems on the mirror, the stone tablet in the historical museums, and Dodora, they all imply one possibility. Although you already had a feeling about it, you are overwhelmed by the sudden truth. And this identity doesn't sound familiar to you at all, and it's because of how much time has passed. Nikki, I'm a bit confused now. And when I woke up at the ghetto heart, I never thought I would belong to this world, and not to mention having such a connection with Mirrorland. I understand Teresita, but actually I'm not surprised, and I think meeting Teresita has brought us new possibilities to everything. And we will start a journey on Mirrorland, and I think it's fate that brought us together. Am I really a god, but I don't remember anything? Relax, gods are not more special than us, and besides, you don't have the memory or power, Teresita. Marina, what's your words? And now that we know that Teresita and Dodora's identity, we can look for new clues from Dodora. Right, but why is she hiding from us? Let's get out of here first, and the task will be getting off for work. And the door of the room is still open, and Dodora was in such a hurry that she left the glowing ruby necklace on the table. At night, Gladys Avenue is filled with neon lights and LED screens playing the ads of fashion and brand shoes. And everyone is walking fast in the street, and their clothes are expensive and stylish, and the sound of their footsteps is like an intimidating war song. This is so beautiful at night as it is during the day. And Mama stretches in the cool night breeze. It's been a long day. Gotta get some sleep. I'm tired too, and I'm worried about Dodora. It's okay. We will see her when after the contest in a couple of days. And shall we buy a few more tickets from that merchant? Do you think you have too much money? And let's go buy some, and I want to be a free ticket this time. On the other side of the crossroad, the largest LED screen keeps playing the contest ad. A most popular idol contest in Mirrorland to be held in Cisia Open Theater, and the winner will be crowned by the Queen Lilith. And Queen Lilith has a sweet smile on the screen, but the well-dressed passersby don't seem to care. And among them, the crowd only a thin girl in gray stops for a Lilith smile, and she wraps herself tightly with a worn-out cloak and stares at Lilith on the screen, and no one can tell what she's thinking. Hey, what are you doing in the middle of the street? An elegant woman in a coat almost bumps into the girl, and she impatiently wipes away the non-existent dust from her clothes. I'm sorry. And the woman glances at the girl and annoyed and then is stunned. And she sees a terrifying scar on the girl's face even though it's covered with the messy hair. Noticing the woman's gaze, the girl pulls her hood tightly in a hurry and trying to cover the ugly scar. But then the woman smiles with contempt as if the scar looks normal to her. And what's wrong with the young people in CC nowadays? Can't believe you got such an ugly tattoo on your face. And the woman strokes her hair and is going to leave when she feels her coat being pulled. And what do you want? My coat is expensive. And the girl withdraws her hand immediately and she looks up and asks in a careful manner, could you tell me where the CC Opera Theater is? Nikki's diary. Month 10, Cicia is sunny, and Cicia is a really wonderful place, and it looks colorful and sweet smell. And I felt so real when I looked at Teresita by my side at the contest, and even the music sounds more beautiful. And Momo says from now on we can have Teresita line up for bubble teas and enjoy the buy two get one free offer. And there was an accident today, but I still feel happy and I can't sleep. I mean, it's because the real Teresita is actually standing by my side, and it feels so nice to have a friend. And we read the legend in History Museum, and it is true, the ocean of memories once devoured Mirrorland, and Teresita had hard to stop it, and that's good news. And maybe we'll be able to find a way to save Mirrorland if Teresita's power and memories are retrieved. But now, I hope Teresita can enjoy life in the new year. And we are going to Cloud and Pigeon North, and we will see all wonderful views. And I want to share all the beauty I feel on Mirrorland with Teresita. Good night, Teresita. Alright, now for the last 5 missions, and then we're done with the stream. A red car is driving to the streets of Sicily, and its streamlined design as a high profile of its owner. And the girl in a costume in the car looks as attractive as she does on the screen, but she's putting on a poker face. And we're shooting a magazine cover next week, and the gown is designed by Sonia, and she's young but highly regarded by her peers. Got it. And the December troop is also invited us, and the words are well known, but a continental tour would take too much time and we had to think about it. Dodora. And what's wrong, superstar? You're unusually quiet today. And with her usual sweet smile, Dodora looks out the window and sees to have something on her mind. I'm just thinking about the contest. Even though Dorothy is supported by Mercury, your fans still outnumber hers. It's okay. Dodora's not listening to her angel, and she's looking at the sky absent-mindedly. And before they are close to the destination, they can already hear the deafening screams of the fans, and it's stressful. And why are there so many fans again? And Dodora smiles as soon as she sees her fans' posters on the wall, and then she becomes energetic as if lit up by something. It's tiring to wait. I'll go say hello to them. Dodora suddenly flinches as if the door is electrified, and she sees a pink-haired girl standing outside in the crowd, and she's accompanied by a white cat on her shoulder and someone standing beside her. And they are far away from her, but Dodora can still feel the familiar power in them. Styling power. It feels so familiar. And she recalls a memory from a long time ago that appeared a lot in her recent dreams. And Dodora looks aside, raising her hand to her forehead. And in that moment, I'm looking for the arrow is connected to the pink-haired girl, and are they here for me? And she closes her eyes and takes a deep breath. And let's go. And what's wrong though? Dorothy's already greeting her fans. Just go. And the agent seems she's tired and lets it slide. And before the car leaves, Dorothy looks outside in the window one last time and closes it. And the agent looks at the crowd behind the car and sighs. And you let Dorothy steal your thunder again, and I can already imagine what their articles would be like. Never mind, I know how much pressure you are dealing with. I wanna go take a walk, just give me 2 hours, and I promise I'll be back before rehearsal. The daughter softens her voice, and it sounds like she's pleading, and her angel shows helpless smile. You wanna go there again, huh? It's fine to relax before the show, but no doubt, but do not be recognized. The city's school of design is far from the city center and a place where birds fly past the grassland. Occasionally even the sky here smells quiet. And the history museum is almost empty, and a girl wearing a hat and sunglasses stands before the stone tablet muttering something. It is just a story, and the god appointed 5 envoys. It sounds like I'm created by the god. And I've forgotten many things, but there's no way I was created by someone. And look at the ugly statue at the door, and it looks nothing like me. But her memory is indeed unclear, and no matter how hard she tries, she can only remember fragments of her past. And who's a pink-haired girl, and why does her power feel both strange and familiar, and is she from the ocean of memories too? And why is her power closely connected to that person, and the daughter couldn't even tell the difference? And the daughter browses her temple again to relieve herself of the headache and decides to stop thinking about it. And forget it, I should go read some books. And the History Museum has as many books from the beginning of the school, including the first principal collection. And he seems to be a devout believer of the gods in the ocean of memory, and his collection includes many materials about them. The daughter has visited this place many times since that months ago, but she's never managed to finish one book, and she looks at the top bookshelf and sighs. I never understand what this historian word means, but I guess I can try again. And what's the book I read last time? Origin of the Myth or something? Even the title is hard to remember. The daughter reads while talking to herself, and then she turns around and finds someone in front of her. And it's a young man in blue looking at her serious, and suddenly he walks over as if he has found something. And the daughter touches her eyes and sunglasses, and they're still there. But maybe real beauty can be hidden by no means. And the daughter comes up with countless possibilities, and then he recognizes me. And should I deny or admit it? And maybe he just wants a photo, but will he post it on moments? And to be honest, it's kind of hot. And as a young man approaches the daughter, straightens her sunglasses and clears her throat before talking to him. Excuse me. Huh? And the daughter moves aside as the young reaches for a book on the bookshelf. And on the letter cover is a gilded title, The Origin and Evolution of Myths of the Sea. And the one the daughter's looking for is mine. Alright, a good outfit for when you're fighting with someone over a book in the library, which is something I've never seen happen in my life, and I've been in the library a couple of times. Like seriously, I've never seen anyone fighting over a book in the library. Right, front and back, and off we go. That's a good outfit to fight someone or a book.
Come on. I'll present you.
Well, it's not the stupidest reason anyone's ever gotten into a fight with someone. Sorry, my friend needs to check one of the articles for something important. May I read it first? It won't take long. The young man sounds kind and reveals an apologetic smile. And the daughter is stunned, and what does he mean by read it first and it won't take long? And should she take the book back or leave? And Ian ignores her hesitation and starts reading, and he frowns and reads aloud some of the words from time to time. And the daughter doesn't know what to do, and she can only wait beside the bookshelf as she can bear to interrupt someone who is focused. But before the daughter dwells on any longer, Ian looks up and smiles again. Done. And the daughter is astonished, and she glances at the book and sees an article she has read, but she didn't make it to the second paragraph. Already, I didn't finish the whole book. I just needed a few pages based on the content I was interested in. But do you really understand what that country is talking about? Well, the article includes some ancient pigeons and idioms from the North Kingdom, but the narration is simple enough. And this guy is just perfect. He's nice, kind, and hot. Ouch. And suddenly the door hears a child's voice, and then she sees a cute little girl nearby fall to the ground. Marina, be careful. And the young man strides to the little girl and lifts her up and brushes the dust off her clothing. And the daughter is astonished again when she sees how skillful he is. And no way he's a father at this age. Well, maybe he is, maybe he isn't. Instead of crying, the little girl looks up at the depressed Dora curiously and blinks. So suddenly he's not so hot anymore because he may or may not have a daughter. Ugh, women are so picky. And why does she look so weird? Is she mad? The daughter suddenly looks up again with hope in her eyes. And so his sister, Marina, is rude to stare at others. And suddenly Marina interrupts Ian as if she has remembered something. And she looks like that lady on the TV, doesn't she? Oh, I know, she's the one we saw with Nikki and Teresita in the Idol ad. And the daughter is astonished once again, and she tries hard to control her expression and talk calmly. No, I'm just a good-looking person. Yeah, but like between us, what's the difference whether Ian is Marina's father or brother? I mean, it really doesn't matter. He's just being responsible, so taking care, because he's like the main breadwinner for the girl. So it really doesn't matter whether he's the brother or the father, because Dodora's gonna have to put up with the girl whether she wants to or not, because he's the one that's taking care of the girl. But apparently Marina doesn't buy that, and she breaks free from her brother and runs a lap around Dodora. And why are you wearing sunglasses indoors? And the little girl's words have drawn the attention of the others in the museum, and Dodora can even hear the camera click. The lights are way too bright in here. Anyway, bye. Your book. Are you really not a star on TV? Hello? That outfit for running away from a little girl and her brother and the paparazzi or some stuff like that. It says there, Escape School History Museum. So yeah, need to wear something for running. Running. Hi, front and back, and off we go.
I see the causes of the world with my eyes.
The table in Dodora's room backstage is covered with photos and magazines, and she's drawing on her notebook aimlessly. And her handwriting is mazy, but a background with a starry sky can be seen. And that's the dream Dodora keeps having, and every time that person turns around, the star gets dim and memory fragments appear. And there are surging waves, star vortices, and rainbows lie. And Tom, Dodora puts down the pen heavily. And why do I keep thinking about it? And no one said that they were here for me, and maybe they're just here for sightseeing or for the show, and maybe for the cast. And that's just got one. And Dodora shakes her head. And no way, it's obvious that they're here for me, but I am bewildered. And Dodora's voice gradually becomes quiet, and she starts to mutter, I just want to dance and sing, not deal with all of these. And Dodora buries her head in her hand and takes a deep breath and pats her face. Forget it. And she reads the paper and is going to throw it away, but she is mesmerized by the sketch again and keeps looking at it. I got a talent for drawing, at least it looks much better than the Saturn in school. Dodora. And someone comes in and Dodora puts down the paper immediately and covers it with the autograph. Mr. Ander, I thought you were busy. And I heard you're not feeling well, so I'm here to check up on you. And as the art director of the contest, I have the responsibility to take care of our #1 seed. Thanks, Mr. Ander, I'm fine. By the way, have you prepared your outfit for the show? Everyone's performance matters for a perfect idol. Of course. Like that, bro? My brother said that like the shoes look a little too exaggerated, didn't match that. So I just decided to change it a bit. Alright, that seems just about right, front and back.
This time I'll change the ruined future.
A giant poster is posted. And this is like the blade of the berserker type of line. A giant poster is posted on a building on the Gladys Avenue, and it's the casting out for the Night Troops Twin Queens by the December Troop. And a group of girls dresses look up at the poster discussing who will be the new heroine, and Incicia stars are born every day. And Dodora, the most popular star, has just left the theater, and she walks in the street aimlessly as if she's only a passenger by. If the next person I see is in white, I'll go back for them. If black, I'll forget the whole thing about the envoys. A girl in a black jacket in front of her gets onto a bike and roars past her. Black. Maybe I'll go a bit further. Pink, yellow, white. Maybe I'll make it best out of 3. Hey, watch out! And a girl in a gray falls down towards a daughter who helps her up. And opposite the girl stands a man in a fancy suit who is cleaning his hands with a handkerchief. Queen Lilith, look how ugly you are. You don't even deserve to be in Siccia. And the Dora turns to him after helping the girl, and unscrushed she scrutinizes this arrogant man. Look at your fat belly and knockoff shoes and brisket, and do you think you deserve to be in Siccia? And shut up, this is the latest style. Knockoff or not, I'm sure you know. And Dora ignores the man and looks at the girl. And wearing a shabby gray outfit, the girl looks like a forgotten stain in the neon-filled street. Although her face is covered with hair, her scar can still be vaguely seen. But Dora moves her eyes from the scar and sounds unusually gentle. Are you alright? I'm fine. Seemingly afraid of making eye contact, the girl glances at Dora carefully and lowers her head immediately. Thank you. No problem, this is your first time in Siccia, right? Are you a fan of Queen Lilith? The girl shudders at the name of Lilith, but she remains silent. If you're looking for her, go to the idol contest in 3 days and you'll be held in Siccia Open Theater. Thank you, may I ask? Dora lowers her sunglasses as well and has her voice and blinks at Ashley. I am a fan of Dodora's. Remember to vote for our Dodora by that time. But as they stack a passenger by, starts to notice Dodora whispering to each other. Doesn't she look a little bit like Dodora? She is Dodora, and what is she doing here? Dodora, could you give me an autograph? And as more and more people gather, Dodora has to leave Ashley, and she covers her face while moving forward. I'm not, and you got the wrong person. Hey, don't run after me. Alright, an outfit for running away from an angry, from like a crazy, from like your fans and whatnot. Well, I don't have a ninja thing, bro. I guess I could add the wings then. I can't like do two different types of wings. They have to be a complete set, bro. And nope.
Every battle I'm in, victory is the only outcome.
Alright, that was the end of this chapter. I hope you have fun with me reading everything. Please give a like and subscribe, or just a like. Bye bye and God bless. Are we...
Sí, con la ballena.
Alright, let's do a sound test. As the artist people usually say, testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Alright, so we have sound. Let's now do volume 3, chapter 3 of Shining Nikki. The sensational idol contest in the near is coming to an end tonight. And there are 3 voting channels for the contest. The official website moments and the VIP channel exclusive for the Forest Spring customers. Now on the screen we can see the stage of the contest, and the cheers on the stage are for the girls who make it into the final. Under the spotlight, the champion's throne looks extraordinarily dazzling, just like a treasure waiting for its owner. The girls all look at the stage with full of anticipation, and then the camera focuses on Dodora, who stands in the center. Dodora, and what do you think you'll end up in the contest? And Dodora shows a confident smile as if it is a stupid question. The top, of course. And she points at the top seat in the spotlight and smiles confidently at the camera. I'll prove it to you. Unlike the lively idol on the screen, now Dodora is lying on the table in her lounge and looking exhausted. And many figures flash in her mind, the pink-haired girl and the people around her, and also a strange herself wandering in the ocean of memory. And she shakes her head and stares at the golden coin in her hand as if it's the last hope. Heads pretend nothing happened, tails go and find them. And the coin tosses it into the air, and Dodora looks up, waiting for it to fall down. And suddenly a hand catches the coin in the air and presses it onto the table. And who are you looking for? Oh, no one. And I thought you were taking care of the costumes, and what are you doing here? And the angel looks at Dodora and is trying to change the subject. And you haven't been yourself recently, but the final is coming. Buy Forest Spring products for the idol contest, VIP votes, and support your girl. And Forest Spring natural mineral water and a blessing from the pigeon forest. The others suddenly played on TV interrupts the agent, and she looks at the screen and slowly frowns. And meanwhile, Dodora stares at her ruby necklace again and lost in thought again. And pull yourself together, a superstar, and the voting system is actually a disadvantage for you. The biggest shareholder of the Forest Spring is Mercury, and no one can stand in the way if they want to cheat. It's okay, I just want to do my best to finish my show today. And the angel looks at Dora amazed at her calmness, as if this is the first time they meet. And this isn't you, and you said you were going to win the contest in yesterday's interview, and didn't you? And Dora turns around and tilts her head and blinks at the angel, and then she gives the same smile as if it was yesterday's interview. And what's special about the top rank, and I always believe I myself is the best idol. And the angel is done, and finally she passed on her head. Alright, stop idol, and go try on your new dress. There's still more than an hour before the idol contest starts, and the stadium is already filled with people. And the fans are holding various signs to show their support and like LED boards and creating a sea of color. And there's a huge ride, and luckily Ian bought us front row tickets. And Mariana and I went to watch the show more shows in Maryland. After all, a live show really gets a different feeling from watching it through the mirror in the Arc. And on the large screen in the middle of the stadium, the CCN mayor is giving a long speech to the audience. And therefore, the CCN Idol Contest is a grand event for Maryland rather than just a festival for Lanier. And I believe the Idol Contest will become a new cultural symbol of Lanier and make an extraordinary contribution to boosting the cultural industry. And gosh, the mayor has repeated that sentence 3 times. And a girl from the audience shakes her head and looking shocked and takes out her phone to vote for the daughter. Harangu. And finally, distinguished guests, welcome to Cecilia, and I wish you a wonderful night. And as soon as the speech is over, applause bursts out, mostly because it's over. And the camera focuses on the VIPs who are nodding to say hello. And those VIPs really dressed up, and their kids look so heavy. And I think those are the VIPs from the Northern Kingdom. And people in the Lost value power, so their outfits are designed to show strength. And the beautiful lady in golden on the right side must be come from Wasteland. The one beside Wasteland's beauty is an elf nobility from Pigeon, and the wings of his back are shining in golden dots. I had never met an elf alive who would be here. Then you said the politicians from Cloud and Apple are here, and those are from the Northern Kingdom, and the Wasteland lady are noble too. I thought it's just a show, and why is international conference now? And Lanier values beauty a lot, and the current queen of Lanier is a former winner of the Starhaven Swan. And now the Idol Contest is even more popular event of beauty. And maybe the contest is never a simple show in their eyes, but a vain indication that the candidate of the next queen of Lanier. Imagine that at all. And there are many fans of her, and you can't tell how much they like her, and maybe she would prefer to be an idol than to be a queen. And hundreds of Dora's fans gather in the stadium wearing the same uniforms and waving pink glow sticks to express their support for the Dora. And then next to them are Dorothy's fans, and they are wearing purple uniforms and form square. And the Dora, super cutie the Dora. And the Dora's fans shout their catchphrase first, and then the Dora's fans shout theirs, and the two groups try to yell at each other. And the camera focuses precisely on this war, and the fans wave the boards and even more excitedly as they see themselves on the screen. Teresita, do you feel familiar with the man wearing a cat ears? And Nikki points to the screen and where a fan of Dorothy is trying to hide himself, but his figure and hairstyle show who he is. Isn't that Vulture? And what is he doing here? Since Vulture was from Mercury, I think it probably has something to do with the Mercury era. And agree. And that being the case, and will they do something to Dodora? And I'm worried about her. And Teresita, let's go backstage and cheer for her. Marina and I will stay here, and Nikki and Teresita, be careful. And Nikki, you should dress like a real staff member this time and don't get caught again. let's dress her up.
Ya está lanzada la cuidado. ¿Ya se acabó? Parece que yo tocó el grano.
Alright, let's show front and back, and off we go.
I see the causes of the world with my eyes.
What is it, Faye? Yeah.
Si tú puedes parar esta cosa, porque yo no tengo cuenta, a veces ella no se traba más ahí, porque ahí pierde todo el... No, ella se pasa ahí y está. Lo subes así para acá, ella lo hace por ahí y ya. Súbelo así para esto a la vez, no sé si tienes que...
Like it's either the gloves or the nail art, because like the gloves they cover up the nail art.
O no sé, pongo arriba de aquí, ahí, por ahí pasa también. No, esta no. Ponlo aquí arriba de aquí. Deja eso mismo acá.
Backstage of the show. Please show me your staff card, thank you. Hi, we're friends of Dodora's, and could you? Friends, and I already stopped 50 friends over. You guys. And a young stylist woman comes over and beckons the guard to let them in. And they are Dodora's friends, and it's okay. And thank you for saving Dodora's life last time, and are you here for her? Yes, we have something to tell her. And the angel sighed softly as if she remembered something. And don't know why, but she looks obsessed this day, and I'm glad you're here. And everyone, get out of here and don't block the passage. Hey, and don't step on my dress. And with a chaotic footsteps, a bunch of girls come out, and some hold their dress while others only have their makeup on. And what is this? And I think I smell something burning. And a staff member appears trying to stop the girls in a panic. And don't panic, it's just a small fire, and it's under control. And go back to your positions and stay away from the dressing room. What happened? And there was a small accident in the dressing room, but I have handled it, and there won't be any more security problem. The dressing room. And the angel frowns and screams as soon as she remembers something. And Dodora's dress. And the fire has been put out, but the smoke is still dense, and the costumes around the fire have been put away. Except for one dress, and it's a diamond studded from the neckline to the waist, and its color looks like the light of dawn. And the color would have encompassed the whole dress down to the slim waist, but the fabric was blackened by the fire. Dodora's haute couture, and is the only one in all of Mirrorland, and tonight is meant to be debuted on Dodora. So like the fire messed up Dodora's pretty dress. Before Nikki tries to comfort the guy, and more footsteps and the guy shot approach from their back. And where are you going? Freeze! And I go in a great stumble towards you, almost knocking down a props in the corridor. And let it stop her.
En fin, igual encontré una manera de trabajar.
Alright, let's put on the pink shoes that I require for this one. Well, that's a new hairdo that I got for her. It has like very nice curly stuff. Oh, that's cute. Alright, that's the front and back, and off we go.
You trust me?
The girl suddenly loses balance and bang, and she and Nikki fall to the ground. Nikki, and the girl in gray seems to be hurt more badly, but she struggles to her feet, attempting to run away. And her hood falls, revealing her messy hair and face, and the face once appeared only in the mirage, but now is true in reality. Ashley. And I have already experienced too long a life living as an ugly person, and I choose to destroy it with these hands. And no, don't go near the abyss, and don't give in to the darkness, and don't fall into the abyss. Don't give up on your soul, and you need to have faith in this world. The light turned by the flames, and the people running and screaming, and a tear falling into the darkness. But she's not the girl who walked into the fire, the one who signed a pact with the demon, nor the one who called Nikki from the abyss. She seems to be the Ashley at the very beginning, a small animal lost in winter, scared and panicked. And light flashes in her eyes, and when she sees Nikki, the light is dim, but is no longer covered by the vast night fog. Ashley? Nikki? The guard pulls up Ashley by her thin arm and questions her in a loud voice. Did you set fire to the dressing room? The light in Ashley's eyes vanishes as soon as she hears the word fire. Well, in her previous life, she did set an entire beauty pageant on fire, but just because one person burns like a whole building down doesn't mean that they're the paramedic responsible for all forest fire. But I digress. She struggles, mumbling the same words again and again as she's being devoured by a great nightmare. It wasn't me, it wasn't me. No, it wasn't me. Then what are you doing here? I came here for... As she looks around as she wants to defend herself, but she just lowers her head as well as her voice in the end. No one believes her, and they all look at her with doubt and curiosity, and their whispers and laughs make her suffocate. Another crazy fan of the Doras, and I think she's the arsonist, and look at how ugly she is. She must have done this antisocial behavior to vent out her anger. I thought the scar was makeup, and how frightening. I didn't. I never went into the dressing room. And who's in charge of the dressing room? And the crowd becomes silent and looks at each other, and a seen intern raises her hand hesitantly. It's me. I don't think I saw her. She must be the arsonist. Come on, we'll talk in the police station. No one else here would do that, and I think she's the one. And the crowd starts to discuss it, and the intern looks around carefully and apparently wavering. I'm not sure, maybe I miss her. Ashley looks around in despair like a helpless person who's drowning, seeking a hand for help. I didn't, it's not me this time. They say this time, but she admitted to another time. Teresita, do you think Ashley did it? Well, she did the fire to like burn her stepsister, so since that chick is not there, maybe it wasn't her? Or maybe it is. Or maybe it's Queen Lilith, who's also running around there. I don't think she would do such things anymore, and besides there's no evidence that she went into the dressing room. I agree, it's unfair for her if we just assume that she's the arsonist with no evidence. Looking at Ashley surrounded by the crowd, Nikki remembers a girl surrounded by fire. And Ashley has gone through too much darkness and injustice, and people shouldn't treat her like this anymore. And Nikki walks out of the crowd and stands next to Ashley, who looks at her astonished with tears in her eyes. No one saw her in the dressing room, and why do you believe she's the arsonist? An investigation is needed, and that is called justice. And the people start yelling, but they continue to discuss with a low voice and looking at Ashley doubtfully. And you're not a staff here. Hey, are you two together? And what I remember is too, and the cute fat cat, they once broke into the Dora's lounge. And take them all. Hey, how many times do I have to tell you I'm not a cat and don't touch us or I'll bite you? As a cat normally does. And suddenly a familiar voice appears among the noisy crowd and is sweet as usual, yet more intimidating. Where are you taking my friends? Ashley? Nikki? The guard pulls up Ashley by her thin arm and questions her with a loud voice. Oh wait, that's okay, now we go to 3-5. The crowd quiets down and makes way obediently. It's Dodora, and she's only wearing little makeup, but still looks beautiful. Dodora raises her head and slightly miffed, and she stares at the guy who has grabbed Momo. Miss Dodora, and there are suspects of sneaking into the backstage and damaging your costume. Dodora first looks at Nikki and then at Ashley, and her eyes moving naturally. Instead of being suspicious or hostile, she seems friendly. It's you, and what are you doing here? Ashley looks at Dodora and is stunned for a while. You're Dodora's. Ah, and you must be here for Lilith. And before Ashley finishes the sentence, Dodora speaks in a sincere tone with her pretty eyebrows furrowed. I understand your excitement, but it's wrong to act like an obsessive fan. Be rational. Lilith? I think Dodora misunderstands something. And I don't know what's going on, but Dodora completely changed the atmosphere. And the guard's attitude almost seems to soften as he asks for Dodora's opinion. Miss Dodora, is she really innocent? There's no evidence showing that she has entered the dressing room, right? And are you gonna send her to the police just according to your guess? And as a guard here, you should have checked the CCTV at the beginning. But what are you doing? Buying time for the arsonist? It's like, go check the cameras, you lunatic. Sorry, I'll go check the CCTV right away. Alright everyone, no more rubbernecking here. Back to your positions. And I know some people are still suspicious. They'll leave as Dodora seems angry. Thank you, Dodora. No problem. And I think and I don't think they have any evidence. And they pick you because of your. And looking at Ashley's card, Dodora realizes that she chose the wrong topic. And then she quickly changes the subject. So, you know Nikki and her friends? Kinda. Ashley not hesitating, and her gray pupils looking at you carefully. I think I met you before. I remember you. My name is Teresita. I am Nikki's friend. And Ashley nods, and a slight smile appears on her pale face. Ashley, how did you make with May? And a full scene of costumes they shove towards you, and the agent suddenly appears behind it and pushes the door to the close. I knew you would be here, and I brought you these backup costumes, and come and have a look. Well, they're as good as the customized dress before, but they're also the latest design. And how about this dress? And what about a laser cut jacket? And Dora glances at the colorful costume, looking bewildered for the first time. Not bad, but my whole performance was designed based on that costume. It looks like I can only count on my beauty and performance this time. I understand you feel pity, but the dress is already burned, and there's nothing the stylist here can do. I think we can modify the burned dress if there's still time. And Ashley mumbles as if she finds her words sound awkward here. And yeah, it'll be a pity if this delicate dress is giving up. Dora, can you give us and Ashley a chance? And we would like to help you if it's okay. This, I trust you, and please take care of it for me. Oh, they're gonna bend the dress. That's a very shiny dress. Sparkly golden. Alright, now front and back. It's a very sparkly dress.
This time I'll change the ruined future.
The hem of the dress has been cut off and turning the flowing galaxy into an irregular starry sky. And while not as regal as it was before, the dress looks more lively now, which fits the Dora's mischievousness better. And the stars twinkle as the Dora spins. And Ashley seems to remember something when she looks at the dress and she just cut, but the Dora's voice interrupts her. I love it, thank you. And I got a lot to say to you though, and let's save it till I win the contest. And are you sure you can win? And go for it, and Teresita and I have faith in you. Go get him, and thank you. Alright, get ready for the stage, and my champion. The Dora runs a few steps ahead of Angel and looks back and waving a V sign. And make sure you watch my performance down there. Standing a few steps away from Nikki, Ashley looks at Dodora's back. It is Ashley's a shadow memory, and how she left the ark and got to Cecia. Nikki doesn't know. Which questions? Nikki doesn't know which question to start with. Not just that Ashley is what remains of Queen Lilith, and giving forming, because the demon didn't get her entire soul, so then like that soul fragment got a body manifested there, and is roaming about. Actually, do you have a place to stay here in Chicia? The city is close and people are nice here, and they don't look at me like that. Can we pay you a visit tomorrow? And Ashley nods and says okay in a low voice. Alright, let's go back to the show. The daughter will be on the stage soon. The hem of the dress has been, turning into... Alright. I got a 7. As the contest is close to the climax, almost all of the idols of the final have completed their performances. And the moon rises in the sky, and the audience voice hoarse now, and they look tired, judging by the way they wave their sticks. But then the name on the screen arouses another round of applause. Dodora, Dodora, Dodora. Dodora slowly rises to the stage, and the cold light on her is clear as moonlight. And the whole stadium has become a sapphire night sky, and stars twinkle one after another to Dodora's steps. And unlike her unusual sweet style, Dodora's voice sounds strong and lifting, as if she's whispering to everyone. And the song is over, and the lights are out, and only the meteors on the screen are visible now, and eyes are closed, and the girl makes a wish. Dodora, Dodora. Dodora has left the stage, but the audience keeps crying for an encore. Her performance was even better than last time. And she's really good. And since Dodora wasn't lying, and listen to the cheers, and Dodora must be in first place. I just analyzed the fans' cheers and applause and expressions and calculated the approval rate of each girl, and the possibility of Dodora winning the championship is 84%. And Ian says moving his eyes from an unknown electronic device. So you took that scene here just to analyze their approval ratings? And the real-time ratings are displayed on the screen, and Dodora has 5 million votes and heavily outnumbered Dorothy. And as the rankings are announced, the girls take their seats in order. Almost every one of them has tears in their eyes. And some are moved by their fans, and some are disappointed by their ranks, while others are excited about sitting in the spotlight. And at last, only 2 idols are left, and everyone is certain that the winner will be either Dodora or Dorothy. And finally, here comes the climax of the night, and we can see Dodora's votes are always far ahead like in the previous show, but this year the Forward Spring VIP channel and moments are also viable for voting. Will the rankings change? And now let's reveal Dorothy's votes. And the number on the screen starts to roll and rise and finally stop at 12.76 million votes. What? No way! None of the real-time approval ratings exceed 10 million before, but now with the votes of 3 channels, Dorothy is the first one to generate 10 million more approval rating. And the audience and the idols are stunned, and even Dorothy's fans are too surprised to cheer for her. And the camera focuses on Dorothy, who looks a bit surprised but is still flawlessly elegant. So apparently the Mercury group rigged the election so that Dorothy will be the winner of this idol contest. Well, they said it, not me. This is rigged. Mercury must be behind it. Such votes have never appeared in the idol contest, and this is gonna be hard for Dodora. Congratulations to Dorothy on setting a new record, and will Dodora overcome such an opponent and work miracles again? And the number on the screen starts to roll again, and they're rising to 5 million to 6, 7, and 8. And everyone in the stadium holds their breath and waiting for the number to exceed 10 million. And finally the number starts at 9.84. And the whole stadium falls silent for an instant. And as soon as someone yells that something's wrong, the audience starts shouting, especially the Dodora's fans. Rigged, rigged, rigged. And I didn't see this coming, something's up. And that lady in the 20s may be weird, but I agree her performance was better. And Reed, and why blame our Dorothy while your fans can afford to buy more votes? And a fan of Dorothy glances at you and snorts. And I knew you weren't seeing at first glance and look at your taste and wash your mouth. So a riot is gonna break out cause of election fraud. uh, in the world of Shiny Nikki, which has nothing to do with anything in the real world. Cause of course they be elves, you know. You gotta be thinking it has anything to do with like the real world, whatever. I don't know. I tapped out of the real world ages ago, as you kind of by now have noticed. Ah, look at this nice patchwork dress. Oh, this one also like, this one, look at those little curls. And let's expand the eyelashes a little more. And a nice little sun hat. A happy sun hat. Oh, here I like the scissor pin. I like your front and back and after that.
Come on. I'll present you with the most beautiful dream.
And that's a cool transparency that it has on the bottom of the dress. Inside an office backstage, a dozen screens display the idol contest and the staff members are busy in front of the computers. And a middle-aged man is lying on the couch casually, but he sounds respectful on the phone. Yes, rest assured I will complete the CEO's task perfectly. Oh, you're flattering me, Mr. Vulture. And as soon as he puts down the phone, a staff member hands over a document. And so here's the total votes we just counted. And the producer takes the paper and throws it into the trash bin without looking at it. And this is usual. The winner must be from the Mercury era. And what about the votes? Do I have to tell you what to do? Just make up a number and make sure it's higher than the daughters. You gotta that. See, I always thought that like TV game shows were rigged. but not much higher, otherwise the audience won't buy it. Yes, sir. And suddenly the door is slammed open and several men in suits walk in and they're all wearing black hats and their faces are covered. Sir, you can't go in. And who is it? And the young leader ignores the staff and shows his card and he has a symbol on the nearest cabinet. And the young leader lifts his hat gently and his light gray eyes glisten in the cold light from the screen. And the producer remembers his face from the TV news. He's Fidel, not Castro, just some guy named Fidel. Just the certain names that like you can't like use anymore because it makes you think of like politicians and other chumps. It's like naming someone Adolf. Nobody can be named Adolf or Fidel or some other guy or whatever. The new minister of the Culture Bureau appointed by the Queen, Minister Fidel. You must let us know the inspection in advance. The producer gives him a one welcome while tipping the half and a wink and ordering them to put away the documents on the ground. Fidel looks as indifferent as ever. Why am I not surprised? And he hasn't responded to the producer or stopped his little trick. Following the orders of Her Majesty, we're here to assist the staff of the contest. Her Majesty said the contest is essential for Nini's cultural development, so she hopes that the Culture Bureau can be notary. I see, I'll have them sort out the votes right away. No need, my men will process the original data themselves. But as the result has already, your job is done here, you may go. Well, if anyone knows how to manage a voting fraud, it's Lilith Fidel. The producer is going to say something else, but Fidel stares at him coldly and politely gestures for him to leave. Young as he is, Fidel's face is usually intimidating, and the producer dares not say another word and is in a hurry. And before he walks out of the room, he hears a piece of friendly advice from the young minister. As a citizen on the near, you should know who you're working for. Queen Lilith, the avatar of the goddess of desire. The audience is still shouting, and the number on the screen starts to move again. And 10 million, 11, 12 million, 13, 14, 15, and Dodora set a new record. And the deafening cheers resound, and all of the spotlight focuses on Dodora. And the winner of the idol contest this year and the best idol in the near is Dodora. Also, one group, the Mercariera, started doing voting from, but then another person showed up to to put even more votes, and then it's just a huge mess. The camera focuses on Dodora, who however is not crying as expected, and Dodora only shows a big smile to the camera, as if the spotlight and the flowers belong to her originally. Now let's hear the winner make a speech. Dodora goes onto the stage and stares at the cheerful audience for quite a while, as if trying to remember everyone's face. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone who supported me, and this honor belongs to all of us. And as a long time ago, when I saw someone performing on the stage for the first time, I imagined what I would look like in the spotlight. And what's on Dodora's mind is the time on the corridor and her favorite place on the ocean of memory. And that was a very colorful world. And Dodora tries not to sob. And at the time, it was impossible for me to perform on stage, and it was like another world where I didn't belong. But now I am standing here, and it's like a dream all of you built for me. Whatever the future will be, whenever I will be, my heart will always chase the spotlight on the stage. And uniquely sweet as always, Dodora's voice sounds unusually solemn. And the whole stadium falls silent for an instant, and then there's another round of applause for the brightest star of Sicily. Now let's welcome Her Majesty Queen Lilith to crown our champion. And although exhausted after all of the twists and turns, the audience still offers the warmest and most sincere applause to the Queen. I never thought we would see Queen Lilith, and this was totally worth it. And a red carpet slowly unfolded on the dance floor, and the lights on both sides of the stage were turned on one by one. And Lilith, dressed in a gown, stared by a admiring respectful audience, walks onto the stage gracefully. Good evening, my people. and Lilith's voice is soft as if she's whispering, but people cheer as she greets them. It's a great honor to be here, and thank you all for the excellent performance. Lilith looks at the contestants gently, and those girls who were stunned by Rance are now gazing at Queen Lilith with yearning eyes. As Queen of Ninier, I am proud of you. I officially invite Mr. Dora to attend the music event in Beijing with me as the ambassador of the cultural exchange. The audience as well as Dora are surprised, and she poisons herself hesitantly. And it's common for Tom ranking out of Ninier to get involved in politics or even become the queen. But still, few get to represent Ninier in a foreign affairs right after the contest, and therefore Queen Lilith must think very highly of this girl, or this pawn. The queen holds Dodora's hand, who is still in a daze, and stands in the spotlight with her. They are so beautiful, and Lilith, Dodora, Lilith. And the two girls stand on top of the stage, gold confetti landing on their hair, and all Lucia gives them is love. And this is the first event after the disaster in the year, and people clap and cheer and sing again as if the night will last forever. Nikki changed into something as dazzling as Queen Lilith's gown and enjoy the night. Well, it's hard to try to outshine the physical embodiment of desire created by a demon, but let's go try that. But let's try. Sparkly lining dress. No, the glasses is a required item. There are certain stages you can only pass through them by creating a specific item. Alright, let's put on the fancy gloves and I guess I'll remove that piece so that I can put on the earrings. Alright, let's show front and back, and off we go with the sparkly outfit.
This time I'll change the ruined future.
But the glasses look fine. I mean, at least they don't conflict with the color of the dress. Eliza and Lilith and the stay together. A friend of mine is a huge fan of yours, and can you give your autograph to her? Of course. Smiling, Lily takes a photo from a waiter and starts to write. Who and what's your friend's name? Her name is, what was it? Oh, right, Ashley. The daughter is not sure, but she thinks she saw a small crack in the queen's flawless face. and yet the craft fades away among the smile as gentle as a spring night. Ashley, all right then, said Ashley. 'Cause she's Ashley. What do you she must be thinking she onto me. Does she know about the demon? The dressing room is full of flowers, and the crystal crown has been taken off by its owner and lying on the table in silence. Congratulations, Dodora. You did a very good job. Dodora touches her hair and feeling inexplicably lost. And are you really happy for me? Of course, the show was brilliant, but there's one more thing that we came here for. I know. And Dodora looks at you seriously and takes a deep breath, and she seems to even more nervous than when she delivered the speech. Teresita, I know I should fulfill my duty as an envoy and work with you. I know that there was a huge crisis in Mirror not so long ago, and those guys in the Abyss have been restless. And I know how much you need me, but this time I want to control my own life. And never mind if the world is gonna go to hell, I'm gonna do whatever I feel like it. It may sound selfish, but my fans need me. Even if I don't do my job, they'll go to hell. I promise I'll give them the best performance, and I don't want to let them down. Me neglecting my duty causes everyone in the world to go to hell. Besides, as an envoy, I don't know what to do to change the fate of Maryland. But as the daughter who's on stage, I know how to realize my own value and bring more colors to Maryland. And my fans need me, and the stage of the near is also waiting for this bright star, so don't bother to trying to pressure me. The goddess of desire be like, oh, we're all doomed as long as there's desire in the world. Since the daughter desires to like fool around as an idol, her desire is conflicting with her duty to save the world. The daughter said a lot in sincere matter. Though she is dressed up like a doll, her eyes are sparkling with determination. And that sounds weird, Dodora. And what do you mean by your duty as an envoy? And I think she imagined a lot of things. And Dodora, I'm afraid you got the wrong idea. Dodora frowns, looking particularly bewildered. And you come all the way to Sicily to find me, and aren't you going to take me away by any means necessary? Huh? Seriously, you're not gonna tie me up or seduce me as you can have your envoy back. Dodora, that's not what we're here for. Actually, we just confirmed Teresita's identity and don't know what to do next, so we're not asking for anything from you. Exactly, we're here to search for information about Teresita. And Dodora seems to blush. And my teacher said my encounter with Teresita is the key to changing Mirrorland's fate, so the envoys and the guard are important to me. I see. And Dodora mutters something and her face turns completely red. Dodora, can you tell us what you know about Teresita and how the ocean of memories devoured the continent? Yeah, we only need you as an exposition fairy, Dodora, so you can relax. Dodora glances at Neal and looks even more red, and she lowers her head and sings for a while. My memory is vague too, and I think I was born from the people's desire for beauty long, long ago. We had lived in Star Islet, deep in the ocean of May, where the star trails meet. Starstream Islet, and that's a beautiful name, and I don't even know if such a place in the ocean of memories exists. And by the way, it's named by one of the 5 envoys, so you know where the other 4 are. I don't really remember them or anyone else in the ocean of memories. And I remember one of them woke us at the exact same time every day, and another often made weird stuff, and one liked keeping animals. And the last thing I remember is a storm, and that was the largest one I have ever seen on the ocean of memories. And then I lost my memories and woke up on the beach of Sicily. And my memories slowly came back after the disaster hit Royal City, and I knew that it wasn't an earthquake but a demon from the abyss. And on the first day you came to Sicily, I felt a familiar power between you two. Indeed, and there's a strong bond between Nikki and Teresita. Actually, I don't really know what to do. And I know I have to return to my position one day, but not now. And I have my own dreams, and not a very big one, but I think it's meaningful, and I want to achieve it. Your fans will be so moved if they heard you that. And this is what I should do as the brightest star of the near. And the familiar light in the girl's eyes can be seen again, and it's as bright as stars. So where are you going next? Wherever we can find a way to protect Miranda, and I want to get more information about Teresita and the other 4 envoys first. And what about you, Dodora? I'm the ambassador of cultural exchange appointed by the Queen now, and I'll be going to the City of Music in Pigeon soon. When? Well, sooner or later. Speaking of the other envoys, I don't know where to find them, but I'm sure it won't be easy. And Nikki, your teacher really entrusted you with a huge task, and it's gonna be tough. I know, but it's what I want to do, and besides, I believe I can change fate with Teresita. And Dodora still has something to say, but she keeps it to herself in the end. Don't get overconfident. And she doesn't look worried anymore and raises her eyebrows. And by the way, here's a small gift before we say goodbye. And Dodora takes out a delicate box from the drawer and sends it over in seemingly casual way. Inside the box is a necklace she carries with her as a lucky charm, and the ruby in the middle is surrounded by crystals. The ruby is still glowing even indoors, and it's as bright as Dodora on stage. Are you really going to give it to us? And it's very important to you, right? It's good you understand. It's my lucky charm, so I think it'll bless you too. And remember, don't lose it. Dodora pauses and pretends to be upset by your hesitation in taking it. I just felt like giving it away and take it before I change my mind. But Dodora, you prepared a box for it and you plan to give it to us, didn't you? And thank you, Dodora. And we will take good care of it. And Dodora nods with satisfaction. And I have one more request before we say goodbye. And I remember I lost every styling battle against Teresita when we were in the Starstream Island. And since you don't remember now, and what are you going to take advantage of the situation? Don't say it like I'm a villain, so do you want to fight me again? Let's wear something nice. This one is fun. It's a little bit like, it looks like something that Sailor Moon will wear. Or maybe Madoka Magica. Okay, we got that one or this one. I like this one better. Well, since I didn't put nail now I'm gonna put gloves. Alright, that seems to match it well. Yeah, that's like a magical girl outfit fish. And now let's give her something to hold. Some magic stuff or something. That's front and back, and off we go.
Come on. I'll present you with the most beautiful drink.
After the final, Lilith and Dolora's photos hit the front page of every paper in Cecia, and the champion's wings can be seen on every board. And Dolora's fans have celebrated for the whole night, and there are still fans in uniform singing in the streets together. And the next day, only the Cecia school of design is quiet and beautiful and simple as ever, as if the contest never happened. As she said, she lives in the dorm of the strange, but it's hard to find where it is. I wonder how she's doing here. And we need to figure out how Ashley made it to Cecia. And given the anomaly on the arc days ago, I think it's actually probably a shadow memory from the personality mirror. And as far as I know, this has only happened twice on the arc, and I wonder what kind of power could get out of hand and make her an individual. Me too, and by the way, Nia, and why are the rules so complicated here, and are we there yet? Nikki, let's ask someone for help. You don't seem to be a student here, and what are you doing here? And a man wearing a staff ID comes over and staring at you warily. And we're visiting a friend in the dorm of the strange, and can you tell us how to get there? The staff member touches his chin and thinks for a while. That building, you're not even close, and the roads there are well known for their complexity, and I don't know how to describe it. Could you take us there? The staff member frowns and seems bothered. Alright, I'm going there anyway. Follow me. And then the staff member starts to lead the way, and he seems to be in a hurry. And past the garden, the surroundings become more and more secluded, and you almost can't see any students around. I don't think anyone lives here. And what are you waiting for? I need to get back to the office. Cecia Ida contest in Norwood, especially offered for teachers and students. Come take a look. And the familiar merchant jumps out of nowhere and carrying a stationery and accessories. Sherlock. And you're everywhere. And you guys again, and I just come here to sell the latest stationery to the teachers and students, and does anything catch your eye? And so you must be a new teacher, and I never saw you before. Get out, no peddling on the campus. And instead of backing out, Sherlock laughs and steps forward and checking the man's staff card. And your fake ID card is really bad, and would you like to order one for me? And I promise no one will be able to tell the difference. Enough nonsense. And Nikki, something's wrong with this guy. And Nikki whispers, and pays close attention to the two in front of her. Aeon takes a step forward and keeping all of you behind him. And the fake staff member looks back, and a hostile power rushes towards Nikki at the same time. That's a little overdressed. You won't like me when I change my makeup. Yeah, I change my outfit.
Ganda mo ba?
This is a little on the crazy side, but let's go with it. Uh, it's got a magnet, a mega horn with a gator, and off we go. You can either yell at people to stun them and then hit them, because I used megaphones before, and those things are heavy. Like, they are a great blunt weapon.
Every battle I'm in, victory.
So yeah, like, you can like deafen your opponent by yelling at them, and then when they cover their ears, that's your chance to then like smash their head with it. So that's a possibility if you like to use unorthodox weapons in like your street fighting. I don't advocate like street fighting, but it's like that's your deal, like love and peace, man. Not sound anything, whatever. Love and rest in peace, as my father just corrected me. Well, I hope you're having fun, as I am. Kitty cat sucks. No, cats don't suck. What I mean is that I'm wearing cat socks. Hey, he's running away. And Nikki, Teresita after him. Don't bother. This guy must have been waiting for us, and there might be another ambush. And who's that, and where is he taking us? Ashley lives here, and could it be her? And there are too many questions about Ashley, but is they're here for her, and why did they attack us? Anyway, let's go visit Ashley first, and I hope she's okay. She'll be fine as long as you leave her alone. And seeing the weariness in your eyes, Charlotte shrugs. I mean, you're being closely watched, and you don't want to drag anyone else into it, right? We're being watched. Not everyone has forgotten Miss Nikki's contribution to the royal city. And I also heard Miss Nikki is Master Leonie's successor. Enough, and who are you? Don't worry, I wouldn't have reminded you if I planned to do anything, and I'm here to sell you something. And what is it this time? Sherlock rummages through his backpack and takes out a box, and inside is a cloud scroll. And the scroll unfurls, and it's a landscape painting, and the mountains are painted with ink, and there's a red house among the mist. And it doesn't have a signature, but only a glowing stamp, which seems to contain gold powder. At the same time, the star shard behind the mirror starts to glow, and it's a golden gem. And a warm and bright it shines on the mist and mountains in a painting. The mirror, but why? The mirror is responding to this painting. Judging from the shape of the mountains and style of the house, it may be a place in Cloud Capital, and where do you get it? You may have to ask the seller yourself. And then Charlotte takes a few steps forward and turns around and waves at you. And it's out of print, and you won't get such a huge offer again. Teresita, shall we follow him? Sure, why not? And this is the only clue we have now, and we have to take the risk. There are many theaters east of Gladys Avenue, and familiar with place, Charlotte leads you through the alley after another. And finally, he stands in front of a dark building, and his style is unique and looks nothing like linear. The antique sign says, "The Never Fall Troop." It's Shinji's theater, isn't it? And wait, the seller says only you, and you are allowed in. Teresita and me. And Charlotte nods and beckons the two of you to come closer. Nikki, Teresita. It's okay, Ian. The theater is quiet in the day, and the hall is completely empty, and the curtain is tightly closed. And Charlotte has disappeared somewhere, leaving even more silence in the hall. And suddenly the sound of the steady footsteps comes from behind the curtains, and a fan lifts the curtain a little. And a man comes out of the curtain, and he stands on the stage in a cloud robe, as if he's greeting the audience. "Hello, Nikki." And he turns his eyes and looks at you, and the butterfly at the corner of his eyes flapping its wings. "Nice to meet you, Teresita. And you know me." "I don't, but the owner of that painting does." And Shinji's voice is as gentle as ever, and he looks well prepared as always. And Nikki grabs the hands of her top and seems to remember something and looks a bit nervous. "Shinji, what do you want?" "Relax. I am here because someone asked me." "What I'm going to tell you is in that painting." "And where is the owner?" "He's waiting for you inside the painting." And she is Josephine as if he's enjoying a play. "I see. The place in the painting is from Cloud Capital." "I see, you mean to say he's in the Cloud Capital." "That's right, well done." "So we're going to Cloud Capital next. And if you're really being watched, the trip is going to be risky, and besides, she needs information may not be true. And he did see Nikki once after all, and he might also have a reason, but... Are you hesitating?" And Nikki raises her head silently. Indeed she was. And even so, the mirror's reaction won't lie. Enya has proven that the next clue is in Cloud Capital. And she knows the owner, and he has the best intelligence network in Mirrorland, and it seems you have no other choice but to trust him. "I can give you some help if you're going to Cloud Capital." Shinji seems to know what Nick is worried about, and he was closer, and his voice is clear and sincere. But then again, he's an actor. "The Never Fall Troop is just finished a tour in Linear, and it's going to Cloud Capital. I can keep you safe if you come with me." "Come with me if you want to travel." Shinji shows a small smile, but no one knows what danger lurks behind it. "And why are you helping us?" "The same reason as before. Someone asked me to." "And you don't have to answer me right now, and take your time to think. I'll wait." "And what do you think, Teresita?" "Going to the Cloud Capital with him is the best choice right now." "Agree, and even if he's plotting something, he's still the only source of information we have now. And he needs information, and he can trust him before he gets to it." "Are you really going to Cloud Capital with Shinji?" And Ian looks worried after he hears about it from Nikki. "And don't worry, Aunt Teresita and I have gone through a lot." "Of course, I trust you. It is just..." "Nikki, Marina, I have to go back to the Ark, and Ashley's appearance means that the Ark may be unstable. I want to check it. And we've been out only a few days, and is this my fate as an Ark admin?" "Marina, it's not your fate, but your responsibility, and we must fulfill our duty as the admins." I know, and you don't need to be so serious." "I'm gonna miss you guys, and I thought we would go to Cloud Capital and even more places together." Ian smiles slightly, and staring at the clouds in the distance, he looks unwilling to leave too. "We're not leaving right away. Marina and I are going to go to Capital with you, and then we'll be going after that. And this leader of the Never Fall Troop is full of mysteries, and I can't help but worry about you." "So reliable, Ian." And Nicholas changed into a similar close to the Never Fall Troop's office and set off. Yeah, that's like kimonos and little and robes.
Such a special pattern. It looks just like a legendary token.
We're ready to go to the Never Fall Through people.
You trust me?
It's a extremely elaborate looking kimono. And now with all the little side missions. Ashley doesn't remember how long she has been lost in the dream. She thought she had completely disappeared and finally escaped from the world that never loved her. But she just fell into a sweet dream where Lilith was born from the fire and exchanged her soul for infinite beauty and love. No, that was not a dream, and that was what Lilith went through. Ashley saw the Neiman's attendant's frantic eyes and touched the nightingale's cold feathers, and heard the youngest violin break. And late at night in the near palace, a figure showed up before the queen's throne, the goddess of desire. Give your soul to me, and you shall learn the love of all humans in the world, and an everlasting, unwavering love. And are you willing to give it to me? The young queen reached out almost without hesitation. No, no, no. And as she didn't know what the goddess of desire meant, and her words were like a serpent twisting around the girl's heart, hissing. And she didn't know what she wanted or the disaster that would happen, and what she knew was Lilith would give up. What she knew was that Lilith would give up her soul again, and just like she did. No. And the goddess of desire turned around, and Ashley couldn't see her face and only the dark abyss in her eyes. Shush, I don't want to hear that. The dark abyss reached out to drag Ashley into the endless nightmares. Instead of struggling, she just looked at Lilith for the last time. Lilith looked back, watching her figure turn into dust and her eyes as cold as the moonlight. Is this what you want, Lilith? And she was going to say something, but the kaleidoscope dream was gone, and darkness covered her eyes and wrapped around her throat. And is everything over? Her painful and ugly life has finally come to an end. Ashley. And it was like 100 years had passed in the darkness when nothing existed, and then a weak voice was heard from the chaos. Ashley. And who's there? Ashley, did they bully you again? Ashley, have you ever seen sunshine? I think I heard them before. Yes, yes, she has. And they were said by a musician who only played for her and the blind girl who taught her every note. But she had gone too far into the dark to hear the voices again, and the forgotten words changed into fireflies glistening in her sight. Ashley, we will sing together again. Ashley, get onto the stage. No, I can't just disappear like this. And I can't go near the night or fall into the abyss. And I can't give up on this world. Go on, go summon the meteor shower that's been long gone. And the fireflies light up the sky, and where every star is telling a story of hope. And the meteor shower is real, and Nikki once put out the fire in Ashley's heart with one summon upon the lake Silvermoon. And meteors fall gently into the night sky into Ashley's arms, and Ashley reaches out to grab them. That's and in front of her is not the Peleis or Lilith, and she finds herself in a strange room with weird instruments around her. And a door slightly opens and light comes out, and she can hear the faint sound of music. As if it's summoned by something, Ashley walks to the door, and she pushes it open. I think I want her to wear gloves this time. Let me see if I have some red gloves. But then I'm not, or white is also a good option, but I don't know, too big. Oh yeah, that looks fun. Cat ears. Front and back, and off we go.
Every battle I'm in, victory is the only outcome.
In the streets of Sicily, a group of Tryon boys are chasing someone in a cloak. Monster, look at this monster! And the passenger don't pay attention to the person in the cloak, but they frown at the rude boys. Monster, and where are you going? And the pebbles thrown at the person in the cloak hits the wall of the school building, and the guards stop the boys from getting in. No shouting on the campus. Ashley takes off her gray clothes behind the walls, and she arrives in the city after going across the magical rainbow bridge, and lots of incidents like this have happened many times. But none of them can hurt her anymore, and she even thinks the city is much better than Star Heaven, and most people here just ignore her. And she looks curious at the academy, and the green domes are classically beautiful, and the walls show a long history. History Museum of Cecilia School of Design. And there's a starry sky on the noon, and all of the stars fall towards a statue that looks like a magical creature or dancing water. Is this a statue of a god? It's a god from legends. And Ashley turns around to see a pale face with black marks on it. Whoa. Whoa. And both of them are staring at each other's screens, and then Ashley realizes it's a girl in a witch costume. And under the oversized witch guy is a ghostly face with marks on the corner of her eyes. And before she can figure out why the girl is dressed that way, Ashley covers her face subconsciously. And the witch girl pats herself on the chest and lets out a long sigh. Gosh, you don't have to overreact like that. It's rude. I'm so sorry. I just don't want to scare you. And the girl looks at Ashley bewildered. No way, only I get to scare people here. Anyway, my name is Cersei the 14th, heiress of the Great Witch. The Great Witch from Dark Souls, the Great Witch of Iceland. Hi, Cersei. My name is Ashley, and I am not a student here. It's Cersei the 14th, and put down your hands, Ashley, and you're in CC's School of Design, and you don't have to be afraid. But Ashley is still standing to the side, and her hands on her face, and Cersei could only shrug. I can still see your scar even if you cover it. Ashley doesn't know what the girl means, and she just lowers her head to stop talking. Hey, you see that statue is designed by the first principal of the CC School of Design. And I don't see why, but it's the legendary god of beauty and styling. We are her. It's nothing like that perfect goddess, Lilith. And seemingly responding to her words, Ashley looks at the statue not far away. The principal said it represents the God's will, and it hopes everyone has a different definition of beauty. Actually, I think the principal just made up those legends, and he just wants to tell us there is more than one kind of beauty. And every one of us should appreciate and be blessed. Should be appreciated and blessed. Every one of us? Yes, it is written in our motto. Nowadays the students don't care much about it though. And by the way, you're not a student here, right? And the campus will be closed at night, and you should be going home now. I'm not Cesian. And where do you live then? I don't have a home. Ah, I see. I came to Cecia without letting anyone know too, and no one believed I could be admitted to the school. I don't think I'm in that situation. Don't worry, since you have had the privilege of meeting the greatest witch of the century, I will take care of everything. And Cersei lifts the oversized witch hat and raises her chin. Come with me. If you want room and boarding, take off your cloak and tidy your hair. You gotta look polite as a guest. That's a nice eyebrow lashes. Oh yeah, this is the thing that goes with this dress. Alright, let's show front and back.
Trust me.
In front of them is a house painted pure black, and the roof points to the sky, and it looks unique among the cute dormitories. Staring at the sign that has "The Dorm was strange" written in cursive, Ashley is still hesitant. Can I really go in? Of course, make yourself at home. And unlike the outside, the living room is decorated with flowers and paintings, and the air smells warm and nice. And a blonde in a pink dress is putting sugar in her tea, and her movement is graceful as a princess. And if you ignore the dramatic sick beer on her face. And the princess raises her head, is swinging his blonde hair to the back, and gives Ashley a standard smile that shows 8 teeth. Cersei, you got another new friend. It's Cersei, the 14th princess, Ashley princess. Right when Ashley is going to say hello, a delicate tray is pushed over to her, in which is a fine china filled with hot tea. And a young nobleman is looking at her, blinking his sapphire eyes. And may I offer you a cup of tea, my lovely lady? And Ashley can't help but blush. And don't be a fool, she's a girl. Please call me Prince, my sweet lady. And suddenly the machine beside them starts to rumble, and it's then that Ashley sees something like a robot on the couch. And the princess pulls the robot up easily and turns his head to Ashley. The 16th person brought back by Cersei, scanning no suspicious objects at the security level, a scan complete. And don't act like a robot, and Ashley could be the 5th registered member of our magical human club. And Cersei comes close to Ashley and whispers to her, and don't worry, he's not a real robot or one from the ruins, he's a local Sixian. By Magician Human Club, you mean? And it's a club I founded, and we only have 4 members though, but it will become the largest club in Sicily next year. Our purpose is Sicily as a renewable friend, and have a cup of tea first, and she looks exhausted. And as she looks at the scented tea and takes a sip carefully, a warm flower flows into her body, and she can't help but drink it up, and the bearded princess smiles with satisfaction, refilling the cup. Ashley, did you run away from home to study here, just like Cersei? Actually, I'm from Star Heaven, and I'm here to see someone. Who is it, my lady? It's Lilith. Lilith. Or are you the queen with the average taste? And by the way, in the last election, to increase the uncertainty of the outcome, I voted for Dodora. Oh, come on. Queen Lilith is also a beautiful rose in the garden, and it's everyone's right to pursue lovely ladies. Although Ashley has average taste, we should support her. After all, she walked all the way here from Star Heaven alone. And instantly everyone in the room admires and sympathizes with Ashley. Technically, I didn't walk. And knock, knock, knock. And Ashley is interrupted by the knocks. And that's the door manager reminding us that we're not supposed to be making noise during the rest time. Honey, let's change it to something comfortable first, and my new lace night dress must look good on you. Alright, let's look for something that looks this one looks like a nice sleepy time night dress. And then something relaxing looking. And let's put something. And I'll carry a duck. So a duck plushie.
I see the causes of the world with my eyes.
And it disappeared. I gotta mention 3-4. The article has just finished. The licensees for a theater are on, and the audience still wants an encore. The back door of the theater is only used by the staff, and under the spotlight on the stage, the shadows stand out. And Ashley's in a corner, and she and the darkness standing as one. And it's Cersei who told Ashley about the center, and she has worked in the Cecilia Opera Theater as a guard for a couple of days. Alright, I'm in. And Ashley holds the Bearded Princess 16 spear font and Pinka's 15, and thank goodness he has no rhinestones or love poems. Oh, nothing, just a small accident. Yes, thank you, Cersei, the 14. And Ashley puts down the phone, and the smile disappears from her face immediately. And she leans on the cold wall, eyes closed, and gradually recalling Lilith in her mind. Lilith is standing in a dazzling spotlight, enjoying the applause and cheers and love from everyone. Good evening, my people. Lilith's mouth suddenly disappears, and that dark expression is on her rose-like face. Ashley is a suspect with an ugly scar captured by the guards, and she can't break free no matter how hard she tries. Ashley suddenly opens her eyes to find nothing, and her sight is shrouded in darkness again. And what can an ugly suspect say to the respected queen? And ever since she went across that magical bridge in Cecilia, Ashley has been obsessed with one goal, find Lilith. And this is the first time she has started about this wish. And Ashley wants to tell Lilith that her choice is wrong, and everything that has happened so far proves Lilith was right. And the one who is supposed to live in this world is Lilith and not Ashley. What can I say? And Ashley comes to her senses when she hears footsteps and a man walks out from the back door. And he looks around cautiously, and Ashley has to hold her breath. And the man is talking on the phone with a low voice, but Ashley is sensitive to sound, so she just hears a few words. Yes, an accident in the contest. My apologies. And what? The strategy supplies. Okay, right away. And the man leaves in a hurry after the call. An accident in the contest. Something happened to the daughter. And the door opened again, and a group of men in black show up with an unidentifiable figure among them. And could it be Lilith? And Ashley looks out of the corner, only to be dazzled by the guard's flashlight. Who's there? Find some more. I have some purple stuff. And demon horns. And here's some more. Here's some city flowers. But then again, like people think of horns and they immediately think of demons, but there's like plenty of
Change the ruined future.
there's plenty of other creatures that have horns that are not necessarily demonic. I mean, like satyrs, they're hilarious. And also fawns, just like mythological ghost people. Dragons have horns and they're very cool. The Hollow Knight, most of the Hollow Knight characters have horns. So you didn't even see her. And in the living room of the dorm of the strange, Ashley nods thoughtfully, holding a cup in her hand. It's okay. It's always hard to meet your idol. Oh, class them, Ashley. We'll talk after. And only Ashley is leaving the dormitory, and she remains seated until a knock at the door interrupts her thoughts. Cersei, did you forget your notes again? And Ashley opens the door to find someone she never expected. As she opens it and finds someone. Okay. This is like a little frozen. No, I meant the game, not the... Let's try this again. Yeah, it's not going past this. I'll just skip to the styling part. Well, most of these side stories don't advance the plot much. Like, I think it was Tudora who showed up there. Let's turn front and back and off we go.
Come on. I'll present you with the most beautiful drink.
Yeah, it was the Dora. So she probably just asked Ashley to like duo her in like a styling match. Alright, so we're free, and then they became friends. So then that's everything in volume 2, chapter 3. I hope you have fun watching this live stream, and please give a like and subscribe. Bye bye and God bless. And I'll read the next one the next time I stream Shining Nikki. Like, I'm just trying to like not wander around too much, so that way like I do a continuous stream with just like having all of the chapters in order. Alright, let's do the sound test. Alright, sound is running. Okay, let's continue with Shining Nikki. This is chapter 4 of volume 2. When the bell outside Cloud Capital strikes 4, the golden sunlight shines on the trees, and Wayne Street is already bustling. The Never Fall Through enters the Cloud Capital today, although it only performs here twice a year. No one can steal its thunder. And as those carriages go through Wayne Street, and the young aunties reach out to catch flowers from the fans. And most of the flowers are thrown at the middle of the carriage because the girls know that the leader of the troop, Chingy, is there. And they stop in front of the theater, and chairs are moving inside one by one, and the fans are still waiting for the news about the shows. Inside the dressing room of the Never Fall troupe, Shinji is not putting on makeup for the new play tonight. He's still wearing a clean black robe and pouring a cup of tea. And before him stands two people, and one of them pulls down the hood of her skirt cloth and showing her pink hair and stares at Shinji. So can you tell us who the owner is now? And Shinji pushes the cup forward, and the fragrance still lingers around his fingertips. I have fulfilled my end of the deal. You're safe in the Cloud Capital now. I will not interfere with your actions or offer you any help now. And why did the owner trust you with this task? Why? Maybe because calling us to promise you something special, huh? Shinji smiles approvingly. You're smart, but I must apologize. Even I don't know where or who is this person. If you share the honest information with me later, I will offer you a nice reward. Shinji looks very sincere, as if he really wants to work together. Alright, anyway, thanks for bringing us here. You're welcome, and Pine's no tea from the West Mountains, and why not have a sip? No sense, we gotta go now. And even though you went to the Cloud Capital with him, Nikki is still wary of Shinji, and he smiles knowing she's on guard. I hope we can find this person soon. And the buildings on the bustling street have blocked the sky out of the Never Fall Through theater, and Nikki sighs. The Cloud Capital is huge, and where should we go next? And Momo mumbles while his mouth is stuffed with cake he stole from the troop. And we need to figure that out, and since we're in the Cloud Capital, let's change it to something local. It's like kimonos and robes. That's the fashion of this area. Let's find. Let's wait for her to finish getting the outfit up and running. Very sparkly. Like I said, like the sleeves are so long, I'm probably not gonna wear gloves with this. So I'll just put the nail art instead. Like I know that this is like the usual question that most girls usually ask when relating to an outfit, and I don't know, like this outfit kinda, is it just me or this outfit makes Nikki look a little round? It's probably my imagination. And that's usually like the cliche maiden concern whether the outfit fits her the right way or not. Whatever, just go with it. Alright, front and back, and off we go. If anything, it's an outfit that I haven't worn yet.
Trust me.
The finger pyramid of evil. That's something that Mr. Burns said that he was gonna do whenever he's like meditating from like but the scene is back when that meant something. Like if anything, like the fabric, like it has a lot of cool dragon patterns. The cloud capital is way too large. If only Ian were still with us, he is a walking map. And Momo stops in the middle of the road as well as Nikki, who is reading the notes and the map in her hands. But he still gave us a lot of material, and let me see. And since the painting is in the cloud style, and why don't we go to the Cloud Capital Art Academy? Alright. And the most famous painters and critics in all of Cloud are often in there, and among with a huge collection of ancient paintings. In the exhibition room, the mountain paintings are still lifelike. After hundreds of years, artists are painting in the next room. And there's a huge landscape painting in the middle of the room, and an old man is there talking to a young person who nods and makes notes. And look at this, the difference in inks are smooth, and the texture is natural, and the arrangement is reasonable. Nikki, that old gentleman looks smart. We can ask him for help. And the old painter is busy until he talks to every student in the exhibition room. Sir, excuse me, and could you look at this painting for us? The old painter is surprised as the painting is unrolled, and he sips his tea and seems to have something to say. And he comes closer to the painting and rubs his corner gently, and then he strokes his beard, showing a meaningful smile. Young girl, you're in the wrong place. You should go to the ghost market if you want to sell this forgery. It's a fake? The Cloud Hermit lived 500 years ago, but the paper of his painting is new. Yes, the Cloud Hermit was an artist from 500 years ago, and the paper he used came from the sandalwood town, but the paper making process has been lost to time. And the imitation is good, but his paper comes from the local Queen study, and you must have been scammed. Actually, the style isn't even close, and there are authentic words of it, and take a look and don't be fooled again. And around the landscape, paintings are worked with different themes and they don't have many colors, but the style is just like the painting on the scroll. Teresita, look, there's a golden stamp on each one, and the gold powder in them is still glistered after hundreds of years. At the same time, the star shard is also glowing gold. Could the person we're looking for be the cloud hermit? But he lived 500 years ago, right? No, actually, that's just a theory. A painting theory. You suddenly find several people who look like painters standing beside you, and they are looking at the cloud hermit's works too. Nurisa said his name was Nangon Dine, a warrior from 300 years ago, and the sword in the nightly horseback ride is proof, and the pattern on it is too vague, and I think he was an imperial musician called Yu Xian Dai from 400 years ago, and just look at the banquet by the water. And you're talking about an unofficial history, and each university acknowledged he was Jin Dai, a priest from 400 years ago. Huh? And that's outdated, and recently records about him have been found again, and those old fools took our history of painting hostage. Old fools, don't insult us, young man. And they keep fighting despite Nikki being right there. And this might take a while. Yeah, shall we go somewhere else, Teresita? Sure, I don't think we'll find anything else here. Alright. Well, I guess if the painter has elven blood, then of course it could easily be the same guy he could easily live at least 500 years. Just because he doesn't have like the elven years doesn't mean that he's not doesn't have elf blood, because that would explain the time all of the time periods that they claim to know him from. Outside the academy, Nikki takes out a map as a stranger calls out, Miss. A man waves at her, and his lips are stained with paint, and his clothes are worn, and his fan is broken. The man comes over and looking around and covers half of his face with his fan. How about you sell a forgery to me? A forgery? What are you talking about? Oh, calm down. 1,000 gems. And what do you think? Sorry, it's not for sale. And don't be stupid. You won't even get 100 gems if you sell it in the ghost market. I am interested because the style looks good, and I wouldn't have made an offer if I could sell my own works. Don't be fooled, Nikki. I don't think he can afford it. On the Cloud Hermes Sonnet, I swear I'm not trying to scam you. My offer is better than what you get in the ghost market. And what's the ghost market? It's a black market in Cloud Capital, and you can find everything, legal or illegal. And all kinds of people go there. And it's a good place to ask about the Cloud Hermes. That old painter only said it's a forgery, and maybe the merchants in the ghost market know more. So how do we get to the ghost market? Sell me the painting and I'll tell you. This painting means a lot to us, and I told you it wasn't for sale. We just want to know more about the cloud hermit instead of asking to buy it. Forget it. You're really stubborn, and I'll pretend I never met you. And the man sighs and is about to leave. And wait, he hasn't told us how to get to the ghost market yet. And the poor painter hears Momo's words and turns around, and he looks at Nikki's outfit and passes his fan. I got it. I happen to be drawing a picture, Beauty in Spring, and the buyer wants it to be special. Can you help? So I guess now, we gotta wear an outfit, like a spring princess outfit. And then if we help the painter make his painting, then he'll tell us the information we need. Let's find like a nice kimono type of something. Looky. This one works well. Like it's spring like, but not too exaggerated. And it doesn't conflict with the hair ornament I'm wearing. let's put a nice ring around her finger. And let's show front and back.
Come on. I'll present you with the most beautiful dream.
Like as far as styling for cute dresses, like the icon that's pink. So far, the designer reflection of the Goddess's Desire is the only one that's the one that provides me with the most, the highest buff. In stats. The painter said the pattern next to the street is what we're looking for. The stairs are long and narrow, and they seem to lead to the cellar instead of a bustling market. But as you go down, you can hear human voices and music, and the walls are yellow by the lights. Yeah, especially because since they're like elves and other types of creatures, of course we gotta like say human or not human. As soon as you turn right at the end of the passage, you see a spacious tree. It looks just like any street in the city, and lanterns and fireworks light up the shops, and the moon glows silver. Isn't it still daytime? And you take a closer look and see that the moon is only a projection on the wall. Letters projected from the ruins, eclipses and rainbows and auroras. You can see whatever you like. Entry-color double dragon vase with a certificate from the official kiln and 10 times the compensation for any forgery. The stores are full of delicacies and weird goods, ancient coins, works of calligraphy, mechanical dragons, etc. Well, they really do have everything. And Nikki stands in front of the painting shop and wakes up the shopkeeper. Sir, could you have a look at this painting for us? And we also want to ask about the Cloud Hermit. The shopkeeper is completely awake as soon as he sees the painting. Say no more, 2,000 gems. Sorry, but it's not for sale. And how about 3,000 gems? And before Nikki can get away, the shopkeeper next door pulls her arm. Miss, don't listen to him. I can offer 5,000 gems and only you Nian, and I made this offer in the ghost market. We told you it's not for sale. An hour later, the three of you are catching your breath near the bench in a corner. Each one of them thought we were going to sell it, and we found nothing useful. Momo, Teresita, look, is that a painting study over there? And ahead of you is an elegant pavilion, and the drapes have swallowed panels on them, and the peonies by the window are blooming. And unlike other shops that lay on the piles close at the door, it only has several paintings on the walls and some vases. And one sign has Watermoon Study written on it, and another looking for Cloud Hermit worth 10,000 gems. That's a high price, no wonder they all want to buy our painting. And there's like a woman in the shop, and she's leaning against the railing on the second floor, and smoke coming out of her tobacco pipe. And her waist is as thin as a willow tree, and her hair is dark as night, and her eyes shallow as red as dust, and she's a typical cloud beauty. And you aren't sure if the beauty has moved her eyes from the puppet stage downstairs to you. Teresita, let's go check that one. Alright. And the vendors suddenly become restless and panic footsteps coming from afar. Cops, cops! And they run away with their stall cars, and shopkeepers are hiding their suspicious items, and even the puppeteer starts performing. And a bunch of men in clown military uniforms and riding boots appear. And they look at the terrified vendors and the puppeteer who's packing his props and walking straight to you. You are under arrest on suspicion of illegal sale of paintings and come with us. Illegal sales, and we aren't doing that. And there must be a misunderstanding. We're just looking for information about. Shut up and talk when we're in the courthouse. And let's go, Nikki and Teresita. Or was crammed. It's okay, Mama, and we didn't do anything wrong, and we'll just show them we're innocent. Let's run. I have a bad feeling about it. Let's run away when we can. And they come from a circle to block your way, and the leader grabs Momo by his neck. And according to the laws of Cloud, you'll be a criminal if you resist, and please think twice about what you're doing. And as soon as the cops leave with the two outsiders, the market becomes lively again, as if they never showed up. And the woman on the second floor has witnessed the whole scene, in which wasn't written in the script. Ah, they're still so rude to ladies. After moving through a dark passage, you don't think you are going to the courthouse. Apparently in front of you is an abandoned warehouse and the damp air reeks of mold. I don't think this is a courthouse. And Nikki stops and stares at the cop beside her. And the cop takes off his eyes, showing the ugly scar on his head, and he moves his neck and snorts with contempt. The courthouse doesn't own this place, I do. You? I don't think they're cops. And are you guys gangsters? And are we being held hostage? And heavy footsteps come from the dark and someone approaches you. And the towering man blocks the dim light. You can see a huge white tiger tattoo on his arm. Don't be rude, Scar. The fake cop named Scar takes out a stool and clears it and puts it in by the tattoo man. Understood, boss. Here. And Black clears his throat and sits on the stool, and those vicious eyes stare at Nikki. So you gotta work off the Cloud Hermit, and you know it's a felony to sell cultural relics privately, but if you give it to me, I can keep you safe. This painting doesn't belong to us, and besides, the painter in the Cloud Capital Art Academy said it's a fake. And those idiots know nothing, and make no mistake, this is a work of the Cloud Hermit. You can talk to the owner after we find him if you really want it. And you won't sell it, huh? And are you stupid or what? We said no. And Brad stands and glares at Momo and rolls like a beast, and Momo immediately scampers behind Nikki. No matter, and what happens, you're giving it to me today. And Brad gestures with his eyes, and his men surround you immediately. Alright, time to use a mind control power to get out of the situation. Alright, let's put on some earrings. Alright, and now a sword or something. And off we go.
Every battle I'm in, victory is the only outcome.
I never thought you had some fight in you. And Brad stands up slowly and his voice cracking as if the tiger on his arm is about to pounce. And Nikki holds his scroll tightly and Momo trembles. Despite the tension in the air, there is a clacking of high heels which sounds as grateful as a melody. And a beautiful figure walks over her, shadow like a lotus in the night breeze. It's the beauty from the pavilion. Black notices who it is and immediately offers a stool to her respectfully. And frowning, the beauty only whispers something to Black, who keeps nodding. And she's from the Water Moon study, isn't she? And Scar lowers his head and he talks to you in a low voice. That's Junia, our boss's favorite. Oh, like a femme fatale. And as soon as Momo finishes talking, Black and the beauty look at him, and for some reason Black looks scared. And the woman's beauty, her face is expressionless, and the warehouse feels even colder now. A femme fatale. I'm a beautiful man from Cloud, can you see that? Sorry, we were blind to your beauty. And Yanai comes out and fixes his hair. I'll let it slide since you're a newcomer. And Black tries to show a kind smile, even those vicious eyes look extraordinarily kind. And for Mr. Yanai saying, let's forget what happened today, and we're good people, and we won't rob you. And Yanai looks at the outsiders coldly. And you two really have guts showing a work of Cloud Hermit to everyone here. I agree, but you were playing with fire. But some robbers are more courageous than you since they pretended to be the police. Yeah, you guys are. I'm sorry, Mr. Yuna, and we won't do it again. And thank you, Mr. Yuna, and though we're not here to sell the painting, we just want to find out where it came from. Junian's eyes flirt between the scroll and you, and smiling as if interested. Just come in, Jonian, and hang you, and come with me. Right when Jonian is leaving, Black comes closer to him, looking eager to please. And Mr. Jonian, and when you like to shake the dancing and singing by the stream in the mountain, and just collected, I think I got the right one this time. I'm busy today. We'll talk next month. Of course, and please come in whenever you're free. We'll talk next month. Jonah ignores Black and keeps the air and keeps walking like a willow leaf dancing in the air. And he turns around and glances at you. Are you going to just stand there and get changed and hide the painting? This one's a nice blue one. Alright, and now the accessories. Alright, let's show front and back, and off we go.
I see the causes of the world with my eyes.
That's a fine looking bangles under the legs. Inside the Watermoon study. Say it, who are you? I'm Nikki, this is Cerecita. We're stylists on a trip. So you're the Nikki. You know her? I remember a pink-haired girl brought the flowers in spring to Cloud Crest during the flower fest, and her name was Nikki. And Nikki looks a bit depressed when she mentions the flower fest, and Jonah changes the topic immediately. Can you show me your painting? And don't worry, I would have already taken it from you if I wanted it. And Nikki hesitates for a second and then unrolls the scroll. And after glancing at it, Jonah frowns and takes a closer look. Where do you get it? From a friend. Looks like your friend has an interesting background. Jonah, and we're here because we're wondering who the painter is. And let me see, Black hasn't made a mistake this time, and this is definitely the Cloud Hermit's work. And Jonah focuses on the painting, and those beautiful eyes extremely focused under his long eyelashes. But the painter in the Cloud Capital Art Academy said that the Cloud Hermit lived 500 years ago, and these papers knew. His identity and birthday remain a mystery, and all of his works found so far are from hundreds of years ago, and this one is suspiciously new. Or maybe the Cloud Hermit respawned. A painter from 100 years ago has reappeared. Could he be an immortal? An immortal who has lived for hundreds of years. Ha, you're cute. And yet there are many immortals and fairies in clouds, so it's possible. But your tone implies that it is impossible. And the Cloud Hermit has painted landscape figures and animals, and none of them can be found in real life, but this is supposedly the West Mountain in the outskirts of Cloud Capital. The West Mountain on the outskirts of Cloud Capital. And the Black Mountain in the paintings do look like the verdant landscape that can be seen from the Cloud Capital. And you have focused on the mystery of the Cloud Hermit all this time, but ignore the obvious clue in the painting. The red house is like a shining star among the black landscape. Teresita, let's go to this place and maybe we'll find something. Sure. And thank you, Jonah, but why are you helping us? Because of the Cloud Hermit, of course. In fact, trading paintings is only a side job for me. I'm writing a play about him. So this beautiful lady is a writer. Sort of. Anyway, I can do a better job than the so-called writers in the Cloud Capital. And Jonas strokes his hair and looking confidently in his skill. But why was Black so afraid of you? You mean that tattoo fat guy? Black is his last name, and he's the boss of those hooligans. He's not that bad, and he genuinely loves painting, so I taught him something, and that's also why I helped you out today. And thank you, we'll pay you back one day. Pay me back now. The owner of this painting may help me make a breakthrough, and I need to go with you. This is... And don't go back on your word. Besides, I may add to your acknowledgement if you can help me find material. No, thanks, but since we're not familiar with Cloud Capital, please take us there. Outside the Ghost Market, the sky is still clear and the sun's shining in the buildings of the Cloud Capital. And Jonah is not as troublesome or boring as he seems, and he starts to talk about the landscapes of Cloud Capital. The West Mountain is where the Emperor Samin used to study in his youth, but seldom do people go there after it's been blocked off to protect the cranes. Wow, that's a nice smell. And a warm aroma permeates the air in front of you, and it's the best local restaurant, and Shango Restaurant. And you're lucky the grilled dog of Django restaurant is finished cooking and is one of the 10 dishes recognized by His Majesty. Nikki, Teresita, we have a long day and why don't we grab a bite here? Just a bite. Teresita, what do you think? Let's have a bite. Let's have a bite, you must be hungry. Great, and roast duck, here I come. Oh, that's Chandra's restaurant is full of people and Momo runs by several customers and waiters to the counter with a roast duck. Sir, the largest roast duck, please. First come, first serve, and the last one is mine. What? But they just finished cooking them, and there's only one left? And the handsome man in white is standing by the counter, and one hand holding his fan, and the other holding a glossy roasted duck. Your Highness. And Jun Yan waves his fan to stop Nikki. Don't expose my identity. I'm just a nobody called Cloud wandering in a cloud capital. I'm just the prince, just pretending not to be the prince. Alright, so Cloud. I thought you were in the academy. Minsao is looking for you. And despite Nikki's word, Jun Yang focuses on the roast duck in his hand. The skin is crispy and the meat is tender and it smells like a peach wood with spring pancakes and sliced spring onions. And Momo is drooling before Jun Yang finishes his word. You're lucky Fate brought us together today and let's share it. In Shango's restaurant, Momo is eating a duck leg and Yuna dips a piece of the duck meat into a sweet bean sauce. It's so good. Cloud, you're such a nice guy. Of course, and you can also try the pancake wrap I made, and it has everything in it. In your Cloud, Miss Al said your teacher is good at painting, and I have one with me, so I want him to take a look. Oh, Master Wen Ren, and indeed he's good at everything, and you can even call him an immortal. Lucky he is, and he's still famous. And I'm really honored to be the Master Ren's favorite apprentice. So you know where to find him, right? And as everyone focuses on Jun Yang, he unfolds his fan gratefully and shakes his head. No. I thought you were his favorite. Master Rand's mysterious, and no one knows where he lives, and I tried to follow him when I was little, but I got caught by my uncle. And I saw Master Rand's shoes when I skipped the class once, and they were stained with soil and it smelled of pine. We got a good news. And these are just minor details. The point is, looking at the soil, I think he passes the West Mountain on his way to class. The West Mountain. And Yuyan nods in a mysterious manner and pointed to the mountain in the distance. In the western mountain, the stone stairs are covered with thick pine needles, and the air is cold after the rain. And after walking for some time, a platform appears, and from there the fog envelops, and the trees and billows and the cranes fly above them. And there's a stall in the platform with a single sign that says tofu, and in front of the stove stands a round-faced girl with dimples. Excuse me, does anyone live here? Oh, it's been deserted long ago, and only mountain climbers and photographers come here now. And are you here for the cranes too? And the view ahead is pretty good here, and there's no reason to go any further. But the house in the painting should be right here, right ahead. What house? Anyway, it's cold here. And would you like something hot? Tofu pudding? Sure. And what flavor would you like? What I don't like, the salty flavor, it still tastes good with dry shrimp and seaweed. So no one lives out there. Well, my great-grandmother said she had met the immortal who lived there before. The immortal? You only find cliffs ahead, and I guess only immortals can live there. And Nikki, Teresita, the tofu pudding is so good, try it. And Nikki seems to be thinking about something, and while Momo and Joniana enjoy the pudding, and she turns around to whisper to you. Teresita, we gotta check it out, and Ian said that the spot in the painting is nearby, and it's a place that the art can't see. A place even the art can't see. And there's one more thing I'm worried about. Junian, he doesn't seem bad, but Shinji said we're being watched, and we better do it ourselves, and what do you think? And while Nikki is still hesitant, and Junior suddenly screams as if he heard what Nikki said. My new shoes, and I bought them from Neon. and there's a stain on Junior's delicate embroidered shoes, and the stone stairs were dirty, and I can't even imagine how bad the muddy road is, and my shoes will be ruined. And Junior signs as if he has to make a difficult decision. Go on without me, I'm not walking in the mud. Will you be alright on your own? Oh, don't worry, just remember to tell me if you find out anything about the Cloud Hermit from the painter. Sure, it's a promise. So like he pretending not to want to come along. Maybe he'll follow us at a distance, or maybe he doesn't want to have the rude conversation when we ask him to hang back because we don't trust a stranger that we just met 5 minutes ago. Alright, let's put on the city hat or something. Oh, these are quite a silly hat. Seems a little too much. Oh, I like that feather. It definitely looks silly. It's like an interesting halo with like a feather attached to. Alright, let's do front and back, and off we go.
This time I'll change the ruined view.
Like lower deal by one pack. The music. Alright, let's see the outfit from further up close. No, the pearls were a good addition. Yeah, cool. The shoes are like see-through and they look like water. There is no road in the forest, and the milky white fog is wandering around the treetops as if controlled by some will. And it's silent, and you can only hear the dewdrops falling from the pine needles and the melodious cries of the cranes. This place really does look like no one has set foot in here. And there are fewer trees ahead, and suddenly a wail is added to the crane's song. At the end of the forest is a field of reeds, from which you hear something flapping desperately. No, Nikki, there's a crane over there. It seems injured. And the crane's leg is trapped in a bird's trap, and it still flaps its wing, and it feathers all over the ground. Teresita, could you hold this leg for me? I'll pull the trap open. And watch out for the edges, Nikki. And as Nikki tries to pull the trap open, the crane starts struggling, and it just stares at you with those black eyes. God, thank goodness it's already loose. And the crane flaps his wing, but it still cannot fly, and the wound on his leg keeps bleeding, and those white feathers stained with blood. Let's find someone to help us, or maybe we can turn to that girl at the tofu pudding stall. And as Nikki looks around, you hear a rustling sound, and it doesn't seem to be the grass. And where is it coming from? Maybe there is someone here, and let's take a look. And Nikki carries the crane carefully and walks deeper into the field of reeds. At the edge of the field is a shallow lake where there's a stone platform and a man with a bamboo hat is sweeping the leaves. And his eyebrows are gray, but he is still standing straight and his movement is steady like he's doing cultivation. And surprised as she is, Nikki walks over to him immediately. Excuse me, we found an injured crane. And the old man looks at the crane astonished and checks his condition. I never thought those idiots were still settling traps here, and I'll let my teacher know, and please hold the crane for me. The old man takes out a small bottle and pours the powder on the crane's wound, and the crane is quiet as if it knows him. It's good that they want them alive, and the trap must be loose and the edges must be blunt, otherwise you'll lose his leg. That's horrible! And it would have been sold to some noble's house in a couple of hours if you didn't find it. And he tears off a piece of cloth from his tub and wraps it around the crane's leg. Alright, this should work for now, and I'll go check if there are any more traps around, and please take care of it until it can fly again. That's it? And this mountain is his home, and you and I are just guests, and it was hurt by humans, so I help, and only nature can decide its future. He sounds like a teacher. So, sir, why are you sweeping here? Actually, decades ago, this place was still a royal study. And the old man looks at the vast forest, and he seems to be recalling memories from long ago. I used to be a cleaner here. I see. And this was once a place to watch the cranes, and although it's been long abandoned, I still sweep the leaves here from time to time. I see, and you must be familiar with the mountains then, and does anyone live here? The old man cleaner thinks for a while and looks around. This mountain has a strange terrain, so it's hard to tell, and however, I do know someone. My teacher stays here once in a while. Your teacher, he must have a long white beard. And where does he live then? And the old man cleaner points to the mountain where there are only trees and silence. There. The white fox surrounds you when Nikki wants to ask the next question, and when you see the old man, the cleaner has left. Sir? And look, there are words on the ground. And the leaves on the platform somehow form several words, and you look at them carefully and recognize them. The cloud and water split mountain. And another gust of wind blows the leaves in the fog. Add the tofu pudding stall, and Yonai wipes his mouth after slowly finishing his pudding, and then he tidies up his outfit before standing up. Thank you for coming. Hey, that's not the way down. And despite the girl's word, Junia heads into the forest as if he's walking on a clean paved ground in cloud. I just want to see the cranes, and there's a crane watching platform up there, right? But it's been long abandoned. I'm sorry, it's about to rain and it's getting late, and maybe next time. And Junia waves his hand and doesn't even look back, and he doesn't seem to care about what she says. And looking at his back, the girl feels that this person is as mysterious as the fog. And why are there so many people going into the mountain today? And that lady even asked me about Dian. And should I tell him? And with the sound of the cranes coming from the leaves, Junia has already disappeared into the fog. And he steps on the wet mud despite those new shoes, and he just glances at them looking annoyed and keeps going. And he takes out a pocket watch to calculate the time, and then he turns a corner and walks in the direction Nikki went. Nikki walks by the lake, and the crane in her hands, and the lake gradually becomes a small river and winding towards the forest. I can roughly understand clouds and water, but what does split the mountain mean? A very tall mountain, I guess. And this place is surrounded by mountains, but I don't see a particular tall one. And suddenly many cranes cry out as if they are calling for a family, and the crane in Nikki's hand responds to them eagerly. And Momo listens carefully and nods. Nikki, it wants to go to the forest. Nikki looks at the crane in her hands and hurries, and it's even darker in the forest and the river and the only thing glimmering. And with the cranes help you walk out of the forest to find a waterfall between the cliffs like a jade belt around one's waist. And several warbling cranes are flying between the cliffs, and the one in Nikki's hand tries to fly away, but it falls instead. And right when Nikki wants to help it, he flaps his wings again and rides the wind to join his family, singing. But he hasn't left immediately. He circles in the air with his family surrounding, sounding happily as if he's saying thank you. And Nikki looks at the crane until they fly away. That's nice. And I hope they won't run into any bad people again. And Nikki looks around before you are only the waterfall and the cliffs. And it's a dead end, and we came all the way here and found nothing, and we should have stayed in Shango restaurant. Although we didn't find the owner, the trip wasn't in vain. You guys must be tired, and let's go down the mountain and rest, and we'll think of another plan tomorrow. Can we eat at Shango restaurant? And the view is good here, and let's take a break. And in front of you are cliffs and some of the clouds, and the fog is thicker here and seemingly endless. And the waterfall is like a silver axe splitting the mountains. And Nikki stares at the waterfall, and her eyes widen. Teresita, do you remember those words that the old gentleman left? Cloud and water, and split mountain. Does it have to do with this waterfall? And from here, it looks like it's cut the cliff into two. And let's check the bottom of the waterfall first. There are only a few stones to stand by on the waterfall, and Nikki starts to walk while leaning against the cliff. Teresita, be careful, the stones are slippery. And the waterfall droplets land on Nikki's face, and there seems to be nothing but water and rocks here. And Nikki tucks her wet hair behind her ears and keeps going, and suddenly she's pushed back by the waterfall. Help, Nikki, thanks, Teresita. And standing on the nearest rock, you happen to see a gap between the waterfall. And Nikki, I think there's a cave up there. Nikki stands on her tiptoe and sees a dark cave with a dim light inside. And it's a little hard to see, but let's climb and check it out. And Teresita, are you scared of the dark? A little. I'm more scared of the bats that live in dark caves. Me too, but it's fun as long as we stick together. I also have your back. And let's change into something waterproof before we go in. Apparently that outfit is waterproof. What's a required item? Well, let's add the makeup. And some other head ornaments. Since I had it overdone as far as the head is concerned. Alright, front and back, and off we go.
Every battle I'm in, victory is the only outcome.
You enter the cave and it's so dark that you can only stay close to the wall and you hear one another's breathing. The cave is deeper than you imagine, as if it leads to another world, and then a while later you see a light and hear the cranes again. Teresita, the exit is right ahead. The fog is expelled by the sunshine, and you see flourishing trees and carefree cranes and a single wooden house behind an old tree. And this is the house in the painting. This place is so quiet as if it doesn't belong to the world, and you can only hear the breath of the wind. Knock, 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 and no one responds as Nikki knocks on the door, and the crane stares at you at the outsiders. Hello, anyone there? It's so quiet, it's abandoned? And we're not for quite a while, and shouldn't we just go in at this point? Excuse us. And Nikki opens the door carefully, and there's no immortal with a white beard or anything magical. And it's just a living room so neat and tidy that it seems like it's been cleaned from time to time, and no one is here. And Mama here moves slightly. Nikki, Teresita, listen. And you hear a cedar from the next room, and unlike the melodies you listened to before, this one is sad. The living room leads to a small yard where the landscape converges into a remote corner of the mountain. And the dreamy music reaches a pavilion on the water, and the curtains of which are closed. The wind blows the curtains open as if it's curious about the musician's identity. And it's a young man, and he doesn't seem to have noticed the visitors as his slender fingers still dance under the strings. And he doesn't look at them until he finishes the last note, and he seems so calm as if he knew you were coming. Somehow he feels familiar, but you can't remember who he is no matter how hard you try. You're here. As he does, the breeze blows over the water and causing ripples in the form of its surface. On these days, the snow feels cold in the mountain, and the droop dust on the leaves fall when the sunshine rises, and the light that enters the room through the gap between the curtains makes the servant boy turn on his side and snap, and the curtain is pulled back, letting in a dazzling light. Sir? And the boy sits up quickly, and the tree is swayed in the breeze outside the window, and the master Wen Ren is in his room. It's time to get out, Ching Fen. Okay. But apparently Ching Fen is still drowsy, and he must keep muttering until... Wait, please don't open the window. It's freezing, and I'm getting up now. And the cold air may flow into Renstein's open window, and he turns around and leaves the room. The weather is nice today, and you should wake up early. I know. And although Ching Fen likes to sleep late, Master Wen Ren never came to wake him up, and not to mention open the curtain in his room. And when Rendai is usually practice martial arts or plays the theater to wake them up. And therefore most of the time Ching Fen is woken up by music or the sound of punches. But everything is different today. Master Ren woke Ching Fen as well as Ming Yan, who's already sweeping the floor. Did Master Wen Ren also wake you up today? Ah, John. And Ming Yu answered Ching Fen with a long yawn. And Master Wen Ren didn't make breakfast yet, and go buy some tofu pudding. And Ching Fen and Ming Yan were adopted by Wen Ren died, and they have lived in this house since they were kids. So they are his adopted brats. And they have been studying under Wen Ren died, and now that they have grown up, they started to take care of Wen Ren died to repay him. We're having a guest today, remember? Of course, Master Randall told us beforehand. And go buy some pudding then, and don't waste any more time. And Mingyu continues to sweep the leaves in the yard without waiting for Ching Fen's answer. And as it gets brighter, the cranes are up and about to sing. Their house is quite far from the tofu stop, but Ching Fen has lived here since childhood, so he knows all of the shortcuts. And why you're here so early today? And drowsy as she is, the tofu girl is setting up the stall. My teacher is having a guest today, so... And that's where, and I live here all of these years, but there's never heard of your teacher meeting a guest. If anyone asks you for directions today, don't tell them where we live. Look around, no one's going to ask anything. And if you say so, and are they here for dying? And just give me the pudding. Dian, dying or Dian.
I want to travel to the southern realm of Cloud in this dress. Let's go together next time.
Well, let's see. Yeah, it's fine. That's a nice little flower. Well, somebody sneezed. I was like, is it gonna drop in the stream? So now it did drop in the stream. Let's show front and back, and off we go.
You trust me?
There's some fun transparency on the dress. My transparency is usually very hard to render. When Xingfen returns with the pudding, the sun is high in the sky, and gentle sunlight shines down through the treetops and onto the mountain road, and old man is sweeping the leaves on the road. Xingfen, did you get the pudding already? And Master Wenren got up too early today, and Xingfen's nose itches and he sneezes. And make sure it's neat and tidy, okay? And you know Master Wenren is having a guest. But he told us to do everything as usual, didn't he? Well, do it just slightly better. And a gentle breeze stirs the leaves on the ground. Keep sweeping, gotta go. And she ran and is caught out in the mountain wearing warmer clothing. They may arrive at noon. I'll keep that in mind. When Ren and Dine's table is messy because of the morning wind, and Xingfen picks up the paper from the ground in a hurry, and he sees a note that says, arrived in the cloud capital in an envelope. The table has been cleaned. And Minjet's voice stops when Ren died from going into the study to read, and the table is no longer messy, and even the strings on the cedar are clean. That's like a type of like a string instrument, like a very long type of looking harp. When Randy unplugs the string casually, eyes closed, and waited for the note to reach his ear, and she follows a master Wenren from time to time, who just sits by the table tuning the cider. And he plucks the strings and continues to tune, and he loses the strings a little bit, plucks them and tightens them again. That's not right. And finally he loses the strings a bit and then tightens them once more. And Shinven and Minyer are almost done cleaning, but they still there, not disturb Master Wenren. And because he's been confirming if every piece is correct. Time flies and it's already lunchtime. Sir, it's noon and would you like to have lunch? It's noon already? And when Dan looks up to see where the sun is. And wait, are we with the guest? And no one comes from the front door mountain even when the shadow by the table becomes long under the sun. And when Dan continues to wait after having a simple meal, but he becomes a bit drowsy in the afternoon sunshine. Sir, go take a break. And we'll let you know if anyone arrives. A nice girl Wenwen died nods. Sir? And with his hand supporting his head, Wenwen dies nods subconsciously from time to time. And bang! And Master when the head falls and his left hand hitting the strings accidentally. Sir? And the reverberation notes wake when died, and they linger in the room sounding unexpectedly pleasant. He was like trying to have like his afternoon nap, but then something drops and he be like, I'm awake, I'm awake, I'm awake. We should all take an afternoon nap if we can. If there's nothing seriously happening. Like the world. That was a nice looking dress. Put on the nail art. And the makeup. Let's see what else we got. Let's show front and back and off we go. Well, red and pink usually go well together because
I'll present you with the most beautiful dream.
pink is just a lighter shade of red. Shinja, what time is it? 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun will go down soon. Sir, I don't think our guest will come today. Instead of answering him, when Dine just plucks the strings, and the music flows through the curtains dyed red by the dust, and is revealing the musician's sense of loss. And a few days ago, Mingwei brought a letter to Wen Dai and read it out loud its contents, and Xin Fen was there. And it's rare for Wen Dai to receive letters and from the outside world, but he looked as calm as usual and just said two words, "It's time." And that night, Xin Fen and Mingyan noticed that their teacher had more wine than usual. And time passes like a quiet river in the mountains, and people may forget it has passed. And when Dad has been waiting and searching, and he hasn't forgotten his own duty. And he's been thinking that one day he could find someone to fulfill his duty for him. But he has waited for so long and he's about to give up. He hasn't noticed how much time has passed in Maryland. And his appearance was that of a 20-something young man before he knew it. And he met different people, Sinn Féin, Munye, and the old cleaner, and the youth who had gone down the mountain with him. And that extraordinary youth once invited him to protect his country together. And when that has kept his promise from his 20s to his 40s, and hearing the youth's voice from inside his heart when that is dragged into an old memory. It doesn't matter where the hero is from, where you're from, or what's on your mind is in the past. The past. The past is in the past, and have you ever thought about the future? It's hard to sweep the snow and cloud now, and have you really made up your mind? I'm not afraid of the wind and the snow, and I am afraid of everyone in cloud retreating into a cocoon, and right now I hope that you can be by my side to make things right. And the youth here has started to gray, and like any capable person, he looks solid even if he wasn't angry. But this middle-aged man still had the energy of his younger years when his wind died. And don't both of us want to sweep the thick snow of cloud one day, and it's good that spring is coming, so why bother? But it's not here yet, otherwise those rumors wouldn't be troublesome. And the man's worry is unnecessary when I promised he would help get rid of the darkness in cloud, and he will. It's just that when he's drunk, when Dai remembered the duty he used to have, and he had given it up because he found a new one. And right when he was determined to get rid of the darkness, a disaster hit near a kingdom in the southeast. This is, and after the disaster, what was once ambiguous became clear, and those who were lost had come to him again. And everything happened so suddenly that even he became unusually worried, and he's often lost instead when he idles. Sir Minja said someone made it through the waterfall, and when Van Dyke opened his eyes and he sensed of the cedar, and the strings are still trembling in the sunset still peeks from behind the curtains, and then a melody comes from behind the curtain. Like they're loafing around for like 500 years, he'd be like, wait, it's suddenly time for me to do the thing I was supposed to be doing. Now I'm gonna find some green shoes. Well, gold would also be another good option. Well, that kind of works. Got a lot of fun flowers in there. Put some nice earrings. Oh, that is fun. bracelet is barely noticeable. Here's a table. You can, instead of clothing, just put a random prop. Alright, off we go.
Every battle I'm in, victory is the only outcome.
And there it is in the background. That's cool. It has like some colorful stuff on the heel of the shoe. Hasn't left after bidding Nikki and you goodbye. And he stays at the tofu stand and has a sweet pudding and then a salted one. And he doesn't get up until the afternoon sun dispels the cold, and he wipes the sweat off his brow and goes in the direction you went. And the sun is up, which means it rained earlier, and therefore Nikki and you must have left footprints. As expected, you now find some. A few people will go this way, and these are probably their footprints, but I'm not 100% sure. Wait, what's that? And Yonai takes a closer look and sees a special footprint among the human ones. Is this a plum flower mark, and could it be a cold? And Yonai looks closer. He sees the footprint of a cat. It's deep, it must be the fat cat. And thanks to Momo, even if you're miles away, Junior can still track you down. And it's quiet here, a nice place for riding, and it's humid, no sun, and the environment doesn't irritate my skin. And wait, is it possible the Cloud Hermit lives here because he thinks the same way? And Yana is lost in thought and doesn't notice the footprints have become muddled. He looks up to see an old man approaching him from the pavilion. And Miss, and what are you doing here, and can I help you? Miss? Enough. And the old cleaner is done when he hears Junian's voice. I'm sorry, sir. And a gust of wind passes the old cleaner's room and Liz catches Junian's attention, and he tries to sound gentle. I'm sorry, sir. How long have you been here? I've always been here. It's good to listen to the grains and leaves. Have you seen two people with a cat? And I was with them, but we got separated. And the old man cleaner doesn't seem so calm as he was, and he looks at Julian again before answering him. I don't mean to be rude, but what are you here for, and why are you dressed like a woman when you're a man? Well, that's rude. Julian glares at him, looking upset. Like a woman, don't you think I look good this way? The old cleaner becomes speechless. So, sir, are you here for the Cloud Hermit? I wear this dress because it shows off my curves. If you're here, please leave. And as for the hairstyle, only my hair can make it look good. Sir, I have something to say, and it may be embarrassing. Keep it to yourself then. As they always say, if you got nothing good, but if you have nothing good to say, then don't say it. Well, at least that's what my grandmother used to say. Jonah brushes off the leaves of him and walks away. Everyone's a critic. Alright, now let's do the hat. Oh, let's just stuff there some flowers. Weather hat. Oh, these are fun looking glasses. Alright. It's your front and back, and off we go.
This time I'll change the ruined future.
Oh yeah, the glasses certainly went well with the dress. Like I always when like dressing Nikki, I always like start with the dress and then build everything around it. The air cleaner may have swept away your footprints, and your nail doesn't know where to go now. And also, what your nail doesn't know is that you spent some time helping a crane on your way. That old helmet is really hard to find. And suddenly, a crane's cry draws his attention, and he walks towards the source of the sound. And the view in front of him looks a bit like that of the painting, and when he approaches the waterfall, he even hears voices. And the water has not blocked Nikki's voice, which echoes in the cave. They're really taking their time. Even I walk faster than they, and they do not. Even I walk faster than they do in these embroidered shoes. And Yanai stops before the waterfall and waiting for you to go further in. I really want to see where the cloud hermit lives. And according to Shinji's plan, Yanai doesn't have to follow them here. And out of curiosity and admiration for the cloud hermit, Yanai still hopes to see this once in a 1,000-year writing material. And will the cloud hermit be a beautiful girl with milky white skin? And will he look even better than me? And Yanai takes out a mirror to check his eyebrows, reapplying his makeup and fixes his hair, and then he rushes into the waterfall. I guess you check your fancy outfit, and then you gotta like pass through a soaking waterfall. The first sound he hears after he leaves the cave is the crane he just heard. And the crane leaves here in grooves as if in a wonderland, and in front of him is the house from the painting. And Jonah unrolls a scroll that looks like Nikki and compares it. It looks like they already met the cloud hermit. And suddenly the door opens and two plainly dressed boys come out and greet Julian. Our teacher is meeting with an old friend, and please wait here. You, he, I. And looking at the boys, Julian doesn't know what to say. Our teacher knows he will have an honorable guest today, and it's just his busy at the moment. You mean the cloud hermit knew I was coming? And now the Shinfen no may yet answer him, and they don't seem to be surprised by or care about Yunan's arrival. I'm sorry we didn't have time to prepare some good tea for you, but since fate brought you here, you are our honored guest. And Yunan's face is pink like a peach flower, and either because of the makeup or because of the shame. It's late, and since the cloud hermit has a guest now, I think I'll come again next time. Shinfen and Minya smile at each other and wave goodbye to Junian, and he turns around and walks towards the cave, and he hears a melody behind as if the cloud hermit is seeing him off. I'll come back later. life styling of this chapter. Oh, this look like fun earrings. See where that showed up. Oh, that looks fun over there. And, Alright. That definitely completes the look of the outfit. Off we go.
I see the causes of the world with my eyes.
Okay, the hairdo looks very nice. The way that it forms a little ribbon to the side. Alright, so that's the end of Shiny Nikki Volume 2, Chapter 4. Next time I stream this, it's gonna be Chapter 5. I hope you have fun watching. Please give a like and subscribe. Bye bye and God bless. Alright, let's do the sound test. Hello? Hello, hello? Alright, perfect. We have sound. Let's continue with Shiny Nikki chapter 5 from volume 2. As the final note falls, the wind itself seems to slow down to listen, and the cherry blossoms outside the house glimmer in the light as if moved by the haunting melody. Nikki and the rest of the group walk from the living room to the outside pavilion, and after the long journey, the owner that they've been trying to find is here, only with a thin silk curtain separating them. And the man behind the curtain rises from his desk, and his features faintly visible behind the fabric, like the moon waiting to reveal itself on a cloudy sky, and he appears before his visitors. You're here. And a warm, gentle voice resounds. We're sorry for interrupting. I am Nikki and this is Momo. Hello, I am Teresita. And the two young boys pull back the curtains, and the man has eyes like flowing water. The man is young but bears the calmness that comes with a long life, and he doesn't seem perturbed by these unexpected visitors. In fact, he looks mildly amused. Wenwanda at your service, and these are my students. Shinfen and Mingyu and brings over some tea. And Shinfen and Mingyu bow slightly as they put the tea on the stone desk. And since this place is secluded from the world, all who come here are guests, and there's no need for formalities. Please drink. The delicate aroma of tea permeates beneath the leaves like mist over still water, and bathed in the afternoon sun and the fresh air, time itself seems to breathe slowly. And at the stone desk, Wenwanda sits with poise, and he picks up the teapot as if it were a feather, and he serves the guest tea himself. And these leaves were gathered from the West Mountain and stepped on in the first snow melt of spring, fragrant yet wistful. And the man's delicate features are further softened by the mist, to the point where he appears graceful, as is painted in ink. And the simple tranquility that often accompanies tree drinking envelops the mountain above, with only singing birds in the distance. And despite the thousands of questions on their minds, Nikki and Momo find themselves reluctant to break the silence. Everyone sits cross-legged on the mat, set out on the floor, except Momo, whose paws prove too stubby, and after a few tries he meows in frustration. If only I could get a good angle. And you may see it however you like. And face to face with this reclusive and mysterious man, Shinji's words float to the forefront in Nikki's mind. Even I don't know where he lives or who he truly is. Yet as she sees across her, Nikki couldn't help but feel as if she has walked through the many paths under the trees and stumbled upon a clearing bathed in sunlight. And the mysterious man doesn't even turn away from the questioning gazes of his guest, and his expression showing he is content to go at their pace. And before the man's supposed trustworthiness and the worries build up during a journey fade, and the group decides to speak first. Master Wenwendai, would you happen to know a man by the name of Shinji, who's the leader of the Neverfall troop? And he gave us a painting in the near and said his honor is waiting for us. Nikki retrieves the painting and sets it on the desk, but Wenwendai makes no attempt to unroll it. And doubts resurface in Nikki's mind. And could this be the clown hermit? He said, and looks too young. Maybe he's a disciple. And we follow the clues in the painting from the cloud capital, Art Academy, all the way to the ghost market. And now we're here, and please tell us if you know the person who painted this. It's merely a name I came up with when I used to paint. When you? But the Cloud Hermit lived several hundred years ago. And the Cloud Capital Art Academy told us that the paper couldn't be older than a few years, so the painting must be recent. I have lived here a long time enough to forget just how much time passes. And Momo scratches the back of his head before turning to Nikki. Then may I ask if this painting was done by you, and you entrusted to King Jin so he will give it to us? That's correct, and I waited a long time for you. And off to the side, Shin Feng speaks up. And we've been sitting here for the whole day, and we are arranged some hints in case you couldn't find us. Hints? Do you mean the other gentleman who was sweeping? He's a student of Master Wenwendai like us. And Nikki remembers the fallen leaves arranged to spell cloud and water split the mountains, and that must have been the old man's hint. So you knew we were coming, and what was all of this hide-and-seek business? Forgive our secrecy, our master refuge here in the mountain is a closely guarded secret, and many in the cloud capital have tried to find us, but few have succeeded. And it was my sincere hope to meet with you, but under the current circumstances, secrecy has to be maintained. And Shin Feng tossed the instant when I finished speaking. And Master's been living here for decades, and sure, your arrival is important, but we couldn't risk people finding out. And judging by Shin Feng's word, it seems Wenwendai has been planning this meeting for a long time. And why do you wait for us? And while wait for them, Wenwendai lowers his gaze to the cup of tea in front of him, as if his mind wanders, and it drifts to a place of brilliant stars and endless skies, in a time lost in past. And as memories come rushing back, as the stars sparkle in his mind's eye, emotions wash over him like a flood. Yet as the flavor of the tea fills his mouth, his face is as expressionless as ever. I hope you will come to the cloud capital so that we could meet. So why the huge fuss in getting us to the cloud capital? Some things are best said in person. And cloud capital is a familiar territory for us, and Master can rest easier too. And my sources of the Neverfall troop claim that you were being watched as early as Thesia. And you can remember the person pretending to be someone from the university, only to be unmasked by Sherlock. And could that be when that is talking about? Or was there even more even than Nikki remembers? And you guys sure are cautious, and I was wondering why you went through so much trouble with the painting and all. And as Momo rambles on, he unfurls the painting with a swipe of the paw, and at the sight of the scenery visible from the very pavilion, they are quiet, and a quiet laugh escapes Wenwendai's pursed lips. And a flash of suspicion crosses Wenwendai's eyes, and the rippling waters around the pavilion reflect the clouds above. And what's wrong? This painting is a fake. What? A good imitation, but it's still a forgery. But we had it in our hands the whole time. Did Chinin give us a fake painting? I believe Chinin had no reason to deceive you. So I must have swapped it along the way. And it was swapped. A fake must have been prepared beforehand. And the only people who had access to the painting before the group set off is the never fall through. And after this, Remember unrolls the painting and turns his gaze to the scenery outside the pavilion. And has something gone awry? And likewise, Nikki searches her memory for the places and acquaintances along the way, and the artists at the academy, the black at the ghost market, and also, now that you mention it, we ran into someone suspicious just now. Suspicious? A lady, and she had too much makeup on, but she had a great figure, long legs, and very pale skin. Taller than Shinji Fed by half a head. Could it be Junya? And this person was wearing a kipao and have a pearl necklace. I think so. And Junya here, and he has been following us. And I remember at the ghost market, Junya seems pretty interested in the Cloud Hermit. He even bid a high price for a painting, and must have been up to something. And this Junya person might be important, but without knowing his intentions, confronting him seems unwise. And the never factory must have leaked it, and Junior may have the real painting since he needed to see it beforehand. The Lengos asked around the theater, "What do you think, Master?" "Go ahead, Shinfen, you may accompany our guests to the theater. We should leave the mountains before it gets dark, and you better wear something for the walk a long distance, Nikki." Let's put on something for mountain hiking. Here's something light. And now the accessories. Front and back, and off we go.
I see the causes of the world with my eyes.
As night falls, a jagged peaks in the distance seem to swallow the setting sun. And she finally sneaks groove out of Wendi's residence to the waterfall and down the mountain on a shorter path. And by the time they reach the base of the mountain, specks of light have begun to illuminate the night. As the sun sets, the lanterns of the door are already lit, and the tall leaves of his buildings peek out over the high walls, and it shadows like an animal burying its fangs in Wenjiang Street and the royal palace in the distance. Not far from the door hangs Qingyi's massive poster, and humming a light tune, Junyang strolls past the door. And before entering the villa, he hides what looks like a scroll behind his back. This is a Never Fall Truth headquarters in Cloud Capital, and a stand theater is at the front of the compound, while the villa behind the houses the actual troop. And long halls wind between the different houses and leading back to the main villa and the conference room within. And a solitary wind chimes hangs in the doorway before the villa and moving in the evening breeze. And as Junia walks in front of the villa, he runs into Shinji, who has just come out. Boss? Afraid that about my exposed screw at his back, Junia's hand clenches tighter around it as he gives a polite nod. Is it done? And without breaking a stride, Shinji motions for Junia to follow. Of course. And dressed out, Shinji moves quickly through the halls, and his earrings swaying. And meanwhile, the pair of heels behind him clang loudly on the floor as Julian keeps up with him. And as he realizes Shinji is headed to the makeup room, Julian's distresses become hard to hide. The room is empty, and there's still time before the next performance, and Shinji starts applying makeup for his next act. According to my investigation, the Cloud Hermit resides behind a waterfall in the West Mountain. You follow them then? Only for a short while. And with one hand he picks up the lipstick on the dresser to make his lips redder. And the scroll in his other hand is snatched away, and Junia loses his balance, and a bright red streak goes from his lips to the corner of his mouth. And Nine, with the scroll in hand, is already at Kijin's side. Disrespectful, Brad, and you had the audacity to steal? And Junia approaches the mirror to remove the excess lipstick, and having forgotten about the scroll. And who's doing the stealing, and what do we have here? And Nine slowly unravels the scroll in front of Shinji. As it unfolds, the scenery of Wendi's hidden above almost leaks out from the paper. What should you call a thief? This is mine. It's clearly a painting from the Clown Hermit. As Yuna defends himself, he meets Shinji's aloof gaze and stops himself, and a moment later his usual smile returns. Boss? Shinji doesn't speak. He appraises the painting for a few moments and then has Nine roll it up again. I knew you liked the painting, so I came up with a plan to hold on to it. Junior plucks the eyebrow pencil from Shinji's hand to give his boss a sharp eyebrows and a few more lines. It enhances Shinji's feature and hides what displeasure might have been there. But don't worry, boss, and I had someone from the academy paint an exact replica for them, and they found the place with it, so it didn't even matter. You even had it forged, and someone's been planning this for a while. Shut up, you. Shush. And the wind outside the villa dies down, and the wind shines in the entry falls silent. And in the distant back street, the first light of the cloud capital paints several figures as shadowy silhouettes. Are those deities coming back to cause trouble again? And she gently unfolds the fan, like lifting an invisible net, and then he turns to Junian. When the next performance starts going, we to receive our customers in the alley. Understood, I'll get ready. With a calculated move, Junior twists in place and his slim waist coming between the painting on the table and Shinji. It's an impressive forgery, but the key lies not in the strokes, and they will come looking for it, and Nine give them a warm welcome. This one has a required item, a black purse, so I guess I had to like build the outfit around the purse. one looks fancy. I'm gonna go with this one. I never like to mess too much around with the eyebrows. Alright, now for the rest of the accessories.
Will you trust me?
The lanterns at the door fail to illuminate the dark, winding back street. And ever since the truth settled in Cloud Capital, they have been watchful eyes prowling the hot alleyways. And Nikki on her way there has only just left the West Mountain. As night falls, the doors of the theaters are clogged by the melting crowd, and with latecomers and diehard fans surrounding the entrance. And the cold emptiness of the theater door is gone, as even the night seems to be submerged by bustling activity. And on the other side of the wall, the noise of the cymbals in the drums can already be heard. Excuse me, can we still go in? Latecomers wait over there, and we'll let you in soon. And with this crowd, we'll never get through. And this place might have some back doors, and we need to find a spot with fewer people. And to the walls of the buildings are surrounded by onlookers. The nearby forest is completely deserted. And are you looking for a way into the theater? And a youth appears from amidst the crowd. And you're Nikki, we've seen this person before. I'm Nine, I work here, and we met some time ago. You're with the Neverfall troop. Yes, and I heard your voices from among the crowd, and I wanted to see what the fuss was about. I'm impressed you could hear our voices through all of the noise. You're too kind, my ears are sharper than most. It's Shinjin here, and we have business with him. Our leader is on stage right now, and how about I take you to the villa until he's done? Alright. The villa in the back of the theater is nowhere near as lively as the stage in front, and like an oasis of quiet amid the noise. And Shinji's melodious voice drifts in front as Nine guides them to the drawing room. The lit hallway ahead of them takes on a strange shape in the nighttime gloom and looking slightly out of place. Please wait here. And wow, Osmanthus chestnut cake is my favorite. And not a second after 9 leaves, Momo meets his long-lost love, pastries. And a moment later, the group hears a rat. What was that for? I only swiped the painting so Boss could have it. I never found now a petty thief, and even you can't even come out with a twist like that. Am I hearing this right? And that sounds like Junian's voice. And Momo mumbles with a mouthful of half-full cake. And quiet, you. It sounds like Junia and Nine are having a fight. And based on what they're saying, it sounds like Junian is the truth playwright. Oh, the guy who makes up the stories for a living lying to us. Who would have guessed? And yes, of course, it was a never fought trope, and who knows how many secrets these people have hiding under the curtains. And Momo continues his round while drowning another husband to Kate as Nikki listens on the argument next door. If what you say is true, then this place isn't safe, and that 9% isn't trustworthy. It's better to confront Junian than waste time here, and for all we know, he may have the painting. He's right, forget about Shinji, and I'm here to keep Bud and eat cake, and I'm out of cake, Nikki. Teresita, let's grab Junian. And with the cake and tray already empty, Momo leaves off his chair, wiping a paw over his crumb-covered face. Shinji fence right, it's too quiet, and let's look around for Junian and then get out of here. And in the corridor, the swaying lantern in the hallway casts an ominous light on the plaques on top of every room. And a resounding bang comes from nowhere as the starting power surges in from all sides. And watch out. Like a fun yellow rose. Right, front and back.
Come on. I'll present you with the most beautiful dream.
The tunes from the front stage reverberate in the moonlit corridor. The group barely recovers from the battle when they discover more and more people have arrived. And strangers in black clothes stream into the corridor from the roof, walls, and side doors. And on stage, Shinji has just gotten through one of the scenes, and the rest of you have only just appeared. And what do you want? I won't let you hurt Nikki. And as Momo stands next to her, most of the strangers close in from the other side end of the hallway. And still recovering from the recent styling battle, Nikki nonetheless puts on a calm face, holding Momo back with one hand. Who are you? They won't answer you. And Shifeng is just about to move when he hears a voice from behind, and turning around he sees Junia with his own henchmen at the end of the hallway. And rats who cower in the dark wouldn't dare give their names. And the strangers are silent, but they charge towards Junia with blind speed. And with a single gesture, Junia signals his henchmen and they meet the strangers head on. And then pressing a button on the wall, the hallway in the courtyard springs to life like a rattlesnake. Whoa. The tiles beneath Nikki and Momo's feet disappear and Momo loses his balance, and Nine separates himself from the fray and approaches Nikki. And why do you leave the room? Hey, how are we supposed to know a fight was about to go down? And the fighting continues, seemingly bringing the place to its knees, and the wind shines shriek as Momo covers his sensitive ears. Is there a side path? And I'll take them and leave first. Patience, it's just starting to get good. And in the chaos, a dagger heads straight for Yunyang. And caught off guard, Yunyang shifts to one side, but is still caught by the blade, and touching his wound, he sees a red liquid on his finger. And with a trembling as Yunyang walks in the direction that the weapon came from, and his face a beautiful white with a slow methodical movement, he loosens two buttons along his side before raising his head slowly. Out of my way. And the vengeful shout seems to cut through the night. And after taking a few steps, Yunyang lands a knee-high kick on the assailant coming to greet him. And the brief interlude over the never fought through and their strangers clash once again to the clamor of the wind chimes. As an accompaniment, Erhus at the front of the stage abandoning the slow tempo and play a fast-paced tune. And as the cymbal and drums beat their rhythm, the last note of Chiji's performance soars into the clouds. And in the courtyard, a roundhouse kick from Julian sends the wind chimes flying, and after a moment of silence, a deafening wave of cheers erupts from the crowd at the front. And the performance on the stage is over, and the two sides quiet down, and the sound of the panting is all one hears. And the mechanism activated once again, and the hallway turns back to normal and leading to the door. So that we just happen to visit at like a bad time. Cause like they be randomly getting attacked. Ah, front and back, and I forgot.
Every battle I'm in, victory is the only outcome.
As the final note fades in the night, snow falls upon the courtyard. Nikki, what's happening? Is it snowing? The ground is covered in snow, white contrasting the gloomy night, and dancing snowflakes dance with the crimson petals as they drift to the earth, in a display out of the place in a forest. And why are there petals? This feels familiar, like a recurring dream. Could it be Kinji's designer's reflection? Nikki, Teresita, stay calm. This mirage doesn't seem harmful to us. As the last snowflake melts away, the mirage fades as well, and the chaotic scene of the courtyard returns once more. And the strangers are nowhere to be found, replaced by Kiji in his stage outfit and the rest of the Neverfall troop. Yuna picks up a jade pendant and brings it to Shinji. Boss, look. And engraved on the pendant is an image of a one-legged bird. A distant bell reverberates in the ensuing silence, signaling the end of the day, and the lanterns in the compass sway idly. And Nikki and the girls stand in the courtyard, and the moon and the night appear above the walls of the compound. Come. And Yuna waves them over, and his sachet form moves towards the brightest lantern where the rest of the troops are gathered. And as night leads Nikki past each lantern in the direction of the troop, the lights go out one by one. And was with the spooky lights. And in the glowing dark, Momo's grip on Nikki's hand light tightens, and as the last lantern goes out, Junia pulls on a switch on the wall. Be careful. Ah. The trapdoor under them disappears suddenly, sending the group sliding down a steep slope. And the sudden fall knocks the wind out of Nikki, and several seconds later, they land in a secret passage. Teresita, Mo, Shinfei, where are you? And nine lights alarm, which the faces around them. And judging by the people surrounding Nikki are part of the troop, with some still in their stage outfits. Unlike Nikki, however, they are totally unfazed by what happened, as if the unexpected had become ordinary long ago. And many eyes land on Nikki and Momo shrinks under their gaze. It's so dark in here, what do you want and why are we here? We are scared, God, I'm taking you to a safe place. And the crowd makes way and Unite was past them. I don't believe you, you're the one who swapped the Cloud Hermes painting for a fake one, and now you're bringing us extortion, blackmail with a side of torture, of course. And you're on our turf now, little kid, show some respect. Unite takes a step and is down to look into Momo's eye as grateful as a dancer, and Momo caught a guard darts behind Shinfei for safety. Try not to get too into character, Junian, you're scaring them. I was just teasing him. Listen here, kitty, I'm not the bad guy. If I wanted to hurt you, I wouldn't have saved you earlier. And Janai blows on his wounded finger. And we need to go somewhere even more secluded, a place where only we know of. And you climb a set of stairs at the end of the secret passageway, and at the top you find yourself in what looks like the same courtyard as before, with the same moon shining overhead. What is this place? Welcome to the real house of the Neverfall troop. And what do you mean by the real? And I thought you lived in the city. And that is where we make our show as a living and as an enigmatic troop. And how will we ever live in such a conspicuous place? And this is in the outskirts of the city where the troop resides in Cloud Capital. Alright, enough standing around and let's get you changed. It's a fun looking outfit. Alright, let's front and back.
This time I'll change the ruined future.
Moments later in the attic. You must be weary from tonight's event, and as you can see, we had no choice but to invite you here for the safety reason. Nan offers another tray of soft mattu cakes to Fluster Momo, and approaching Shinji, Junia once again hands over the unique jade pendant. It's late, so let's just cut to the chase. Junia, do you have our painting? Well, my most sincere apologies, but I have already entrusted someone to return it to the Cloud Hermit. And how do we know you're not lying? And even with a mouth stuffed full of Osmatu cakes, Momo has a sharp tongue. I have no reason to offend someone of the Cloud Hermit statue, let alone make trouble when it's not necessary. This was merely a prank on Julian's part, and allow me to apologize on his behalf. Whatever you say. And what did you say? I said I'm sorry. Silence and Vela se ve as the moon shines after a few rounds of tea and pastry, and Unite speaks again. Alright, I saw the painting, but it's not very often a masterpiece from Cloud Hermit comes along after all. Now that the boss has returned it to its rightful owner, we can call it a day. And Unite flips his ear and taps on his collarbone with one finger. And call it a day, we almost got attacked back there. Hey, don't go blaming everything on me now. They came to us at their own free will, just like you did. And who are those people? They are thugs that linger in the streets and alleyways, and they aren't even worth the dirt on my shoes. They're also an intelligence organization, and before the Neverfall Two came to prominence, we ran crowd capital. And now they watch us day and night waiting to strike. And I cast a glass on Shinji, who is running a finger over the jade pendant with an animal that bears a striking resemblance to a three-legged crow etched on it. The creature on the pendant is a crest, a three-legged crow with two legs cut off. The policy of the current Emperor of the Cloud and his ministers have met resistance from the rich and powerful in this court. And Shinji smoothed his outfit before continuing. The recluse you met today was none other than the Cloud Capital's minister. And a slight twitch registered on Shinfen's face, but he says nothing. The Cloud Hermit is the Cloud Capital's minister, who is also when dying the person we're looking for? No, the person looking for us. I can't even keep it straight. I remember Yunya and Minsao calling on their tutor, Minister Wen Ren. And I can't speak much of my master's affair, but there are people after him, and that's for sure. Those stars were their lapdogs, and look at the defaced bird on the painting, on the pendant, and then destroying the symbols of clouds, and I bet you can call it a quart of squabbles, but at worst it's treason. Simply put, you and I, the minister, and even the emperor share a common enemy. And Nine leads toward Shinji and whispers in his ear. Minister Wende has received the painting and invites you to his mountain abode, and he will know more than I am. And Nine unite, and please be sure our guests out. And in the dark night, when Wenda is summoned to the palace as urgent business. The moonlight palace stands silently under the black sky, and the red and black eaves lend it an air of grandeur. And the floor in the south has been getting worse, and many of our forces live elsewhere, and what still there are floods in the north. Were it a regular flood, we would have ways of stopping it, but it's not on the same scale as the one that's strongly near, and will require aid from the neighboring nations. But now our tools are growing, and problems always follow in the wake of disaster, and my teacher, I shall need your help then. There is one matter, and with the abnormal phases of the moon, and there was a landslide nearby in town, and access to the area is blocked, and our surveillance devices have stopped working. Yet they are not easily destroyed, and we can rule out the possibility of sabotage. Your Majesty, Bayanta rests upon the reef, and to lose surveillance over a place so important worries me. Could this be the cause of the flood, and what else do you have to share? I'm not sure, and we should wait and see unless we alert our would-be traitors. Agarentos Efrendai speaks. Scouts have reported an attack on the Never Fall Through and by Cancun, but it was easily repelled. Understood, and you may leave. See, the vipers grow restless in their den, and before we alert them, I should know their faces. And aside from Bayantown, the Cancun are becoming more active in the capital, and unrest is one thing, but dissent is another. And no matter what, Cloud Capital should remain secure. Meanwhile, outside the palace, casting a long shadow, the guards exit the palace grounds, and an errant breeze lifts his sleeve, revealing a black bracer. Was it a blackbird with two of its 3 legs removed, and the creature stands on 1 foot? Moonlight covers the ground, and a distant stars glimmer through the mountain fog. And at dawn, the tofu stand is closed, accompanied by Jonia and Nine. Nikki and the group return to the base of the West Mountain. It's closer this way, and I think we should use the other path. Excuse me, but I'm the one who's been here during the day, and Brad should stick to what they know. You were using someone else's track, following someone, and taking a shortcut are 2 different things. And Jonia rolls his eyes and stomps with his heels, and a thin layer of mist around his ankles. Wouldn't Shinfen know his way around here the best? Yes, I know the path up like the back of my hand, and you two can leave now. Huh. As if we wanted to be a chaperone. Please be careful. It feels like we walked on this road multiple times in one day, and a lot has happened, and I'm still trying to process it all. And we at least are safe, and the painting is back where it belongs. And the crisp notes of a flutter of a flute drifts through the forest, and washing the fatigue of all who can hear it. It's my master, and the flute player. It sounds like he's at the observatory, and he may be calling us, and I'll take you to him. The fog is getting thick. Nikki, put on some clothes that won't get wet. Oh, and don't catch a cold. Not a fun raincoat to avoid getting wet. your front and back, and off we go.
I see the causes of the world with my eyes.
Following the nose, the group walks on a secluded path, and as the wood continues to stretch out before them, and the fog grows denser, and after a long trek they reach the top, and the last of the fog dissipates, and the scenery appears once more. Here at the observatory, the stars in the sky are in full view, and beneath the blackened stars, a copper astrolabe glows warmly. And a man stands next to the astrolabe, and the last notes from his flute come to an end. Look how brightly the stars shine, and would you like to see them? And Nikki walks up and is like stepping into a field of stars in the still night, and they seem close enough to touch. Teresita, come here. And Nikki turns her head, and her eyes bright from the starlight. And I had not seen the stars be this radiant in a long time. The night becomes a gentle breeze, and when dice leaves sway like ripples in the water. The never fall truth has returned to the painting to me, and you have my gratitude. And she then takes the scroll from Wendice and passes it to Nikki. And the scroll unfolds slowly to reveal the familiar landscape scenery, and a faint light seems to radiate from the edges of the scroll, warm under the starry sky. The star shell behind Teresita's mirror is glowing as well, and the five gems share the radiance of the stars, captivating all who lay eyes on them, and at the center of the arrangement the pale golden gem is especially beautiful. Have you remembered something? Me, I don't know. And a faint smile plays on Wendy's lips as he looks off into the distance, gazing at the stars. Long ago I found myself on the shores of a fishing village in the eastern region of Cloud, and I had lost my memory, and I didn't know why I was there. And they say I was found on the beach at a low tide, along with this stone in my hand. And when Wendy retrieves an exquisite golden seal from his lip, and flipping it over, a golden gem can be seen within it. The only thing I knew then was that this gem is precious to me, and always being by my side. And I have been searching for someone who bears such a similarity. Are we the ones you're looking for? And wind blows and clouds passes, and spinning the moonlight upon the earth, and the stars blink with the same radiance as the golden gem. I have been searching for allies from beyond Mirrorland. And when Venda's voice is softened enough to blow away by the wind and drift into the deep sea of memory, and their familiar starlight chases away the shadows of doubt and confusion. So do you know who we are? And are you from the ocean of memories too? And when Vendai nods without taking his eyes off his seal. In the distant past, civilizations planted the seeds for beauty in thousands of colors, and these different concepts gather in the ocean of memories, and from them the envoys were born. I am one of them. And then the people of Mirrorland mix and match these different styles of beauty, and giving rise to our civilization of beauty. And in the bygone age, the last deity came into being in the ocean of memory, one with power over styling and beauty. And what I got of styling and beauty, and you mean Teresita? And what do you mean, the last deity of a bygone age? You must have been to Cecia's Design Academy, and these ancient texts preserved there are the records of Mirrorland's cultural styling. And the text also speaks of a storm that ravaged the ocean of memory and a war of the gods. Fell rain, but the fire was nowhere to be found. And it seems you are aware of this too, and it was the end of an era, and the ocean of memories went through an irrevocable change, and I apologize, and even my memories are not clear on the matter. And before the war of the gods, the last deity to be born in the ocean of memory was Teresita. No, that is inaccurate. That deity has fallen. And when that pauses, as if wounded by his words, and he quickly regained his composure and acts like nothing had happened. Perhaps the fallen deity entrusted part of his soul to Teresita, and in this way it came back to life, so to speak. And when that drifts off again, and when moves his hair in the direction of the bamboo forest, and the thing starts swaying in the wind like a verdant wave, and the wind seems to recall the hidden memories of the heart of the ark, and answering the sea's murmur as a pale light shines through between the sea and the sky, and the tide speed in verse both in grand and silent. And Leonie has said that it was time to wake up, and someone will wake you and bring you to the moment when the stars meet again. And could when that be one of these stars? With the moon high in the clouds, when that has Chinfen and me bring tea, and invites Nikki to sit in the courtyard. Nikki, I can sense that you are a unique person in all of Mirrorland and even in the ocean of memories, and only you and Teresita working together will the power from the ocean of memories be awakened. Yes, I know. And since the incident at Nenirio City, you have held back the power of the abyss, and the ocean of memory has regained some of its power, and with it, some of my memories as well. And memories such as my time in Starstream Islet. Starstream Islet, the Dora spoke of this place. Starstream Islet is deep in the ocean of memory, and its hidden oasis bound by water, where the very stars meet. Dodora said she used to live in the Starstream Islet along with a few allies. So you and Dodora are both envoys like the statue we saw in Cisia Design Academy. And you sure don't look anything like the statue or Dodora. And we were born of different beauties in different times, and the lady born after the five of us is the only being capable of freely wielding the power of beauty. And when that closes his eye and lifts his head towards the stars, pondering something, and it is then that a shooting star flies across the sky from the east, and fading as quickly as it arrived. The stars are aligned, and would you like to see it, the place where you once lived? Starstream Island. Yes. And when that opens his hand and reveals the exquisite seal in his palm, and lifting it up, the light of the star flows into it. Are you ready? The surrounding turns brightly white, and a dazzling field of stars comes into view. And what sort of sky is this? And the faraway auroras beckon the shooting stars, and the surface of the water disturbs distant starlight, and behind you galaxies flow like soundless rivers as voices reach your ear in a half-forgotten whispers. Are you there, Nikki? And many voices are unrecognizable, and it takes great effort to tell one from the other. And look how brightly the stars shine, and would you like to see them? And the gentle breeze brings familiar tidings. And another flash of light, and the wind turns violent, and the clouds shudder as if about to fall. And calm seas turn into rough waves and a terrible storm, and you see the Dora silhouette in the chaos, and thunder and lightning crash as the tsunami strikes you. The memory causes pain to strike at the back of your head, and you only open your eyes when it fades, and when you do, the starry sky of Mirrorland fills your vision. Are you alright, Teresita? And the stars in your memory, and do you see them? I did, and I saw you, the Dora, and that storm. And another run of pain assaults you at the start of the storm, and could it be related to the war of the gods? And was the storm the war of the gods, and what reason would gods have to fight among themselves? And when that slowly shakes his hand, something tells me this war is tied to the destiny of Mirrorland, and the answer is in the stars, and we need to look for them together. And many events have transpired since my arrival in Mirrorland, and Cloud Empire did not always enjoy such peace. And generations after generation, this observation has witnessed its nations prosper and decline. And Mirrorland's proximity to the ocean of memories lends its beauty and prosperity, though it is closer to the abyss. There will always be those who covet this power, and the disaster in any may just be the beginning. You're saying there will be more disasters in Mirrorland. And when that hesitates and then continues, the information I have is limited, and I only know that someone has been watching you since Cisia, and that worries me. And my recent stargazing has also revealed some oddities with the moon, like ghastly lights through swaying leaves. And I don't understand. I guess Pelvula from Bloodborne is acting up. And when Dai smiles and I want compassion on his face, sun and moon, day and night, some say that fate is written in the orbits of the star, and I have some reservations about the belief, but it is better to try and grasp the unknown than be unaware. And master means that see that the moon looks strange in the southern region of Cloud Empire and is unusually an ill omen, and there will be trouble in Pigeon Kingdom. If disaster should strike, its effects will surely affect more than just Cloud and Pigeon. Nikki, Teresita, I know you are in the mission and that we are alike. And my tiny mirror has made me care for its people, and I would like to protect them, and not just the denizens of Cloud. And Nikki is deeply moved by his word. Mirrorland is a land of beauty, and Teresita and Momona will do our best to protect it and prevent its decline. And no matter what difficulties lie ahead, Nikki and I will overcome them together. And when Mendai opens his palm and offers the seal in his hand, please take this. Isn't it important to you? And the daughter gave us something related to the gem as well. In the past, you can use it to summon my power at any time. Now, I see now it doesn't work as it used to. And a silent laugh plays in Mendai's lips. It would aid you. Oh, that was fun. I found them back and I forgot.
Will you trust me?
A week earlier, Bayanta, Southern Cloud Empire. A dark mist covers a crumbling line separating it from the stars above. Such is the fate of places ravaged by the ocean of memories, barren and lifeless. Not a soul resides here, and yet around the giant banyan tree at the center of the town stands a ground of men clad in black. Beep. And a beat cuts through the silence, and a faint blue light begins to emanate from the strange device next to the man. Activation successful, and the light from the device illuminates the bracer on his arm and the one-legged raven emblazoned on it. And the man who activated the device takes past, clearing the way for the person in a long cloak. And are you Mr. Viper? And with stark withered grass between his lips, the man named Viper saunters out to the device and types a few input codes. 10 seconds from now, if you don't have your gear on, your guts will be all over the floor. 5 seconds. And 5, 4, 3. And the kangaroos become pale and reach for a bus, and after a round of fun, they attach the same metal plates and trailing wires to the back of their necks. And the men don't even have enough time to curse Viper for giving them such a short notice. 1. And as the countdown ends, the thunder echoes from a distant slope, and a deluge of sand and stone tumbles into the foothill in a landslide. And at the same time, the mist covers the night sky in torn two, and as a blue crescent moon appears. But it's not normal. And at the signal of the pale visage of the night sky, the Cajon finds himself beyond words. The Mercury sure has done it, and it's just as you say, Mr. Viper. Changing the moon is something we never dream of. And Viper spits out the star graph he's been chewing on and squints at the man and then waves his hand. Without drawing from the town's residual enemy, it wouldn't have been possible to tamper with the gravitational field. And what's next is up to you. And yes, please tell Mr. Mercury that we will have Bayanta locked down tight. And until your work is done, no one will get past the Cajon. And of course, with Mr. Viper's very technology, anyone who shows up won't even know the way in. And rest assured, sir, we'll put on quite the show in Cloud Capital and draw the eyes of our enemy there. And with their attentions on the city, no one will get in the way of your plans. And Viper narrows his eyes at the Cajon's promises and then disappears into the night. And in the distance, the ominous blue moon hangs in the sky and its cold light as sharp as a blade. The sun shines in the cloudless day, and the bell tolls in its tower. The weather's great today, and the sun feels so nice on my fur, and I could just nap the entire day. And it has been 3 days since the conversation with Remendai at the observatory. And Remendai has been talking a lot with the Emperor, and Nikki has only caught a glimpse of him. And we should go on a hike on a day like this, and Cloud Capital is great, getting boring anyway, unless... And a breeze blows past, and Momo pauses. And what is it, Momo? Did you catch a cold? It smells good, and the scent came from Chango restaurant. And Momo does his hand as if he's held by the nose. And Nikki, I really want to have roast duck again, and let's go to Chango restaurant. And as usual, people wait in front of the Chango restaurant, and eyes brimming with desire, and Momo is at the end of the line. Momo, Teresita, I want to go to Pigeon. Do you want to see Ophelia again? Is this because of what Brenda said about the moon in the south? Yeah, a little bit of both, I suppose. And truth be told, I've been thinking about going back there since Teresita woke up in the art to check up on Ophelia and the original crystal. And I feel like I've been going along with the flow ever since I came to Mirrorland. And we've been searching high and low for a way to save Mirrorland, but we rarely set out on our own. And maybe to keep Mirrorland from being swallowed by the ocean of memories, we have to first find out why it's happening. And Nikki touches a snowflake necklace, and memories of a creep underneath the shirt of the glory rushing back. And the original crystal was born in Pigeon Forest and is the source of the elf's glory, and as the light of the original crystal wanes, so too will Mirrorland be perched in precipice of an annihilation. But whether we begin to figure out why this annihilation business is happening in the first place, the original crystal and the Pigeon Forest, and I'm not sure myself, but on Mirrorland they are connected to the ocean of memories. Half an hour later, and perfect, there's still a few left, and no one standing between them and me. And Momo starts gorging himself in seconds after sitting down. Tasty, shredded cucumber, please. Is one plate enough, and how about some spicy noodles to go with it? And Nikki looks her up and finds a familiar face. Nisha, what are you doing here? A friend of mine asked me to give you a letter, and I was just about to find you, but here you are. And Nisha hands over a letter filled with a neat handwriting and a small square seal stamp on the corner. A letter from when Ren died. And a new minister went there from the days at the Imperial Wardrobe Bureau with him when I came back, and he told me that you visited the West Mountain a few days ago, and asked that I deliver this for him. And what does it say, Nikki? And Momo asked his mouth full of roast duck. And it says the men who attacked the never fought through that night were part of an organization that called Cajon, and they are operating Cloud Capital and have been at odds with the Emperor and the troops since the beginning. And recently they've been doing business with Mercury Group, and the leader showed up in the South Cloud and is now near the Pigeon Forest. Then let's go take a look in the Pigeon Forest, Nikki. And you said you wanted to go. Nikki, Teresita, I should accompany you. And the Encounter with the Nature Society also discovered some lunar anomalies in the area, and I'd like to check it out. And Nikki seems to remember when Rendi's words a few days ago about the lunar anomalies in the South Cloud, and now the same thing is happening in Pigeon. And could they be there for the same reason? And I will live in the clown capital soon, Nikki. And Momo nonchalant words breaks Nikki's train of thoughts. Anyway, good to eat in the pigeon forest, and pigeons maybe. Sure, if you don't mind eating them raw. Then let's decide on a time to set off. And what Teresita said, get change your clothes and then eat this duck, Nikki. Vamos a ver otro baby. Todavía no. Okay.
Come on. I'll present you with the most beautiful dream.
Ay, mi mamá va a hacer que me sienta. The afternoon in cloud capital is lovely with an even brighter, hotter sun. A breeze steals away the drowsiness after a big meal, and Momo leaves on the table next to him. Yeshua also seems satisfied with the roast duck. The friends that you wanted to visit, Yeshua, where do they live? They live near the Imperial Wardrobe Bureau, and I helped them out with some design work here and there. So your friends are officers in the Bureau? Yep, Imperial Wardrobe Bureau officers of all the intricacies and standards of cloud fashion, and you see them in a minute. And just around the corner of Wenjiang Street is only a short walk along the palace walls to the Bureau, and every ancient brick under their feet seems to tell its own story. And it smells so nice, and it's coming from there. And a fragrance lingers in the shadow corner of the palace wall, and a cool breeze sets a multicolored fabric swaying in the wind. It looks like everyone's hard at work. And the sound of the needlework comes from inside the house, and looking in, Giselle sees the embroideries at their feet, and Secretary Giselle, and one of the embroiderers calls her name, and the entire group stands up. And Lady Bai said you were coming to see us, but we didn't expect you so soon. And before she could even move, Nikki finds herself surrounded by the girls. And what a cute kitty you have, even cuter ears. And what a gorgeous hair color, Secretary Giselle. Is she a friend of yours? Hello, I'm Nikki. Ahem. Another embroiderer comes out from another house, and the crowd makes way for her. And you're here early, Giselle. And yes, I ran into a few friends in Cloud Capital, so I brought them along. Hello, I hope we're not interrupting. And would you like to sit? And you're travel far, and you must be tired. And Nikki politely conveys her gratitude, and then follows Giselle towards the walkway next to the house, and the embroiderers tag along. I'll take care of our guests, and you'll get back to work. And despondent, the girls return to their seats, and after a few moments, their silver needles glint under the sun once again. There's a clothing that like somebody who's like makes dresses who wear. And a little demon plushie, because why the hell not?
present you with the most beautiful dream.
Oh, like the little area has fishes. The walkway is lined with displays of delicate embroidery, and at the end of the small house whose walls are also decorated by embroidery, though they look even more elegant. And one of them depicts a woman taking wings, if lighter than a feather. In her arms she carries a pipa, and the strands trailing behind her float as caught by an unseen wind. And Giselle stops before the embroidery for a moment. And how did you manage such a realistic rendition of Shinya with only a few threads? Shinya, you mean the pipa? And yes, this pipa belongs to the goddess, and a masterful rendering was passed down to us, and it loses a lot of work to recreate it. Speaking of, the reference for this embroidery was for none other than the Minister One Ren. And the Levi extends a first mention of the embroidery, but dwells into pleasantries which he saw with equal enthusiasm. Our little secretary is as lovely as ever, and even after so many years, and you hardly age a day. And Giselle lowers her head, suppressing a smile. And what does the secretary do? The secretary helps with designs at the Imperial Wardrobe Bureau, and 100 birds to the Phoenix painting in the latest ceremony was restored under Giselle's direction. Is this painting still in the bureau? Not anymore, and such a precious piece naturally went to the museum. And good thing that it isn't here, and I'd like to work off my tail for one who knows how long if I ruin it by accident. And Momo stretches and one of his claws hooks onto the embroidery next to him. Rip. And the girl watches as a piece of bearing a swallow is torn in two, and as a bird's wings were snapped off his body. Ah, Momo. And then he mean to Nikki. Well, it's a cat as usual, like destroying furniture, but Lady Bai fumes silently, and Giselle deathly still. If I recall correctly, I embroidered this swallow shortly before I left. Yes, a gift for us to remember you by, and that's why it's here, and who knows who knew we would. Don't worry, fetch me a needle and some thread. And Giselle fixes the piece and sews the wings back on the bird. There, the swallow flies again. And staring at the swallow, Giselle is pleased. And in cloud capital, I witnessed the beauty of the seasons and met unforgettable people, and I embroidered this swallow as a memento before I left. And when you first took your post as secretary in the palace, you spent half the time in the little house halfway up West Mountain. And I wonder if it still stands. It does, and the girl plays there from time to time, and take care of the house, and you can take your friends there if you want to. And that would be wonderful, and we can even get bowls of sweet tofu at the foot of the mountains. let's show front and back and I forgot.
I see the causes of the world with my eyes.
Nikki and the others arrive at the West Mountain to find it covered in a mist as usual, enshrouding the stars. This is a cabin at one stadium. A mist surrounds the building, but the cabin takes a peace and quiet of its surroundings. In a spotless cabin in the middle of the mountain, and however you shall. I only leave here for inspiration, and the decor is nothing special. It's alright, it's not the first time we stayed in the cloud capital's mountains, and the stars aren't just as bright tonight. And maybe they aren't bright enough to pierce the fog and this moon. And when we are at Wendy's observation, the moon was about the same size, and its light was just as faint. And when Wendy also told us how the moon looked, and the group looks up, and the moon hidden behind the fog is like a beast's fang, and its light wan and pallid. And what did you hear about the oddities of the moon, you shall? And from the encounter with the Nature Society. And who are you talking about? And there are groups of monitors of supernatural life and phenomena across Maryland, and they are mainly focused on the pigeon forest. And the strange things have been happening here, so I decided to go and see for myself. And Giselle looks at the sky, and the stars gleam coldly behind the misty veil like so many unknown mysteries. And as the sun and the moon rise and fall, so does the world prosper and wither, and yet people always insist on interfering and disrupting the natural law, and it always leads to disaster. And some disasters were recorded and others have been buried in the annals of history. And if you're worried about the moon, Nikki, why don't we visit the Cloud Capital Library and we could see if anything like it has happened before? Sounds good, let's visit the library first, then let's see it tomorrow morning. Let's show front and back and I forgot.
Will you trust me?
The Cloud Capital University Library. And as the sound of the bell, students stream out of their classrooms like schools of impatient fish. And Nikki and Giselle are already in the library's reading room, which is open to the public and good for some peace and quiet. The pendulum chandeliers in the lobby cast a soft light, completing the quiet sound of turning pages. Astronomy, geography, history, and where should we start? And Nikki, look at this. And Mama wears the Wilderness Survival Handbook in his hand, and Nikki. And if you're headed for the wilds, and I recommend nature documentaries over the dated books in here. She just said, and are you here to study? Yep, I had nothing to do after class, so I thought I'd read a book or two. Shinjalo, and this is Giselle, and my Teresita's my friend. And we're looking for books that talk about the order of the world, but have no idea where to start. Any keywords? Moon phases and calamities, to be exact. And pale blood too. And she just turns and starts to search on the computer, jotting down a few index numbers. Come with me. This is where the library keeps its special collection, and they're all older and in bad shape, so be careful while reading. And the special collections are in a big sleeper, and Giselle lends you a steady arm like a gentleman. I overheard Mama saying that you were headed for the pigeon forest, and we're taking a look at the moon, and we heard that it's been a bit weird lately. Must be the work of the men's school. Have you been to the pigeon forest yet, no? Not yet, but Tan Hooper has been waiting to go on an adventure there, so I've done my research. And Pigeon Forest has some spectacular sights, and it's said to be nothing like Cloud, and it'll be a sight to see. A sight to see with Tan Hooper and all that, and you two seem very close. And Shinyalo tilts his head slightly at Momo's words, but soon returns to his search. And the dynamics of the moon worship, not this one. And I lived in the cloud on a long time and seen many things, but abnormalities in the faces of the moon are a first for me. Yes, history has few recollections of this phenomena, and I did a quick research and only returned one result. And she now does back and forth between the rows and plus one of the books off the shelves. And the book talks about the place called the Evening Sea, Evernight Sea, and rumored to be the domain of the water elves, and the title difference is staggering, and the moon also takes on strange appearances. And the Evernight Sea, and it's at the northernmost edge of the ocean, and then just painted as a cursed water with unending storms on the unendless night. And Shinyano flips the book up and skims the pages. And it says here that about the Evernight Sea, a crescent moon is always there, though storms rage across rolling waters, and her line shines eternal, and no other sources of light inhibits the sky. Yikes, no wonder people say it's cursed. And those who have ventured close to the Evernight Sea reported seeing a massive maelstrom, and according to them, only endless darkness awaits at the bottom. Could it be related to the strangeness of the moon? Speaking of which, the tides are related to it, and the ancients said that the tides rise and fall as the moon waxes and wanes, and that is to say, the ocean ebbs and flows by the gravity of the moon. But I don't see any connections between the Evernight Sea and our moon, and it's quite far from Pigeon Forest after all. Ding, don't sell phone ships. And it's Hoopo, and I asked her to look at the wilderness survival books, and I might come in handy for your expedition in the Pigeon Forest, Nikki. And thank you, Shanlong, and thanks Hoopo for me. Don't mention it, and it's the least I can do. And Shinyano gazes leaves from the phone as a bashful smile makes its way across onto his face. front and back, and off we go.
Every battle I'm in, victory is the only outcome.
On the arc, Aeon is focused on the instrument and doesn't notice Marina walking in. Brother, when can we visit me? When can I visit Maryland to have some fun again? Now, and you'll get your chance later. And a trace of worry is on Aeon's face, and his words were not as stern as usual. And the instrument showed that gravitational anomalies have been appearing in several places in Maryland. Judging by the past experience, these aren't signs of an impending calamity, but tampering of an artificial nature. And what are you saying, brother? And Ian doesn't not answer, and he doesn't take his eyes off the screen, and all he does is pat Marina on the head ever so gently. The undercurrents of the blue ocean swirled on the screen, bearing a striking resemblance to waves on the ocean of memories. We've been on the ark so long, and let's have some fun in Maryland for a change. And the data flotations in the instrument slowly ramp up, and Ian has a serious expression on his face. Anomalies are showing up in Maryland and on the ocean of memories, and if we leave the ark now, I'm not sure I can keep it running. Then should we tell Nikki? Yeah, we're done collecting data, and we'll ask Nikki to come back to the ark. Yay, someone's coming to the ark to play. Though it might be best not to disturb Nikki right now. And Marina's white and gray changes into a frown. Wow, let's just front and back, and off we go.
This time I'll change the ruined future.
Alright, that was the last styling of the day for chapter 5. Next time I stream Shining Nikki, we're gonna be going to volume 2, chapter 6. I hope you have fun watching. Please give a like and subscribe. Bye bye and God bless.